something entirely different. Today we will be talking about the book series The Beast Arises, and more specifically, the lore found inside of it. I'll be using this as a bit of a test bed for the upcoming Horus Heresy series, so if you have any suggestions to make, then please do post them in the comments below. There will be virtually nothing in the way of art for this, because there is practically no art made for this particular period of Imperial history, and that's also why it's so interesting, because there's also practically no lore about this period. Without further ado, let's get on with it. And let us start with talking a little bit about the book series itself. So, the Horus Heresy, as many of you know, is a
Good morning, Rappa. How are you today?
Series. In fact,
Sorry, I didn't actually have my chat open.
So far as to say that it is by far the most successful series of books Black Library has ever released. Hell, I might even
Wasn't actually expecting anybody to be watching immediately.
Most successful things that Games Workshop has ever
I'm pretty
done.
good.
It has brought the glorious light of 40k, or, well, technically speaking, 30k, to thousands upon thousands of new people. And unlike much of Warhammer 40k, it has been accepted into normie culture. People who haven't the faith
Jesus Christ, why is everybody here today?
Might still have
I'm more confused than anything. There, I have a new title for this video. Perfect. Okay.
And it is very
So I like listening to podcasts when I play this, so I hope you like Warhammer lore.
As in many ways, it was Games Workshop's attempt to capture lightning in a bottle once again. And while I personally do not think that the attempt was as massive of a failure as many people would, there's quite a lot of people that
I don't even have my headset plugged in.
the Beast Arises series, and
The fuck is the cable?
Why, but at the same time, I do think
Fuck me with a mongoose.
Addition to the Warhammer
Mongoose.
40k universe.
Mongoose.
All, even though it does have some issues here.
You're role-playing at the moment. Ooh, kawaii desu, naga naga mushi mushi desu.
Beast Arises is set in a time period
I'm kind of role-playing.
has not been explored by Warhammer 40k lore at all.
Neko neko nyanyans.
It's been 1,000 years.
I found the cable for my headset.
The remnants of the traitor
I literally just fucking woke up, then I just turned on the stream, so,
with a few exceptions.
ignore my lack of professionalism.
But the Imperium as a whole remains strong. True, the once mighty Space Marine legions have been broken up into several smaller successor chapters, and true once again, the Horus Heresy took a fearsome toll upon these most powerful of the Emperor's servants. But the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Navy have stepped up to take
Silver.
responsibility.
Oh wait, you don't have the power to do that. Shit, never mind.
Guarding the Imperium. In all due reality, the Imperium as it is now is, while not as strong as when the Space Marine legions roamed the galaxy.
Also, guys, if you're gonna buy things on Amazon, I do have a referral link now, so, if you want to buy dildos from Amazon.
Incursions of Xenos, so-called border wars. There is, at this point in time, nothing that could threaten the Imperium of Man. The Tau have yet to become a force in the universe, the Eldar are scattered, broken, and on the long road to extinction, and the Orcs, well, the Orcs are mere nuisances. They test the Imperium's furthest borders occasionally, but they are seen as nothing more than a minor threat, an inconvenience. They are little more than target practice. The force that was once considered the greatest threat to the burgeoning Imperium, a threat so great that the Emperor himself led the extermination efforts of the Greenskins hordes, are now nothing more than a minor infestation of Xenos rats. They have fallen very, very far indeed since Ulla. And as for the forces of chaos, a threat now fully recognized within the Imperium for the massive threats to the very existence of not only humanity, but the galaxy itself.
What if it's damaged? You tell Amazon, they send you another one. That's just how it goes.
Them in a very, very long time indeed. The newly formed forces of the Inquisition constantly stumble upon new, small pockets of chaos-worshipping madmen, but nothing that could be considered even a small military threat. As for the traitor legions, they are assumed to have been destroyed within the Eye of Terror. As far as the Imperium is concerned, the only remaining traitor legions that exist within the galaxy are the Iron Warriors and a handful of warriors that desperately hold on to some minor holdings in the fringes of the Imperium, soon to be rooted out and destroyed by the remaining chapters. They are not even an inconvenience, they encounter several smaller systems. These were interesting little creatures because it did not.
Can I get out of this fucking combat, please?
They didn't have ships. They simply
My general's gonna get fucking murdered right here. Because he ran way too far forward.
time, however, they were known as a minor threat, if even a threat. They were pacifist demons. They weren't going to attack anything. They're pretty damn fucking huge. The throne is the size of a human easily, and it has massive walls and cannons. If it wanted to defeat a human, it most certainly could. But generally speaking, they always stayed away from humans. Forcibly, when they arrived on a planet that had a large population, they would keep themselves to themselves. They'd isolate themselves in their massive burrows and wait for a while. Within months, usually before a real army reinforcements would reach the planet, the Crows would simply have disappeared, using whatever mysterious modus of transportation to slip back into the world.
I wanna go kill geese. Fuck geese. My army is just not listening to my input. Hello? I said fucking charge. 5 times. You and your beans.
In this era of peace, maintaining a large military was becoming politically problematic, especially when it came to forces like the Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists maintained their vigil on terror against nothing had threatened terror or very,
Yeah, my army just didn't listen to a single fucking order at all. How hard is charge? I'm losing. I'm redoing this battle. I'm not losing an entire fucking battle because nothing listened to me.
Almost the entirety of the Imperial Fist chapter, all but a single company.
You need to eat refried beans, my friend.
That were honor-bound to stay on Terra under all circumstances, were dispatched to defeat the Chromes. 900 Adeptus Astartes, practically the entirety of the chapter, including the vast majority of its heavy support and armored vehicles, were dispatched to crush this minor Xenos.
No, they fucking stood there.
Was exactly
like, actually, I'm fighting fucking 900 guys. I have 2,500. I should just blood them with numbers. That is a gross overestimation of what strategy is, but...
Take dozens of the little bastards to bring down a single Adeptus Astartes, and that is if the giant space marine in golden plate armed with the most devastating weapons in the Imperium decided for some reason not to fight back, which, as you can imagine, was somewhat unlikely. The one advantage the Chromes possessed was that of sheer numbers. There were billions of them. I grow stronger! And so the Space Marines were, likely, outnumbered. But seeing as the Chromes had virtually no way in hell of actually hurting an Adeptus Astartes warrior, their numbers didn't help much, and it appeared to be a simple question of time until the Imperial Fist had crushed the entire Chrome race between their golden boots. Even the appearance of specialized warrior forms, so far unseen amongst the Chromes, much bigger, much stronger, hell of a lot faster, and armed with considerably bigger claws, these warrior forms were the Chromes' answer to the Adeptus Astartes. Unfortunately for the Chromes, however, they fell far short of the mark, and while one of the Chromes' warrior forms possessed a considerably greater threat in Adeptus Astartes, even going...
That's also a gross underestimation of history.
One of the Emperor's chosen, they were too little and far too late. best case scenario, they delayed the inevitable Imperial victory by a few hours. However, as previously mentioned, the Chromes were a pacifist species. As such, it was somewhat disconcerting that an Imperial victory was even needed. Members of the Adeptus Mechanicum, specifically the Adeptus Biologus, were sent with the Imperial Fist and the Imperial Guard elements to try and figure out why the Chromes were acting so remarkably out of character. And speaking of the glorious Imperial Fist, we also learn about something quite special about them. Apparently, they are all given wall names. These names are, as a rule apparently, remarkably cringy. Autobot names like Firefight or Deadshot. I do believe there is literally an Autobot named Firefight, by the way, so bear that in mind. Silly kids' playground names notwithstanding, however, the Imperial Fists did not appear to have any troubles with the Chromes, despite their somewhat unusual behavior. But let's look a little bit about why the Imperial Fists were there in the first place. As mentioned previously, it was becoming politically problematic to maintain an army like the Imperial Fists purely to maintain terror. Now, in these days, after the Horus Heresy and the breaking of the Legions, the Imperium was now ruled by a council of 12 High Lords, and a gathering of lesser ones who, in all due reality, had very little actual influence on matters. Back in the day, the High Lords not only consisted of the 12 High Lord, but a quorum, a council of sorts with hundreds of lesser dignitaries. And this large gathering of bodies voted
Okay, let's see if this is better.
Important of subjects. It was a very well-respected and efficient, by the standards of massive galactic spanning government anyways, body. There's a new I-12, however, well, here's the problem. Back when the High Lords consisted of I-12 as a primary ruling body, and then several hundreds of lesser dignitaries, there was a certain element of productive chaos, I should say. It was impossible for any one of the High Lords to really start seeking out his own personal power at the expense of the others, because there were hundreds of others. The High Lords would of course vary in their stature within the council, certainly, as sometimes one of them would have more political power than the other, but if one of the High Lords found himself outflanked by the other High Lords, he could make up for that by appealing to the large majority.
I'm just gonna fucking do it the grindy slow way.
Were greatly diminished. This system, however, had fallen out of favor precisely because of that fact. The High Lords wanted more power. As such, they sought to limit these discussions to only the highest level. This meant two things. The power of each individual High Lord was massively increased, and two, it meant that now only 12 people were expected to deal with every single piece of business in the period. This was a job that was previously done by hundreds of people. Most of the legislative nonsense would be passed on before they actually got to the High Lords, whereas now they were micromanaging everything. This led to massive workloads, which often meant that pieces of legislation...
This is a much, much better battle.
The rates of guard regiments would simply just get pushed further and further and further and further down the pile, while the High Lords tried to elevate their own business. For example, there was a wonderful example of Warhammer in this book, where a piece of legislation ordering the building of new Imperial Navy cruisers was given to one of the High Lords on the planet. Now, this planet delivered the cruisers at a greater expense and at a lower quality than their competitors. However, because the planet in question was the previous seat of government of a High Lord, he essentially gave this as a favor to his own planet. In other words, the High Lords, essentially to incur favor with this particular High Lord, had passed a bill that was actively detrimental to the Imperium. In short, the highest governing body within the Imperium had become almost entirely occupied with its own self-aggrandizement, rather than the end.
Okay, we're gonna fucking just charge this cunt right here.
We are also introduced to the High Lord of the Officio Assassinaro in this book, and he is
And I'm gonna fuck her in the mouth.
And I think I like him so much because he reminds me a lot of Inquisitor Monster in the first Law series, which is one of my favorite characters in fantasy ever. So I'm very, very fond of High Lord of the Official. Such, I am extremely pleased to tell you that most of the information we get about the High Lords is delivered through the High Lord of the Official. Back in the day, the Officio Assassinatum had one of the constant seats at the tail of the 12. However, they had been pushed out by the Inquisition. Two new organizations have been added to the High Lords since the Hortense, that of the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition. And while the High Lord of the Officio certainly agreed that the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy deserved spots on the table, he was of the opinion that the High Lords should simply have been expanded to a team rather than see the previous two occupants be pushed down to a lower rank members. But again, the High Lords
I'm doing a lot better this time. A whole lot better.
such an expansion of the High Lords is not something that they would want to see. Speaking of power, currently the High Lord wielding by far the greatest amount of influence and political power is Lansor, the High Lord of the Imperial Navy. Because without the Imperial Navy, the rest of the Imperium was, well, indeed, defeated. Indeed, it has gotten so
Can you stop fucking running away?
the High Lord of the High Lords, the guy who's supposed to keep the other High Lords in check and make sure that they're all efficiency compared to the Imperium, the High Lord Gilliman had essentially lost all of his human political power to the other lords. He was essentially a figurehead. And it is important to note now that I am not talking, of course, about the Primarch Gilliman. I'm pretty sure that any of the High Lords would not have a shit of glass balls to stand up to him. I'm speaking of a ceremonial title known as Lord Gilliman, which represents the technical position of the Primarch of the Ultramarines at the table of the High Lord. A position previously held by and then, this nest, the Primarch Gilliman. The Lord of the Officio explains as much. In his eyes, the High 12 have become a highly inefficient organization. The High Lords themselves mostly occupied with their own gains rather than the Imperium. And while you might think that the High Lords of Assassins would have a pretty simple solution to the problem, it was not his place to deal with the High Lords. At the very least, he was not worth it. For the Officio to actually put into action, the High Lords would have to vote on it. Back in the day, the Officio itself had a word on who was to get assassinated, but currently, the High Lords, without the Officio having any say in the matter, would be the ones dictating who gets killed. And despite the fact that the High Lords were in all due effect about holding the flesh, many of the High Lords outright feared the Master of Assassins, and in many ways tried to alienate him from proceedings because he was the Master of fucking Assassins. You don't want to make an enemy of him, but at the same time, you don't want to trust your back to him. Somewhat ironically, the only High Lord that the Officio currently had a relatively good relationship with was the Inquisition, the very organization that had supplanted the Officio from the High 12. And this is also the point
Oh! Fucking finally. Can this cunt stop running away? You know what? Fuck him. Let's just charge their last bastion of units. That's what happens when you send elves against the Rat Ogre. Look at this beast! Look at him! He's huge! He's huge.
The Inquisition has secret information that leads them to believe that the fleet would be under threat. Now that they've lost communication, it would appear as if they might be right. As such, the High
And they broke. That was like 4 dragons and like 3 fucking melee specialists. That was a pain in the ass.
Lansung, the High Lord of the Imperial Navy, forcing him to send forces to aid the Imperial defense. The plan didn't quite work out as it was expected, however. The original plan was to paint Lansung into a corner, forcing him to send the Imperial Navy assistance to the Imperial Fists, allowing him to grandstand, saying that, oh, the Imperial Navy will come to the aid of the mighty Astartes, and then he'd bring along some Imperial army elements to help back up the invasion fleet. Fairly minor stuff. Instead, Lansung took the opportunity to grandstand one step further. He suggested that the remaining War Brothers, the single company of the Imperial Fists not allowed to leave Terra, would be dispatched to aid their brothers. The Imperial Fists themselves had, leapt at the idea, would perhaps be the best way of describing it. Being stuck on Terra, many of the brothers were desperate for any action whatsoever, even if it meant breaking their oaths to stay on Terra. Honestly, I think this is a little bit of a leap of logic on the part of the novels, because I'm thinking the Adeptus Astartes, no matter how thirsty for glory they might be, their oaths to defend Terra would almost certainly trump any order coming from the High Lords. But anyways, this allows Lansung to grandstand, because now he's essentially ordering the Imperial Fists into battle, power that virtually no one else in the Imperium has. But it leaves the Inquisition and the Officio somewhat worried, because without the Imperial Fists, Terra is not particularly well defended, not to mention that this would mean that the entirety of the Imperial Fist chapter would be engaged in one single conflict, which comes with the inevitable risk of the entirety of the chapter getting wiped out. While that is most certainly a fairly unlikely circumstance, it is a possibility. But then again, the odds of an entire chapter getting wiped out are astronomical. And it's not like the High Lord of the Officio or the Inquisition have any
well, at least I fucking won that.
commanding Lansung's orders at this point, and so they simply had to see them sail away. Hopefully, they would arrive in one piece and be able to save their brethren. If not, well, shit. And speaking of, well, shit, let us return to Adamantua. At this point, the Imperial Fists had pushed deep into the Chrome's hive structures, and it was only a question of time until the invasion force was wiped out. However, before this could happen, the Imperial Navy and Adeptus Astartes fleet elements in high anchor above the planet began registering strange gravitic phenomena. At first, the disturbances were thought to be some manner of error in the fleet's logistical sensors and their auspexes. However, this error soon became deadly as the fleet around the planet were dragged into a gravitic storm. Entire ships were annihilated in mere seconds as gravitic distortions manifested
rebellion in my province.
Whatever. Reality on their heads, tearing apart plasma chambers, opening weapons chambers into the void, destroying the bridges of starships, and tearing apart the hull of gargantuan war fleets.
I order scurry move!
In mere moments, the entirety of the Imperial fleets stationed above the planet of Adamantua was virtually destroyed. When the reinforcement fleet arrived, they found
I wonder what I'm gonna do to these. I'm totally not at war with them. Yeah, I'm at war.
Fucked up might be the best way of describing it. The planet was virtually unrecognizable.
Cain will be sated!
They could barely see the planet through a massive debris field of dead Imperial ships.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking expensive.
Combine all of that with the fallout from the various plasma reactors that had exploded when their ships were destroyed, it was almost impossible for Imperial sensors
Get going!
What is Quark?
Anything.
Oh.
The Imperials did
okay, fair enough.
get a bit of a lucky break. One of the many ghost returns showing up on Imperial sensors turned out to not be a ghost at all. It was a ship. The last surviving ship of the fleet. Namely, the Anculon. The Anculon was one of the first ships to be hit by the gravitic distortion. It had hit in its engine compartment, which had almost crippled the ship and forced it to move out of high anchor. This had in fact saved it, because when the main gravitic distortions arrived, the Anculons were outside of the main wrath of the gravitic storm. Still, the ship was crippled.
Okay.
Beyond crippled, in fact, the ship was, in all due reality, dead. Its contingent of Imperial fists, which had been holding back in reserves, had been deployed before the ship was, shall we say, compromised. The incident with the engine had, over the long periods between gravitic storms and the arrival of the fleet, lethally irradiated the entire crew. They were, in all due reality, dead men walking. However, the Anculon could still provide vital data to the reinforcement fleet. Amongst other things, they sent news of Adamantua's new moon, an object hanging above the planet where no objects should exist. And surprisingly enough, Imperial Auspex insisted it was not an object at all, as it was not corporeal. In fact, they likened it to the effect of a spaceship exiting the warp. The Anculon also sent over data detailing the gravity disturbances that had happened before the main storm had arrived. There were many theories going around at the moment, but the primary one, having been developed by a Magos biologist of the planet, was that it was some form of communication. Now, you might be wondering, how the fuck can a gravitic storm powerful enough to rip apart spaceships be communication? Well, that's a pretty damn good question. Again, the reigning theory was that it was created by some sort of hyper-advanced species who used gravity manipulation for all kinds of stuff, including communication. Seems somewhat counterproductive, but hey, the idea that it was a hyper-advanced race was due to the simple fact that they could control fucking gravity to the point where they could terraform and affect entire planets, something that even the Imperium was entirely incapable of. Well, the Imperium does possess basic terraforming technology, but it takes place over the course of hundreds of years. Nothing like this would could turn an entire planet into a gravity-ridden hellhole in hours. The question then remained, who the fuck was doing this?
Okay.
The original thesis that it was somehow the Chromes trying to communicate or some new weapon of theirs seems somewhat unlikely considering the sheer magnitude of the achievement.
Perfect.
The Buds had virtually nothing in the ways of technology, and as such it would have seemed somewhat unlikely that they'd stumbled upon gravity manipulation by some accident. Another more plausible theory that also included the Chromes was that the massive apparent warp hole above the planet had some sort of effect on it. Obviously, the suspicion fell upon Chaos because, you know, they tend to do shit like this, but it didn't really seem like a Chaos attack. It seemed like a natural phenomenon rather than a quote-unquote magical phenomenon. Furthermore, the idea was that the Chromes traveled from planet to planet through the warp in some way of almost tunneling. I was unsure how that happened.
Perfect.
Explain how the fuck the Chromes would travel through the warp.
This army is getting fucking hammered, but I should be able to hold it.
But it would appear as if the Chromes lived inside of tunnels in the warp. It is possible that this referred to the Eldar webway, although there is no real solid indication of such other than the description.
Where the fuck is Queek? Tretch. Tired. Why are you tired, Tretch? Haven't done anything. Go fight!
Was because they were being forced out of their living space. The Magos biologists likened them to rats, and brought quite an example of rats in a cellar in the Imperial archives. Servitors had been sent down with flamers to drive them out, and once the rats figured out that flames are indeed hot, they swarmed out in their thousands, overwhelmed the servitors, shredding several. Basically, the idea was that the Chromes were panicking, and therefore they went on a bit of a stampede. The precise why is we have to wait, however. 9/10 of the Imperial Fist chapter was stuck on that goddamn planet, and the force had come to drag their golden asses out of it. As such, what remained of the Imperial Fists was sent down to the surface to look for their missing brothers. It's still particularly bad.
Hey, Ratatasker!
Turns out that planet
Take it in.
field of gravity which constantly changes, thereby randomly ripping your engines like a fucking cockpit, was apparently a bad idea. Surprise.
You're munching on stuff.
Luckily, Adept Astartes are pretty damn robust, and they survived the rather rough landing through almost several
brave and
guard
tail.
a heavily
Slay
damaged
no
pilot,
man.
a very
Kill the
augmented pilot. This will be important in a bit, trust me. And now that they were down on the planet, they immediately began trying to find their friends, which they did eventually succeed with. Elements of the Imperial Fists were still fighting on the planet.
What are you, a rabbit? Only rabbits eat couscous, even though it's technically pasta. Fuck off.
Simply attacked anything that moved on the surface. As such, the Imperial Fists had burrowed down into the Clones' old tunnels. Chapter Master of this had been killed in one of the early engagements of the war. Apparently, he had some problems with his temper, and when he had his entire fleet destroyed and got trapped on his planet, and it looked very much so like he was responsible for the death of 900 Imperial Fists, well, let's just say that he was a good kissing on it, and he just ran screaming at the Crows. While the Crows might not be the most effective of fighters, he was still fun. The Fists already there, they're quite surprised to see their brethren here, because now that meant the entire chapter was stuck on this goddamn hellhole, which is not a very good thing, because they still had no way to actually get off the planet. On the plus side, the heavily damaged flight servitor would turn out to be very, very useful. The Magos biologists on the planet had somehow survived under the protection of the Imperial Fist Legionary Slaughter. The Magos was the one who originally came up with the idea that the Clones might be fleeing away from something, and that the gravitic distortion was some form of message. However, he had been incapable of actually translating the message without a medium to pass it through. He was not as highly augmented as many of his brethren, and so unfortunately he couldn't simply just plug himself into his various machines. He had to have a cortex he could plug into and cast the
Apparently ass is spicy.
Ray, try and figure out exactly what he's saying. Sounds not like scientific mumbo jumbo to me, but then again, I put up
We're gonna shoot down a dragon with a catapult.
Star Trek for like 10 years, so I guess I can give 40k the benefit of the random scientific
Yes!
itself, it was the message that was
Slay
the
enemy
The
foes.
message was not one of peace, love, and equality, and respect for all. It was apparently lots and lots and lots of fucking orcs. The hole in the sky above the planet Mantua, the thing that Imperial sensors kept insisting was some form of warp gate, eventually spewed out a massive moon. Except it wasn't just a dead rock. This appeared to be a moon occupied by orcs. Orcs had, as they like to do, strapped a fuck tons of things to it, including giant cannons, missiles, and a massive gravity weapon capable of firing rocks all from the planet below by some kind of gravity manipulation nonsense directly at the Imperial fleet, who now found itself embattled not only by this gargantuan fuck-off space
Can you fucking break already? Holy shit!
by dozens upon dozens of ships, cruiser-sized vessels that issued forth from the attack. This, to put it simply, was not what the Imperial Navy had expected. The Navy had been sent along with one or two Astartes ships, a couple of capitals, and some cruisers. They were not in any way equipped to deal with something like this fucking nonsense. And to make matters considerably worse, these were not the average orcs. These orcs were very, very emphasized teleportation technology of a hitherto unknown quantity and quality. They were able to drop hundreds
No, fucking get into that fight. Holy shit, follow orders. I find it weird that as soon as I start streaming, my AI shit the bed. The game controls are still ass, but the mouse controls are quite nice. I'll give Capcom that. They did a good job with the mouse controls. Too bad everything else, including the menus and the navigation and the movement and everything else is still dildos. But they did make the mouse controls fucking sweet. And that, like, I'm not saying that to be, like, a douche. I'm actually saying they did a good job.
These orcs were not only equipped and armed to the standards of space orcs, they were even bigger than the Astartes. According to the Fists themselves, these were the largest orcs they had ever seen or fought. In fact, they were right into the brutes that were defeated at Ulm. The fight did not go well for the Imperium. It went about as bad as it could possibly actually go, in fact. The fleet was practically wiped out. Few of the ships managed to escape and bring tidings back to the Imperium, fairly fucking grenades. And as for the troops left on the planet, yeah, that didn't go.
It runs well on my machine, is not an argument.
So, let's talk about the orcs themselves, because this is the interesting part. Actually, I had this theory long before Games Workshop came up with it, so I'm actually really happy that they have confirmed my ideas. Because this seems once again to hint at rather strongly that
It's
creations of
also still not as fun as I thought it would be. There's like, they're not epic fights, you know what I mean? It's the great big monster that I had to stab a million times. The only one that I found interesting was the Rathalos. Rathian, not Rathalos. Rathalos was fucking dildos. Which one spat fire? That one was fun. The other one was not.
The more powerful they get, the more of their latent powers, shall we say, they unlock. A million orcs might be able to figure out how to
no, one of the most common arguments in PC gaming as a whole is, it runs well on my machine, that means there's no bugs at all. I was making a comparison to that argument, sorry. Kind of like no true Scotsman fallacy is used as an example for why you don't use that fallacy. Yeah, yeah, like that.
They're certainly not the Horus Heresy, but there's nothing particularly wrong with them. Most of the people who really don't like the books is because of their takes on the orcs are not very orky. But as I mentioned, I actually think this makes
everyone's complaining that there's not a lot of monsters.
And it'll be interesting to see how they continue with this in the following books in The Beast Arises. I will be doing an episode like this.
The controls.
So there will be several
they still suck.
This coming up. And we are almost finished with the first book. The last interesting part mentions
the way you navigate menus is still an abortion upon PC gaming.
And they decided to institute their own victory. They had lost faith in the Officio, and the Officio had lost faith in them. The Inquisition had refused to tell the Officio of why they were so worried about the forces. And now that the proverbial shit had hit the fan at supersonic speeds, the Officio was
no.
Figuring out
well, you've always been able to change them. It's just the problem that they're not separated on the code level, so it doesn't matter. So you'll still accidentally put away your fucking weapon and get fucking nuked.
One of the many reasons why I absolutely goddamn love that little bastard. He's a fantastic individual. Anyways, the Inquisition did not want to share its sources with the higher Officio. As you might guess, this pissed him off just a little bit, and he began instituting his own countermeasures. The Inquisition warned the Officio against this, saying that any action on their part might tip the fragile balance. As far as the Officio was concerned, however, they were not particularly keen on seeing the Inquisition's plans come to fruition, considering how badly they'd fucked up the original idea. Now, what happens next is a little bit unclear. Apparently, the Inquisition put out an assassination order within their own organization upon an Adeptus Arbites agent. It is worded as if it was some sort of punitive measure either against the Officio or against the Adeptus Arbites. It's not entirely clear what happened. What is clear, however, is that the High Inquisitor...
Oh, I made a mistake.
Done. He followed his target down into the lower spires and ambushed him, leaping out of the shadows, fouling the man onto the ground, and snapping his neck in one fluid motion. Or at least that is what the Inquisitorial agent did to the whole
We will be
now wearing
avenged.
the Arbites coat. The last words the agent ever heard was a silent voice from behind him. Not bad. The agent's corpse was discovered a few hours later, although identifying it took a while because, well, the corpse was headless, and there wasn't a whole lot left of him to identify. And that has been the lore breakdown of sorts of Book 1 in the Beast Arises series. As previously mentioned,
I guess I was expecting Shadow of the Colossus, and I got
format
Monster Hunter.
for these kinds of videos when it comes to the Horus Heresy.
Without knowing what Monster Hunter was. You know what I mean? When I was expecting one and I got the other, I guess I was disappointed. It's not...
I'm not yet entirely sure whether or not
I don't know. The fact that they literally show no damage on the monsters whatsoever
very much for listening, and I hope to see you all again.
really takes away the I'm fighting a giant monster thing, you know, like where you slowly chip away at it. It's, you know, it's fucked up. Like, sure, it does the little runny, the limpy thing away. Like, that's cool. That you know it's fucked at that point, but up until that point, what's his health bar? Who knows? You know what I mean? Having to learn is not as simple as, I've stabbed it a good 100 times. There's blood everywhere. It might be low health. Know what I mean? Like, I don't want a health bar. That would take away from the game. But a visual indicator other than the damage that you do. That'd be nice. Like, bloody. Or limping. When you break its leg. Man, Rice Krispies are fucking so good. The parts you hit break, yes, but only the tail breaks off. You can't fucking knock off a leg. Men are not lazy. Inherently. The hardest working people I have ever met were all men.
Yes, yes.
That dragon is fucked. I'm gonna cut the head off the snake. The problem is that don't work harder than your job entails. People take to heart. Rule 1 of don't work harder than your job entails is do your job. If you're not doing your job, you're not doing your job, and you should be fired. Like I always say, don't work harder than your pay. But that does not mean don't do your job. If you don't do your job, I hate you, and you should die in a fire. Well, that is to be human. Thinking people are completely altruistic for the sake of altruism is, quite frankly, just... unaware of how the world works, quite frankly. Like, not to be completely rude, but no one is altruistic for altruism's sake. No one. It's not that I get shit done, it's why should I do this for you for nothing in return? Human greed. No. Pure altruism does not exist. Because... hang on. No, I don't want a fucking stupid animation video. Just fucking tell me the fucking... oh, you piece of shit. Sustenance, shelter. What the fuck? Who the fuck wrote this gay-ass garbage? Maslow's hierarchy. Yeah, go look up Maslow's hierarchy. You'll see why people are the way they are.
Steal, then we go. I grow stronger.
Here's a hint, they're workers. Intelligence isn't what they're paid to do, it's not what they're good at. They may have intelligence, but they don't use it for a living. That's why they're workers. That's what workers do. They work. I'm not even gonna go that far. I'm just gonna go, it's simply, workers work. Thinkers think. When you have a thinker working, you're wasting what they do. When I did construction, you better believe it was not what I'm good at. Well, if you don't like it, be a lesbian. Find something that thinks similar to you. I'm not saying that to be a dick, but if you don't like the inherent differences between men and women, then go for something that's less different. No, like that's why I was saying that, not to just be, well, you don't like men, go fucking find a vagina. It's, if you cannot be happy with the genetic, ingrained, built-in differences between the two sexes, find something that you're, find one of those Twinkie faggot fucks, or... You can't have your cake and eat it too. Sometimes you have to settle for character flaws, because people are inherently flawed. Not saying settle for human garbage that beats their wife, but you get where I'm going with this.
I am Cain's instrument.
All tales are mine.
Like, people are flawed. You will not find a perfect person. No. No. That's not 1 + 2 = 3. 3 is because 3 derivates to 1 + 2 in this case. Oh, in that case. I'm asexual, therefore I don't like. Not, there. I don't like, therefore. Yeah, you know where I'm going with that. I'm fighting this. I know I'm gonna lose, but I have 6 things to spawn in, so we're gonna do it. Welcome to family. You love them when you leave. And by that I mean you love them more, you tolerate more, you appreciate them more when you're not living with them. Huh, what happened to my video?
Salutations, friends, and welcome back to the second raw breakdown for the Beast Arises series. Last time we left the Imperial fencing on adventure, and had encountered some orcs. And not just any type of orcs, these were rather special orcs. They were far bigger and apparently considerably brighter than the usual green-skinned rabble the Imperial Guard was fighting in the outer reaches of the Imperium. Oh, and of course there's the small matter of the fucking moon they managed to teleport into orbit. Their newfound technological powers...
Amazing that people who are paid to be attractive are attractive.
Orcs, which was represented quite handily by the water world of Undi. The planet was almost entirely covered in water, with only a handful of imperial hive cities reaching out above the waves. The overwhelming majority of the population lived on ramshackle expect that Orcs with their newfound wisdom would recognize this, and therefore not drop directly into the fucking sea, but no, they are still
A chode. It's spelled slightly different for us. C-H-O-D-E.
Directly into the goddamn ocean. Granted, the sheer badassery of these new orcs protected.
A chode is a penis that's wider than it is long.
At least a fair few of them who simply just wandered out of the ocean and onto the hive cities, but still, the fact that the orcs were more than willing to simply just dump their troops directly into a goddamn planet-spanning ocean is a pretty good indication that they might have gotten smarter, their technology might have gotten better, and their strategy has certainly evolved, but they're still orcs. Despite these somewhat
That is not fair.
the Navy. In fact, it would appear that they hadn't the faintest fucking clue that the planet they were attacking...
Wow, these guys I just spawned are reamed. Fucking reamed.
Especially with the Orcs' new weapon, the so-called attack movement. Now, firstly, and most obviously, they are gargantuan carrier units, storing larger, small
I'm gonna try and take out these before they do any real damage. Wow.
Dumping something that big into near orbit of a planet. Massive natural, or well, in this case unnatural disasters like huge earthquakes and gargantuan typhoons would sweep almost the entire planet's surface. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that more people are likely to die from that than they are to die from the orcs. Not that the orcs won't be trying, mind you, just that the natural disasters will probably get to the people quicker. And of course, let us not neglect the psychological effect upon a planet's population when a
just color a dumb cunt.
armored space moon looking like an orc face suddenly pops into near orbit and starts to tear the planet apart with gravitic weaponry and tectonic activity, and then starts dropping millions upon millions of angry greenskins on top of it.
Well, that sucked. I was expecting to get something out of that fight, because I had 6 guys to spawn, but
they're fucking orcs.
As soon as that one unit broke, they all broke. You will feel like a third wheel in most cases. That's why you never go hang out with friends with their boyfriend. Simple. You are being asked to be a third wheel. Oh, where did you come from? Where did you go? Fucking Cotton Eye Joe over here is gonna kick my ass.
Even the vaguest hope of moving this thing, and without the Geller field, I mean, the orcs might have a lot of fun with the demons, but there are limits to what even the orcs can handle. And there is no mention so far of a Geller field. There is a mention of a warp effect, as it did create a warp gate, which also doesn't really fit in with how normal webway technology works.
Like, I don't. As soon as I'm asked to hang out with someone that is not the person I'm supposed to hang out with exceptions. For example, Trevor and Michelle. Michelle is Trevor's spouse. I will gladly hang out with them because I don't feel like a third wheel with them. Because I'm going to hang out with Trevor and Michelle. They're both my close friends. Just because they're banging all the time doesn't mean you know where I'm going with this. Versus, alright, he got his ass kicked in that last fight. Fuck, I'm gonna lose a good general in this fight. That's unfortunate.
occupied by the Fist Exemplars, and their grounded fortress monastery.
Is Michelle black? God, no.
This massive fortress monster was supposed to be a space thing.
She's extremely white.
Damn cute. It is
With big
not
titties.
simple, though, still only like a
And really
third
skinny.
of even smaller attack points, but
Great.
a significant countering boom and bam. However, during a temporary move of the space force,
And they are great.
warp anomaly that the Fist Exemplars had been created.
Who the fuck is blowing up my phone?
It anomalized and did something that nobody expected. The blast of ethereal energy that escaped from the warp pushed the
This will actually make it better for me, because if I can fight in here, these things can't charge. I have to stay in the forests.
fortress monster
They can't be able to see the forest through the trees on these ones. Fortunately, I can't see shit in these forests.
is even intact after that. Shows how masterfully the Fist's Exemplar actually handled the situation and speaks volumes of what an absolute badass the captain of that thing was. However, it was now a space monastery.
Sweet, Jake's gonna play fucking Warhammer with me. Aw, yeah.
Now, granted,
Okay, so first things first, we take out the catapults. If I can kill these things outright.
effects. Granted, what defense weaponry on a space monastery is still tightly purple weaponry on the ground, but it would probably inflict far more damage on the adorable or easily.
I can't take out
It sounds like it was going to be lifting up
fucking any of that.
with what they would give. And that's why their imperial fists. The Exemplars also made the mistake of underestimating the green skin. Once the orcs landed upon their planet, the Fist Exemplars assumed that they would be using their massive landing fortresses, their works, as bases of operation from which to launch further offensives. As such, they mobilized practically everything in the close company and everything that revolved the fortress's armory, and rushed out to meet the enemy in an armed spirit. The plan was to destroy the works, therefore denying the enemy to the planet via the teleporters that already exist on such works. Unfortunately, the Fist Exemplar, there were a hell of a lot more orcs and a hell of a lot more works. What the Fist Exemplar got to the entire invasion was merely the
I should have held back.
the Exemplar's armed columns were caught outside with
No, everyone has value. Some value is very slim. Some people have no value, but everyone has value. Depends on who values them. Fucking Christ. I'm extremely cold right now.
Despite several hundred battle brothers standing in front of its ramparts, hammering
This battle's a fucking shit show.
forced their way onto the battlements through sheer
I'll be
force
right back.
of numbers until the fortress monastery's guns were no longer capable of firing upon the enemy for fear of hitting their Adaptus Astartes brethren. And due to the intensity of the combat, there was no way that their forces on the battlements could be resupplied effectively, which essentially meant that each battle brother was reduced to whatever ammunition he had at hand before he had to resort to his close quarters weapons to defeat a bajillion orcs. To put it bluntly, things did not look particularly rosy for the Fist Exemplars. However, a bright young captain put in charge of the defenses had a, well, insane idea. He ordered the fortress monastery's massive engines to be fired once more. Now, at this point, the gargantuan engines were buried in the soil of the planet. They were literally covered by hundreds of tons of sand. And as you can probably imagine, firing engines designed to push a structure weighing several 100,000 tons through space directly into the ground is going to have some uncomfortable side effects. It was, however, one of these side effects that was going to save the Fist's exemplar. The space monastery began to incline. The Adeptus Astartes could simply maglock their boots to the hull of the starship, but the Orcs had no such luxury and began sliding off the hull, giving the Astartes a considerable advantage, seeing as their enemies were now sprawled in all four, while the Astartes were still standing upright, wielding bolt weapons. It gave the Astartes the time and the advantage they needed to clear the rampart without further Orc reinforcements being able to force their way onto the walls, and give them enough time to resupply and re-engage the Orcs at random, a punishing barrage of bolter fire, and it also gave them enough space between themselves and the enemy to re-engage the fortress monastery's defensive weapons. And while, to be sure, it was a temporary measure, the Fist Exemplars had killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Orcs, but they were millions more in orbit. However, it did buy them just enough time for dawn to finally arrive. So far, the Fist's Exemplar and the Orcs have been fighting at night, and when dawn finally rose on the embattled planet of Idolica, it brought with it the sunrise, and the local star which Idolica orbited was not of the general horizon. The planet's surface was blasted with extreme heat and solar radiation to the point where even the Orc's enhanced physiology could not stand up to it. While an Orc, like the ones in these stories, is capable of surviving being set on fire by a flamer, because it simply just doesn't have any goddamn fucking pain receptors left, that was not a problem when it came to the star of Idolica. Because it did not set them on fire, it simply incinerated them. The Orcs might not be able to feel it, but that didn't matter much when they were reduced to a fine black pulvery mist.
Oh, right, I've moved my fucking dick off in here.
The planet of Idolica would once again turn its back to the sun.
Okay, I've got to find another sock. If I have another sock, I'll be warm.
And this time, the trick with tilting the fortress monastery was not going to be an option. Firing engines of that scale directly into the ground upon which the fortress rested was not the gentlest of ideas. And with the additional damage the fortress monastery originally took when it fell out of the goddamn sky, it was not...
Okay, so I was gonna redo that battle because it was a shit show, and I don't want a shit show. I want a nice, organized
And of course, there was the
battle.
matter of the
I am saves coming. I don't give a shit.
armored spearhead that was stuck outside. It was assumed that the Adeptus Astartes would have gone to ground in the extensive tunnel systems crisscrossing the planet to protect themselves from the fierce heat of the Idolican day. As such, they were likely to still be alive, plus Adeptus Astartes' power armor was capable of standing up to the radiation of its sun for a considerable amount of time. A Space Marine could expect to stay alive for several hours without real wounds. Not enough
you're
to
back again.
survive a full day unprotected, but more than enough to get themselves into some form of safety underground. Still, whatever protection that was offered by the Idolican sun would all go away once nightfall once again descended, and with night would come the Orcs. And the Fist Exemplar had barely held on for day 1. It was looking mighty grim for day 2. Luckily for the Exemplars, their brethren in the Black Templars had received their distress signal and had come to pick up their brethren. At first, the Fist Exemplar
Holy
and
fuck.
the new Chapter Master Thane, having been recently elevated after the death of the original Chapter Master when he led the armed spearhead to these Orcs, was originally hesitant to accept the Black Templars' requests to evacuate the Fist Exemplar, but, well, the situation was quite literally hopeless. It was far better for one horse like the Fist Exemplar to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Of all the degrees it could be, it is 4.
Just stand atop the fortress monastery, kill a few more million Orcs, and perish in the wars. The garrison of the fortress monastery, as well as the armored company that had been launched against the Orcs, were retrieved, were inevitable as the Black Templar's fleet were holding off the orcs and engaging the attack moon above the planet. But all in all, something along the lines of half a chapter, along with most of its remaining armor, was rescued from the planet. A considerable fighting force. But enough of the trials and tribulations of the poor Astartes. It's time once again for a bit of politics. It is revealed that the Inquisition got their information about the impending orc disaster through the Adeptus Mechanicus. Apparently, the Mechanicus had suspected this evolution of orc kind for quite some time and had even taken steps to prepare themselves against it. Part of that was to inform the Inquisition. However, they did not wish to reveal the full extent of the orc threat, because they assumed the orcs did not pose a direct threat to Mars. At the very least, not things. But it most certainly posed a direct threat to the Imperium. And the Imperium and Mars was still somewhat of a fractious alliance. Ever since the Horus Heresy, the Mechanicus and the Imperium had not been the best of friends, and the Mechanicus tended to look to their own good before that of the greater Imperium. And as such, it is not too strange that they would have chosen to keep this a secret, despite the appalling consequences. On the other hand, the Inquisition allowed themselves to be used in this way because they intended to cut out the fat from the High Lords of Terror. They, much like the Grand Master of the Officio, had seen the High Lords grow fat, worthless, and downright destructive to the Imperium. But they could not simply vote the High Lords out of power. They didn't have the political influence, and they most certainly could not get a vote of assassination from the High Lords. As you can probably expect, it's pretty damn hard to assassinate someone silently, quietly, and secretly when you first have to vote on that person's assassination right in fucking front of them. And so, as always, it was up to the Inquisition to find somewhat more...
Okay, I'm just making coffee because I'm actually freezing and I need it.
...bureaucracy. And unsurprisingly, the Inquisition considered pretty much anyone that wasn't Inquisition to be fat. In the midst of all of these preceding intrigues, the Officio Assassinarum was getting sick and tired of being sidelined. The Officio's Grand Master realized that they needed a voice on the council to get anything done. And the way things were going at the moment, they really needed to start getting things done. But since the Officio had no way of getting onto the council, they would need to persuade somebody already on the council to speak for them. Unfortunately, the High Lords tend to be somewhat narrow-minded, stubborn individuals, all except for one. The current High Ecclesiarch was a fat and indulgent bastard that cared very little for his priestly calling, except, of course, for the privileges and benefits such a position offered him. For example, he had a nasty habit of demanding some of the more attractive nuns join him for his nighttime prayer. On the upside, at least he isn't picking on the criminals. Previously, the High Ecclesiarch was pretty much just a tool of Lancer, the Imperial Navy, and the Lord Commander of the Crown. For the Officio to use him for their purposes would require something quite other than the political power they simply did not possess. And while they knew plenty about his less priestly habits, the Grand Master of the Officio was not convinced that good old-fashioned blackmail would be enough, or they're at least not that kind of blackmail. And so the Grand Master took it upon himself to infiltrate the fat priest's abode and add a little bit of extra spice to his wine. And by the way, while you might immediately think that this seems like a task somewhat beneath the Grand Master of the Officio, not to mention why the fuck would the Grand Master do this in the first place, there is actually a fairly good reason. Firstly, the Grand Master was known to the fat old priest. As such, his action would not expose any of his agents, and since the goal of the operation was to turn the High Ecclesiarch into a political puppet rather than simply killing him, the assassin would inevitably have to reveal himself to instruct the High Ecclesiarch on what it is exactly he was expected to do. Additionally, it does occasionally pay off to scare the life out of someone and then be able to see them on a day-to-day basis. It helps to keep people honest. The Grandmaster infiltrated rather effortlessly the high ecclesiarch chambers, posing as one of the ecclesiarch's favored servants, one of his most trusted little slaves, one of the few people allowed in the room during nightly prayers, because that is a somewhat sensitive issue. As such, the slave in question was granted the honor of removing the high ecclesiarch's garments, and specifically his priceless rings. This is important because one of the rings was a high-powered laser digi-weapon, and seeing as the pudgy priest literally just handed it to the Grand Master, that was not something he had to worry about. After that, it was a simple matter of revealing himself to the ecclesiarch and explaining to him exactly what he wanted done and the potentially lethal consequences. The Grand Master of the Officio explained to the High Ecclesiarch that he had put a particularly nasty poison in his evening wine. One that would not kill him immediately. In fact, it would take several days before the poison really began to work. And even when it began to work, it would take hours, maybe even days before death was finally assured, which gives the ecclesiarch all the time he needs to start doing the Officio's bidding, and also gives him pretty damn nice incentive to do it. And while, of course, there was the possibility that the Officio was simply bluffing, as the ecclesiarch himself pointed out, it wasn't a very likely. And you can bet your shiny little ass that the High Ecclesiarch was not about to risk his fat little life on the gamble that it wasn't. Furthermore, there was simply no way the High Ecclesiarch could take
Okay, I'm back.
and be expected to be taken seriously ever again. Not only was he a High Lord of Terror, which naturally means
Screaming.
that he was expected to have a
Oh, neighbor kids probably. I don't fucking.
but secondly, he was supposed to be protected by the Emperor.
Man, I wouldn't have had kids with my ex if you paid me. I would have happily pushed it on a flight of stairs.
Wandered into his chambers and took his weapon out of his outstretched fucking hands. His power would be somewhat.
Oh, the rats are screaming.
Bluntly. As such, the Grandmaster had committed the perfect crime because the victim simply could not tell anyone about it. There was, of course, the risk that he might call their bluff.
I'm not
though,
infertile.
bear in mind, he
Oh god.
wasn't a
I'm
bluff.
many things, but
The
not
Grandmaster
infertile.
really had poisoned the fat old fool, and there was also the possibility that he would be able to identify the poison and get a hold of the antidote. Fat and incompetent he may be, but he is still a High Lord of Terror, which comes with a rather considerable amount of political and economical clout. Nevertheless, the poison didn't have to work particularly long. The Officio needed a temporary puppet, not a permanent one, and besides, acquiring a permanent puppet upon the council would be virtually
Hang on a second, I just gotta send someone a resource for something.
the least of the council members. And besides, if they had gotten any of the
4chan.
other
Wait, no,
old
that's in my
stakeholders, there was the risk
downloads.
that they might find
Wait, no, I didn't
a
download
way
that, did
of
I?
dispatching the Officio. It's hell of a lot
Porn,
harder
porn, porn,
to,
porn, porn.
pressure the Grand Lord of the Navy commanding fucking battleships, or the Grand Lord of the High Lords himself. The
Sorry,
Lord
you know,
Crag
real life
commanding
priorities and shit.
armies. The High Ecclesiarch was the perfect blend of fat incompetence, usefulness, political power, and complete and utter impotence. Additionally, he could be counted on 100% to put his own self-preservation before any other concern, which is why the poison was such an effective means of leverage. And by the by, while all this was going on, the Officio Assassinarum was also busy creating and testing out various assassination scenarios against the High Lords, including the man currently in power, Lansung. In fact, we get to see, quote-unquote, or read about, to be specific, about one of these attempted assassination plans. It would take place at a gathering of Navy officers at the graduation ceremony for the best and the brightest of the naval
Official
corps,
games. Sorry, I have to just look this up for somebody.
thousands of officer cadets. During this event, the finest assassin of the Officio Assassinorum, one Esad Bayer, also known as Beast Cruel, would simply run straight down the processional, directly at the High Lord Lansung, leap onto the podium, and kill him with a single attack. And while this at first might seem insane, assassinate a guy at a gathering with thousands upon thousands of military personnel, you've got to remember, this was a ceremonial occasion, and weapons were not allowed in the presence of a High Lord. As such, the thousands upon thousands of naval people would be nothing but so much cover for the beast. They would not have any sort of weaponry, and the bodyguard of the High Lords, which were usually no more than 2 or 3 steps away from him, would not be allowed onto the main stage, which meant they would be a solid 30 to 50 meters away from their charge, giving a skilled assassin plenty of time to find an opening and to put down the fat admiral.
No, I would rather hang myself than deal with a screaming, disease-ridden fucking midget every day for 18 years.
Some information and or knowledge about the Officio Assassinorum,
That decides they're better than you halfway through. Oh no.
Of course, training compounds.
I would probably kill them.
It was suspected that
Quite literally, I would probably kill them.
had such knowledge, which was far from impossible considering he was a High Lord of Terror after all, that he might have put in place some form of contingency were he to be attacked by Officio personnel, which would order the Imperial Navy warships to bombard Officio.
I don't think you understand how much I hate things that challenge my authority. Children are that by definition.
Obviously, Officio was deemed too risky. Add to that, of course, the simple fact that the Grandmaster was not yet willing to take such drastic steps in his quest to rebalance the council. And now, we also get some really interesting information about the orcs, which in many ways confirms what I've already been theorizing for ages. Now, firstly, it is the nature of orc weaponry and vehicles. I have myself hypothesized on several occasions that the reason why orc weaponry and vehicles even function, despite the fact that they simply should not function, is because of the Wag energy. Because the psychic field, so to say, that orcs generate in large numbers. Essentially, they magic shit to work that otherwise simply shouldn't work. And this is shown here in a really simple experiment back on Ardamantium by the servants of the Mechanicus. A dead orc is located, and a broken orc weapon. Now, the weapon is irreversibly broken. It simply cannot function at this point. However, once the weapon is placed in the dead orc's hand, and power is fed to the weapon, it miraculously begins to function. And again, the only thing that was wrong with the weapon,
Can you fucking spread out?
the chain of the weapon was so irreversibly stuck that it could not be pulled loose. Yet, the moment it is put in the dead orc's hand, somehow the chain manages to loosen itself and starts revving up again. And equally,
Because I like firing ropey cum shots.
hand is completely severed from the orc by several blows of a sharp weapon. The weapon instantly ceases to function. The only conclusion to be had then is that the weapon was made to function by the orc itself, rather than the weapon simply just working on its own. It isn't simply the fact that the orcs know how to build crude yet effective weaponry, no. It is made to work by the orcs themselves and their connection to the world. Essentially, they are bending reality. And this effect apparently hangs around for quite a while after the orc is dead. This would seem to suggest that the orcs themselves generate a sort of warp field of sorts. Essentially, the orc is a walking warp rift. Now, obviously, it's not something so dramatic as a proper rift in the warp, which lets demons flow out of it, but it would appear as if they are generating a field that actively weakens the barriers between the immaterium and the real world, which makes it easier for them to, work their orky-borky magic upon items, to put it bluntly. Therefore, it also seems logical to assume that the more orcs there are, the stronger this effect is. For example, if there's just one orc, maybe they wouldn't have gotten the weapon to work. But if there were 2 orcs, maybe the weapon works then. Or perhaps it has something to do with the physical size of the orc. Perhaps the bigger the orc gets, the more powerful it is.
Can Malekith not be sitting in my fucking backline? You'd like that too much. Princess would like that too much. Then you're gonna die alone. That's kind of the whole point of sex, is to fire fucking bits of DNA at each other. If you're okay with that, please press 1. Like, not taking a facial is one thing. You know, a lot of girls that don't like that. It's icky. Why is this entire army routing? No, he's alive. He's actually alive. Why are you all routing? No, you will not like it. I'm willing to put money on that. I'll mail you some if I have to. Just to see the look on your face.
And had eventually decrypted the orcs' communication, quote, that was causing the gravitic disturbances. The fists were in a critical state and near death, but kept alive in suspended animation. A feature of their Astartes biology, they were cocooned the Astarte's body is
My game just
trying to
crashed.
delay the moment of death, hoping that somebody can come around and, stop them from dying. Unfortunately for the fists, however, the Adeptus Mechanicus...
Hey baby, we're talking about mailing cum shots to Princess. Just see the look on her face when she drinks it.
Here's the thing. Back on Terra, there might still be experts in Astartes biology. They might even be able to come across a chapter apothecary, which often do go to Terra on pilgrimages. It's a bit of a long shot, but it would certainly be better. But
Bonesy, answer the call. I miss you. Baby, hi.
Foremost, the Mechanicus
Wait,
was
there we go. Baby, hi.
Is there a particular reason why you called me?
Because I want your attention?
If they did
Oh.
know, and they brought back 3 almost dead
Oh, is this not an acceptable reason anymore?
No, it's fine.
Fucking Todd Howard.
doing there, and
My game crashed and suddenly Todd Howard. He's like, why are you not playing Skyrim, Jake? Huh?
You don't really want to be broadcasting that the
Wait,
Spirit, I
but
hear
yeah,
your game, I still see your
chapter has been
wallpaper.
wiped out by goddamn
Is that?
orcs.
I hear
It's
your
not gonna be
game,
very
but
good
like
morale.
all I see is your
So
wallpaper.
instead, the Adeptus Mechanicus
That's not my
decided to play
game.
doctor and attempt
That's a podcast I have in the background.
Why would you have that in the
to
background?
rescue the fist.
Because no one watches this shit anyway, so I may as well be entertained myself.
Mechanicus has a fair bit of medical knowledge, seeing as it is one of the many fields of research that they study. However,
This game is taking fucking
Astartes'
forever to launch.
biology is very different from pretty much anyone else's. And Astartes' biology was a well-kept secret with...
But yeah, we're talking about mailing cum shots to Princess.
Partially
What?
out of long-standing tradition, and
Yeah.
partially because you don't really want people to know how to kill you. Especially when we're talking about humans who have a nasty...
Yes, that's seriously what the conversation was before you got here.
Purely for the giggles occasionally. Unfortunately, however,
I love you.
Mechanicus's medical knowledge was extensive. It was not extensive.
I did not ask that, but I mean, Princess wants to know.
All perished on the operating table. In all due technicality,
Because I know the answer to the question.
just wiped
So
out
I don't need to ask that in public forums, Princess.
and any records of the operation
You slut.
stamped very no, I'm serious.
You don't have to answer her, of course.
Secret. On the bright side, the Magos biologist survived. Granted, they had to switch out most of his fleshy bit with mechanical components, but he was, technically speaking, alive. This would turn out to be a rather fortuitous turn of events. You remember back in the first book when the Gravitic Storm destroyed practically the entirety of the Imperial and Navy forces above the planet of Adamantium? You remember that one cruiser who got crippled early on? Well, it so happened to have a...
Oh, trust me. There are tons of girls that would love to be sluts, but just can't get dick.
The fist down onto the planet as soon as possible, because you don't want to
Like the
risk
person who threw themselves at me last night on fucking Snapchat because of Fudge's group.
old-fashioned waste of killy potential
Like,
that.
Jesus.
But just in case
You look like a
the
foot.
would change, they were given a teleportation beacon. So
I wouldn't hit them with a shovel. I might damage my
Interesting way to
poor
describe
fucking
someone.
shovel.
stabilized before that on the surface. Magos biologist, being a curious little motherfucker, as all of his kind naturally are, had been tinkering with this teleportation beacon, seeing if there was any way for the people left on Adamantium to get
Oh,
back
Cheyenne,
on
I love
this
you.
nasty little rock.
I love you too.
Unfortunately, that was not possible. Now, however, the
How was your day
Magos
so far?
biologist found himself
I'm hungry.
on a ship, and he still remembered
So, normal. Gotcha.
teleportation beacon. Death, barely alive and even less barely awake Magos biologist had wandered his scrawny little mechanical ass onto the teleportarum deck, entered the information
I still have a shit ton of homework to do.
machines, and then
Was that? Hang on, I've got to turn you up because you are like the quietest fucking thing in existence.
Imperial
You are maxed. What the fuck did you do to your microphone?
I'm just speaking quietly.
And from one happy news to one
Looks like we're cranking it, boys.
news, back on Terra,
It's probably a
the
bad
Officio
idea.
had indeed managed to convince the High
You
Ecclesiarch
are cranked.
to urge
I
the
literally
forces
cannot turn you up any higher.
Navy to gather up and dispatch reinforcements to the
Bones and broken.
sectors of the Imperium. Unfortunately, this reinforcement
Did my relationship with Bones start with me mailing her bodily fluids? Not this time.
No. That wouldn't have flown over well.
Yeah, it wouldn't have taken to the air very well. It kind of,
That's not what I meant.
yeah, no, it would have gone all like rancid and gross. No, that wouldn't have been smart. was facts.
Were not particularly happy to hear that their Imperial Navy elements had been recalled for no apparent reason other than for the High Lord to grandstand. Personally, I'm deeply surprised that
I like how you say
Lord
I'm
Owen,
cranked, but like I'm
Master of
still
the
quiet
Black
and
Templar,
you're at
immediately
38% and you're
declared
like still
crusade oath
sound
to
absolutely
fuck
cranked.
and fuck Lansing to death, and then use the remains as a chapter-approved
Perfect.
toilet brush. And as you can probably also imagine, the Lord of the Officio Assassinatum was also not entirely pleased with this solution, seeing as it was more focused on the Grand Admiral's glory than the needs of the Imperium. The High Ecclesiarch had, at best, delivered half as
Oh my god, Red.
and as such, the Officio delivered half of the promised antidote. It was enough to make sure that the High Ecclesiarch wouldn't die, but it was also little enough to make sure that he wasn't necessarily happy about that fact. And while this might all sound like good old-fashioned office politics, the consequences of Lansing's actions were rather dramatic for those whom it affected. With the Imperial Navy retreating on all fronts to gather up one large strike force, several planets were left completely at the mercy of the Greenskins. And many plans fell, and several
Sabonza.
decided to deny the
Yeah?
invader in the most
Are we going to play a video game or am I going to do homework? I should probably do
Should
homework.
probably do homework, and I should too, but
great heresy, and many
Jake is always cranked. I'm actually not on drugs today.
the life
And I do need to take them. Actually, I'm going to do that now before my coffee gets cold.
leaving behind little
I've been gone and coming back a
blasted
lot today. I don't give a fuck.
rocks. But at the very least, they were Imperial rocks. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome to yet another lore summary of the Beast Arises book series, now on book 3. After the rather tumultuous occurrences of the last two books, the Imperium is now in an open state of war with this new greenskin threat. But it is a very unique war, one that the Imperium has not really seen before. This is not the old days when the Adeptus Astartes legions had overall command over quite literally everything: army, Adeptus, Mechanicus, and navy. Now, this power lies in the hands of mortals, but usually the Imperial Guard would have a far greater role to play than in this particular conflict, with the Orc threat being almost entirely spaceborne, with all of the planets that actually get attacked by the Orcs directly virtually never succeeding to hold on against the Orcs for any extended period of time, except for a handful of occurrences with Adeptus Astartes homeworlds or death worlds. The Imperial Guard haven't really had a whole lot to do. There's simply nowhere to reinforce. There's simply no point in dispatching regiments of Imperial Guard from Terra or anywhere else in the Imperium, because where the fuck would you send them? Nobody has any idea where the Orcs are going to pop up next, and as such, even defensive measures doesn't really work out. If anything, the Guard is now entirely at the mercy of the Navy to get them to where they need to be, and when they need to be there. This means that the High Admiral of the Navy, Lansung, enjoyed near limitless political and military power at this point. It would be no exaggeration to say that, at this point, the very future of the Imperium rested in his hands, and he knew it. Not one to let a chance pass him by, Lansing was using the situation to increase his own political capital. His supporters, both within the Senatorum Imperialis, had any request for aid they may send to the Imperial Navy swiftly answered, and as such Imperial Guard regiments and Navy formations would be dispatched with all due haste to aid their allies. However, those who hesitated to recognize Lansung's superiority in, well, pretty much all things at this point, they had their requests unfortunately bogged down within imperial bureaucracy. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. At least as far as Lansung was concerned. This was a stark reminder to many doubtfuls within the High Lords, the Inquisition and the Officio amongst them, that the High Lords would put their own personal gains, privileges, and position well ahead of any concerns that the Imperium might have. And let's touch upon that for just a moment, because I think it's a bit interesting. I do not think that Lansung nor any of the High Lords were doing this out of malice. After all, never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity. I don't think Lansung wanted to see the Imperium burn, obviously, because he was one of the primary beneficiaries of the Imperium. Neither do I think that any of the other High Lords actively wanted for the Imperium to lose out or be destroyed. But as in the earlier case, where Lansung's old seat of power, a world out on the fringes, received a large government contract to build starships, despite the fact that other places could give better starships at a lower cost, the High Lords probably just simply thought that this wasn't a huge problem. Lansung undoubtedly thought that this wasn't a big issue. It would cost the Imperium billions of thrones, true, but compared to the total income of the Imperium, it was minuscule. It was probably a fraction of a percentage. It was nothing. And in return, Lansung could secure his own political and popular position on his homeworld while padding his pockets quite nicely along the way. It wasn't an issue. It wouldn't hurt the Imperium to any real degree. Of course, by doing this, you very quickly lose perspective. If one person knocks off a fraction of a percentage, and another person knocks off another fraction of a percentage, and so on, the numbers start adding up rather quickly, and no one could really be blamed, or, well, everyone could be blamed, but the individual would never blame themselves in this situation. They would simply go, well, I didn't do all of this. I only took a little bit of a massive pile. This is not my fault. And I suspect this is exactly the thoughts that were racing through Lansung's mind at this very moment. The orcs were not a real threat. They were just orcs, animals. They'd been relegated to the borders of the Imperium for centuries. They weren't actually dangerous. This was a minor orc incursion, a fluke. It would be dealt with in due course. In fact, he could gather the navy and crush them outright. It wasn't a problem. But as long as everyone else thought it was a problem, he could take advantage of that. Now, of course, if you take a step back and you realize that Lansung's hesitation were costing the lives of billions, hundreds of billions of Imperial citizens, costing the Imperium entire planets, many of which were permanently lost due to their population denying the orcs in the most base way possible by setting off Armageddon-level weapons and wiping both themselves, the orcs, and the planet themselves in many cases from the galactic map. As such, while it might seem absolutely monstrous to simply not send aid, or at the very least, delay the sending of aid to such a point where it no longer matters, would seem atrocious. It meant the death of billions. How could Lansung even live with himself? Well, I think that Stalin put it oh so perfectly when he said that one death is a tragedy, a million a statistic. And all Lansung could see were statistics. This was made even more obvious in a speech he held to the High Council, where he announced his military plans in the vaguest terms possible. At this point, Lansung was not so much a military leader preparing for a campaign upon which the entire fate of the Imperium might very well rest, but more of a politician trying to make damn sure that he's closed all of the loopholes and made sure that he can't get ambushed in any way politically. And, perhaps even more importantly, he was trying to make very, very sure that no matter what happened, no one else could take the responsibility for a victory, but at the same time, if it should fail, the blame should be equally divided. And since at this point in time none of the other High Lords were in a position to directly oppose the High Lord of the Admiralty, Lansung was pretty much free to do whatever he wanted to do. The various other High Lords had holdings either already under direct threat from the Orcs, or very soon to be, and since, as previously established, pretty much all of the High Lords considered their own holdings to be far more important than the well-being of the Imperium as a whole, the Council was essentially paralyzed when it came to dealing with the Lansung's ambition. The only one who made an attempt was the High Lord of the Officio Assassinorum. By praising the High Admiral's skill at military actions, the High Lord of the Officio attempted to make Lansung commit himself to direct military action, stating such things as, seeing as the Orcs make up such a considerable threat, the Imperium needs to send their very best admiral to deal with them. And obviously, the only admiral who could be considered the best would be Lansung himself.
Hello?
Unfortunately,
Fuck.
Lansung had seen this coming and easily outmaneuvered the High Lord of
What I do?
And indeed, the Grand
What I
Master
do?
since himself later admitted
No!
in memoirs that it was
No!
a mistake to try
It's my food!
to maneuver Lansung in this way. It was a result of the Grand Master's annoyance at the
Hello?
situation and
Yeah?
feeling of apparent helplessness rather than his usual cold and detached planning. It was
My aunt's judging my culinary abilities that aren't on stream.
Politician like Lansung
It's a valid complaint.
would have seen such a maneuver coming from miles away. For the moment, the Admiral was safe, although he was going to get his comeuppance soon enough. But before that, a really interesting turn of events. Understandably somewhat miffed by the loss of every single goddamn one of his battle brothers, Kurland needs to find some way of fighting back against the beast. Now, being alone makes this somewhat complicated. Space Marines might be pretty damn powerful, but a single Imperial fist is still going to have a fairly hard time taking on the entirety of the Orc Empire. As such, we are introduced to a rather interesting little mechanic. Apparently, Rogal Dorn was never entirely convinced by his brother Guilliman's arguments for the need to split up the legions and adapt the Codex Astartes as a standard basis for all future Adeptus Astartes formations. As such, the most stoic of all of the Emperor's Son had worked in a little bit of a safeguard. This safeguard took the name of the Last Wall Protocol. It was a special signal that could be sent out to all of the Imperial Fist's successor chapters when it was deemed necessary.
If I turn down my gain, will that act as like a better noise gate for open mic?
Now, granted, as far as Rogal Dorn was concerned, this would probably have been called the ritual
Yes, no.
the legions, however, of the last
I can still barely hear you, but yeah.
the various chapters had grown
I'm talking about Overwatch.
different. The
Oh.
Black
I'm trying to move her
Temple
from
very
push to talk to open mic,
different
but
to the Imperial Fists,
without it
Crimson
picking up every single tiny
Black
breath that I
Temples,
make.
and so on. As such, the idea that the Imperial Fist Legion could ever be recreated might have been a bit of a pipe dream, or at the very least, it would require something very, very special.
It's either that or trying to get a
The
another
original
software that does
Rogal
it.
himself.
It's like a
But
mask.
even without the technical reunification of the Legion, the Last Wall Protocol still meant that the forces of several Adeptus Astartes chapters would all be gathered up behind a single leader. Now, it might not have the cohesion of the old legions and will certainly not be as effective. Nevertheless, a formation of thousands, possibly even
What is wrong with you, scum?
all under the unified leadership of a single command structure, well, that is a pretty damn powerful proposition. And while all of this excitement was going on in space, Admiral Lansung had been forced to leave Terra.
Weakling.
Now, unsurprisingly, he did not want to leave Terra, because the moment he sets foot off the Holy Planet, planet is the moment he loses all of his political control over the situation. However, he had been forced to do this due to the ambitions of an
Wait, that second army is gone?
Parts of the large fleet that Langsung had gathered up had received intelligence about an attack moon and saw this as his opportunity to strike before everyone else's, and garner the credit of destroying an attack moon without anyone else's input. This was a move right out of Langsung's own playbook. Unfortunately, the young captain was not quite up to the task, which caused many problems for very many.
I can't hear you at all.
And particularly for Langsung. He now had to pretend that this had
Stop fucking with it. It was fine.
I never watch.
Baby, you sound like a mouse farting on a fucking hallway through 40 pillows.
I don't know what software.
I cannot fucking hear you.
Is this better again?
Can anyone actually hear her?
Because it's right back where it was.
Maybe I'm deaf. Hang on. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, it's understandable at least.
I had it right back where it was before.
I had bumped the knob on my thing. I had fucked with my knob and things got bad, okay?
Plan Victus Supreme. Guide us, Horned One. Skulk and raid.
Another rainy night.
I refuse.
I don't. No. That sounds horrible. Please never say those words again. My skin crawled.
What did he say?
A Chinese burn on your cock. Or an Indian burn.
Scurry away.
I will more than leave you if you ever do that. It will not be pleasant.
What exactly is a Chinese burn?
An Indian burn? You've never had an Indian burn?
No.
Huh?
Yeah, either or.
Your brothers must have liked you.
What?
Your brother must have liked you. Scum. Her family is non-dysfunctional. It's like a fucking fairy tale. It's weird. Her mother still makes her breakfast and she's 20. I can't get my mother to go get me my fucking glasses. I have to do it through her people, and it's been 6 months. Mother! I need glasses! Yeah, we call it an Indian burn.
I never got explained to what that was.
It's not something you explain. It's something you have something done to you and then you want to punch them in the throat.
How does one achieve an Indian burn?
Was that?
How does one achieve one?
Well, with the best description I can have, you take someone's arm in both hands and you like basically wring out their arm as hard as you can. So it like burns and it hurts and it's just ah! Bones is a fairly well-adjusted woman, with a proper upbringing. and no daddy issues. I'm trying to figure out where her insanity lies.
I mean, I took a sociopath quiz once and came back 50% positive.
Yeah, I can kind of see it, but not really. Yeah, one hand goes forward and one hand goes backwards at the same time, so it basically really fucking hurts. Do it to your brother. Ask him how much it sucks.
Why would I do that?
Because I don't think you want him to do it to you.
Why would I do it
See,
to him
and
then?
See, you're already not a sociopath. Sociopaths would do it like, okay.
Oh, command. Call me Lord Craventail.
That was the easiest sociopath test I've ever done in my life. Are you willing to inflict pain to your family members? No? Okay, then you're not a sociopath.
Scurry, run. It's death frenzy.
It's death frenzy. Oh, yes, 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 yes. For the horned one. Okay, let's see. What does this guy have? He has cunning, which is poison attacks. Ooh. Right, he's a seer, so he does magic. Ooh, magic. What magic do you got? Magic's of ruins. Okay, do you remember playing Red Ass back in school? Scum. Where you like throw the ball at the wall, you gotta catch it. If you don't, well, basically just if you drop it, you go to the wall and you get a shot in the ass with the tennis ball that you were throwing at the wall. And I miss playing Red Ass or Red Butt, whatever the fuck you called it. Red Ass was amazing, right? That was like one of my favorite games growing up. It was honestly the best game. Because, sure, you may have got a shot in the ass every now and then from a fucking really hard tennis ball or fucking bouncy ball. They're sadistic about it. But, you got to give it right back.
You can still hear me, right?
Oh, yeah.
How about now?
Yes, Jared, I can hear you now.
Like, has anything changed though?
All you've done is fuck with your fucking noise gate, so.
Yeah.
I can tell.
It says volume boost. That's what I'm messing around with.
Another rainy night. Ooh, that was a good wait, where did I recruit him? Oh, I'm an idiot. I recruited him in the wrong city.
Scream.
I miss playing games like Red
Oh, I
Ass.
forgot to activate it.
Good job, babe.
Test. You still hear me?
If you are willing to pay to see a picture of my ass, you'll have to go through Bones on that one, but I have a perfect picture of my ass. Actually, Bones, you gotta see this. Look at this picture.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I hit something that said mute, so I think that's just me muting the the feedback. Yeah.
Where is my sweet ass? Sweet ass, sweet ass, sweet ass, sweet ass. Do not link it to Jake. For the love of Christ, don't link it to Jake. That would be awkward. Look at my butt, babe. Look at it. Look at this ass. Is that not the greatest ass? That is Genji levels.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
That's a fucking amazing ass. Oh, play red ass butt naked? Oh fuck, that would be fun. I know people that would play that too. I know at least a dozen people that would play that. Well, not a dozen, at least half a dozen. No. The worst when you were playing red ass was when you had the tennis ball fell in a fucking puddle. And then you had the stingy whippy bullshit involved.
Hornet One watches me.
Yeah, but babe, that picture's basically why I say I have a better ass for a guy than most girls do.
Sorcerer, inventor. Yes, yes.
Would you agree with that statement? Babe? Baby?
Engineer.
I mean,
Come on.
depends on the girl.
Come on. I said most girls.
Plan Rictus Supreme. Battle. Yes, yes.
I could blow a ball out of my ass. I mean,
Ew.
why would I? Flag monks? Fucking hell. They're saying I can beat this?
To Rictus. To battle, I come off.
She never asked for this. Babe. Princess was bringing the puns. Princess. Ass puns are pretty shitty. Yeah. But at the same time, can you really go wrong with ass puns? So, I got Jake into 40k. Babe? Other Jake? Hello? Cheyenne?
I mess with volume stuff. Yeah.
But, baby, I require validation. And he has found the Adeptus Mechanicus, and he's fallen in love. Like, actual in love. With the whole dismembered skulls and body horror and stuff like that. He's like, this is my thing. This is my fetish. The Jake we keep in the attic. No, the Jake that actually goes out whoring, as opposed to the one that wants to go out whoring. Oh, that's Facebook fucking Messenger, sorry. I usually close that. I don't really use Facebook all that often. I use it for sale posts, like for goal equipment and shit. But what it's really useful for is the fact that there's 1.8 billion people on Messenger. And you know them all. Traitor burning. I'm not crazy, you are. Doing those pathetic things. Alright, let's fucking get stuck in there, bud. 1, 2. Okay, so I fucking love that little rat. Hey Clarissa, do you want to play battle shits? Oh, they're so bundled up, bunched up, it's going to be a slaughter. Oh, I love this game. They're going to play my favorite game with little squishy rat men, Splattergories. I mean, granted, a lot of people want to see my sweet ass. Like a whole lot of people. It's great. Bones even said on stream that it was great. And that's basically law at that point. What Bones says is the supreme opinion of the stream. Do you want a slice of my sweet ass? You have to ask. I'm willing to share the picture, but that's up to Bones. And I don't think she's paying attention. No, she left the fucking call. Can I balance on my own ass? Princess, I weigh 230 pounds. There is no bouncing on that. That just fucking goes... fucking... As soon as you sit down, it just fucking goes out everywhere. She hasn't had enough of my shot. She hasn't had my shot. A whoopee cushion ass, more just the fact that my ass cannot support the sheer mass of me. I actually also hate chairs. My ass is not attuned to chairs. Since I lay down in bed all the time, my sides can take my body weight just fine, but my ass is like, please stop. I'm soft and supple. My whoop cushion ass looking ass. Sacred banner of the horned rat. Oh yes. Actually, that's a really good thing to have my leader. Man, this little rattling fucking army is amazing. I love the rats in this game. They're so fun. Like, how can you hate on these furry little bastards? They killed a god.
Enslave them to Richters. Answer to me. Sorcerer, inventor, yes. No, you failed. Fight, hit.
I've cleaned those bathrooms.
Back.
I can fully sympathize with you.
To battle, I come after. Trenched, craven.
Okay, so first things first. Cause earthquake. And then, now that we have that little trait. Oh, what do I want to use? I want Draft Master fucking bad. But at the same time, I don't really need it. Oh, Lightning Strike. Yeah, I do need that. I can't get it. I think I'll be a level off. May as well just go with leadership. No. We're gonna go recruitment costs cheaper. No. Trust me, scum. Trust me when I say this. I've cleaned them for a living. The woman's bathroom is the most disgusting fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Because you have to intentionally do that. It's not like a septic system, which is just gross for gross's sake. You don't make a septic system worse. You don't willingly destroy that. The women's bathroom is just blood everywhere. Like, actually, just blood everywhere. The men's room just has piss everywhere and occasional shit wiping on the walls. And it stinks. The women's bathroom is a biohazard.
Attack! Opportunity! Fight! Battle fight! Get going! To battle, I come after!
Just think. No one wants to put their ass on the toilet seat, so they all hover piss and hover shit. So it gets everywhere. I'm willing to say that aside from this, actually, yeah, I'm willing to say that the men's room shitter seat, aside from piss, is the cleanest thing in the fucking room. No one shits on the seat. And realistically, who pisses outside of a urinal? No one.
Ready!
Like, if you're not pissing in the urinal, either A, it's full, or B, there's no empty urinals that aren't standing beside another guy. So it's full.
Ready? Play claw catapult!
I think I'm missing a city.
Clan rat spears! Die! For the baby side!
Well, yeah, it's just funny though. I don't know why the game thought this would be a hard fight. I can win this in my sleep. This is Sparta. I went through my entirety of high school never once taking a shit in the fucking men's room there. I once legitimately went home to go take a shit. Because I wasn't about that life. Yeah, but it's one-ply fucking Bible paper. I'm not wiping my hairy ass with one-ply Bible paper. Fucking double-ply. Good double-ply fucking rips half the time with that shit. Fuck that. Not worth. These things are fucking pulling their weight. These catapults? Oh, yeah. I may have lost the unit. Oh shit. I didn't. Nice.
Find warpstone, yes, yes. More power, yes, yes. Chieftain of the Deep Warrens. Night Raid.
Hey, man. That's fucking beautiful, princess. Especially since someone drew that with their keys, usually.
All hail, horned rat.
I can't pass that up. That's too good. Let's get some really powerful guys going. I can't. I don't actually care if I lose the plane of spiders. I don't want that area. Jake just read Slaaneash's lore, and now he doesn't have a choice in who he wants for his army. So the lore for Slaanesh was they murder fucked so much, they spawned a god. The god of orgies, rave music, and dragon dildos, essentially. Yes, seriously. I don't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning that. But I don't want that area anyway, so auto-resolve. I didn't actually want that area, so it's perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna get the fuck out of Dodge these two armies. I don't want to fight two full stacks of rather strong units using my shitty units. So you know what I'm gonna do? Demolish everything in the city. Hope for the best. Perfect, they raised the plane of spiders. That just saved me a whole bunch of food.
Horned One's realm weakens. Stink of command. Now we dig. Mighty am I. No. Secret scheme. I not wait through scout.
Okay, so hopefully I can build up this shit.
Above ground, no.
Okay. So let's consolidate my losses. I've been looking to clean up this empire that I have for a while, so it's perfect. I can't actually... I wasn't able to support the armies that I had or anything like that.
Never wrong. Let the bell scream. All hail, horned rat.
I don't actually want to fix that city. That was too much money.
Gracie.
So now that I have storm vermin, which are just gross, like they're so fucking... They also cost a fuckload of money. Like they are proper units. that's my spear line. That should be okay.
Skaven slave revolt! No, need my warp token stash.
Can I fuck off out of here without getting dick? In that case, let's fuck off as fast as we can. I need to get into my own lands, which are over here.
I say move.
Because I need him to rebuild, like he is using some garbage. The Skaven, the small troops of the Skaven are quite good. Nice. Right, I have Poison Wind on.
I am warlord.
I'm just looking something up in a codex for a friend. I'm just looking at where. Oh. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna have a little guest in here. Jake, we're gonna talk about Warhammer while we play Warhammer. Gonna be good. We like Jake. Okay, back to what I was doing. Got you some cheesecake and tea. Shrek is fighting light.
Go bye bye.
They're in marching stance. They fucking goof. Oh, bud. They done goof. They can't escape. So if I were to go hammer them next turn, they're fucked. They're just outright fucked. Because they are stuck in the I'm tired and I'm slow and I just suck in combat stance because you made us force march across the fucking world, essentially. That's fucking actually excellent.
The lab is doomed.
That is not as good as I thought that defense force was. That was one turn from completion. You motherfuckers.
Hi, chieftain.
You waste my time.
Tap.
Yo, what's up, Jake? How you been?
Not too bad, you.
Not fucking bad. So, with the Heretic Astartes... Okay, let me rephrase this. Kill teams is basically the small squad level stuff.
Yeah.
So, basically people that had massive 40k armies
Yeah.
could use them in games that don't take 12 hours.
Yeah, I figured that much out.
But it's also great because it's cheaper. You don't have to spend 12 grand on an army, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a good
Yeah,
starting
fuck.
point. Then I can build from there or something.
Exactly. I'm actually bummed that there's no Slanesh in the fucking thing. I didn't even
Me too,
realize
I didn't
that.
see it, and I'm like, damn, because that looks sick. But I'll fucking get some of those eventually. I don't care.
Well, in Heretic
start
Astartes, you can... They're generic chaos, and they can choose what standard they use. So if you go to
Yeah.
Heretic and then go to what the icon for Slanesh does, it's actually pretty strong. Basically, if you're fighting anyone Imperial, you can just slaughter bitches.
Yeah, no shit.
It's fucking beautiful. Ugh.
Yeah, that sounds sick. Don't
But,
you have
yeah,
some of
so-
those already, though?
I have too many of them.
Alright, well, it'd be cool if I got like a fucking, if I like one of the other ones and I get something else, because then I can fucking...
Yeah, exactly. Like, I have 2 squads worth, like 2 full teams worth of Chaos.
Yeah.
I have now 2 teams worth of Space Marines. Josh has AdMech, way too many AdMech. He bought an army
no
box
shit.
as opposed to a kill team box, which is what I
Yeah.
did as well.
Yeah, AdMech looks sick. I'm definitely gonna get some eventually, but I'm gonna start with some of those.
Okay, this game's music is loud as shit. Yeah, I'm just streaming right now, normal Warhammer, not 40k.
I don't know, I'm kind of feeling Deathwatch. I like their
Deathwatch is
I like
fucking
their
strong.
tactics and their skills and shit.
If I'm thinking Deathwatch correctly, they're the ones that have the frac cannons or something like that in their weapons, and you can literally just
Look at
sit
their
back
weapons,
and
yeah, but I was
bombard
looking at their
fuckers.
skills, and like they're like kind of a fucking slow, grindy, fucking constant pressure sort of.
If you want to see gross, go look at Rubric Marines. They're Chaos Marines for Zinch, the God of Chance. They have a 2-up fucking invulnerability save.
No
So
shit.
basically, what that means is you roll higher than a 2 or higher, you don't die.
No shit.
You basically have to roll a 1 to fail. Which is disgusting, if you ask me.
Sounds disgusting.
But yeah, fuck, where the fuck is sound? Oh my god, it's right there. You ever just think you're retarded and or blind? Yeah, I was just both.
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
Fucking looking at a game's settings. Where's the sound options? Right at the bottom. I can't see it. Close it 3 times, reopen it. Where is it?
Call me Lord Craven Tail.
Okay, can I take out that cunt?
Visions predict failure.
I can't kill that many.
Clan Rictus Supreme. Stretched Craven Tail. Run, fools, fools!
Fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. But, yeah. Who else were you looking at? You said Nurgle as well. We're pretty sweet.
Yeah, like the new ones, like the
Geller box? Yeah.
I'm not gonna buy the whole expansion right now.
Well, see, if you buy that box, you get 2 armies worth of dudes, terrain, and a bunch of other shit. It's a pretty good deal for the money.
That's
Guys,
true.
in this,
How much
terrain
is
is
it?
fucking
I
everything.
haven't been able to find it.
Like, it's not like 40k where you can kind of just slap down a couple boxes and it's fine. These are like squad-based, like building ruin to ruin shit. So if you're playing with beer bottles, it's pretty...
Oh.
I've done both. I've played at the store in their season stuff. Because they have a regular season, which you can join.
Yeah.
For free.
Sweet.
For Kill Team. Yeah.
Sweet.
But yeah, we played with proper terrain, and it's night and day. It's like, oh, this is so much better.
Fuck yeah.
You know, we're playing in a fucking bombed out fucking, like, oil derrick with, like, pipes and shit everywhere. It's like, this is cool, versus, okay, we're playing on my kitchen table with a bunch of boxes, and the beer bottles are actively in play. Yeah, it's pretty fucking sweet. I'm really enjoying it. I picked up a bunch of Space Wolves, which are Space Marines, but like, yeah.
Guess what? I'm gonna keep looking, but
What am I gonna do
my
here? I
choices for
fucked up.
kill teams. One of my favorite aesthetics right there.
Yeah, the kill team stuff is pretty basic. Simply because the game is literally less than a year old, and they decided to DLC out the fucking core rules, which is annoying, but I can see why they did it.
Yeah.
It's so that way they can get a fucking product released, because they have so many fucking factions. You know how hard that is to balance? Like, fuck.
Yeah, I can fucking imagine. The Harlequins seem kind of...
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Those are the Eldari, so, the non-orgy elves. So basically, they fucked so much that they caused... Their blood orgies quite literally spawned a god. Then they kind of split into, well, we really like blood orgies. And then the ones that went, oh fuck, the blood orgies are bad. Yes, scum. Blood orgies are cool. As if I lost my fucking 2 full armies because I couldn't back out with one. I've got to abuse that later. You alive?
Huh?
You alive?
Oh yeah. I still don't have my voice back from the fucking weekend though.
The fuck did you do this weekend? You got kicked out of a rap concert. How?
Dude, I blacked out so hard. I don't remember. Apparently, I like got flipped over a pole like at the town. Like I shouldn't go to the townhouse, man.
The clown house is really only good during the day.
So greasy when I go to the townhouse.
It's honestly only good in the day too, anyway.
Yeah.
Like,
and I mean, I guess I guess I shouldn't walk around like drinking pitchers like they're beers, but
I mean, I do that. Oh,
It's a
speaking of which, you definitely need to come to the fucking Laurentian pub on Fridays.
yeah.
$10 tax in pitchers.
Ooh,
It's James Ready 5.5, but that's still 5.5 for $10
that's
in.
not bad.
That's a full fucking pitcher too, not the little fucking baby pitchers.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
That's gonna
so I
be
order a couple of those, and I have a great time. Yeah, that's my preferred place to drink. Even when it's not $10 pitchers, pitchers are $14.50 tax in. Like, fuck. You
Decent.
can't beat that. Yeah. And that's everything on tap.
Okay.
Everything. So even, like, the beers that don't suck, $14.50 for a pitcher. Yeah. I think there's one that's 50 and 50, but one out of, like, 13 different types. I'm okay with that. Just don't order it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
The reason for that is-
Trevor said he might go get some orcs today, but I think he fell asleep.
Yeah, if he's going to get orcs, if you go to get them, don't go to Great Canadian. Go to the one across or beside Rhythms and Cues. Go to that hobby shop.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, because they know me and they'll give me free shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he was telling me. He was gonna try to get
Which
hold
is-
of me, but he probably most definitely fell asleep.
Absolutely, probably fell asleep. But yeah, so if I can get more guys, then we have even more things to play with. Like, I just walk in there, just like give me a free dude. It's like sweet.
That's awesome.
Yeah, his wife likes me.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Huh?
Is that Pris? Hello, Pris.
Skylar says hello. Skylar said hey. Hey.
Yeah, I heard you. What the fuck have you been up to since you got back?
Yeah, not much. Work, pretty much.
Ew. I got ass fucked by my fucking... OSAP still yet to come in, so I'm at 4,100 on a fucking credit card right now, and it's like, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That's a number you don't want to see on a credit card bill.
Oops.
Well, fuck, I had to spend $1,000 in fucking books and shit.
Not right now, no. Oh, just give me a minute. Fuck, I don't know if it was Death Watch or Death Guard.
Death Watch. Death Watch or Death Guard. One I think is Nurgle, the other is not Nurgle. But yeah, if you want to get like podcast form with the lore, my favorite one is Arch Warhammer right now. He's funny. And he knows his shit. And likes to poke fun at the things that are retarded, so it's perfect. Okay, what am I going to do here? Fuck, I have 2 armies in building. 1 army's half dead. I have 1 army. I have 1 fucking army. God fucking damn it. Oh, this is gonna be bad. 'Cause I can't fucking do anything right now. Oh shit.
Yeah, I was looking at the Death Guards. The ones with the plague shit.
Oh, okay, the Nurgle guys. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're sick.
I hope Trevor doesn't learn how to play as orcs properly, because that's gonna fucking suck.
That's what I was thinking after I looked at them.
Well, the thing with orcs is if you play them shooty, you're playing them wrong.
Yeah.
You go, wah, and then fucking just charge into melee and hope to you knock someone's fucking teeth out.
Yeah, and like, that's pretty much how Trevor plays everything, so.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose another fucking army. Fuck me. Why? Why? Oh, this is gonna be a short fucking painful battle. Nice. Jesus, Jake. What the fuck are you doing to that poor microphone?
Yeah, this microphone is...
It damns dildos. Okay, what the fuck am I gonna do? Well, when in doubt, whip it out. May as well fucking charge. That's not charging. Charging's this way. One. But yeah, Deathwatch. I've not actually fought them. I fought the Tau, and that was a big fucking ball of go fuck yourself. Oh, fuck the Tau.
Yeah, no shit.
It was, I hope you like not being able to hit me. I hope you like me doing fucking unsavable damage. I hope you like, just fuck off. God damn it. You basically have to charge the fuckers. But when you charge them, they go for the greater good and everyone gets to shoot you. It's so, Jesus Christ. That is horrid.
Fuck.
Let's see. Is that... It will charge. Poison Wing Globadiers. What are this ability? That is charge bonus and can't die. Okay, I'm okay with that. What the fuck is that thing?
Yeah, I think it's Plague Marines for me, motherfucker.
Perfect. Yeah, one thing I really like running for the Heretics Astartes is I run them as Tzeentch. Wait, I think it's Tzeentch? Yeah, so basically what I get to do is every Psychic phase, since there's not very much Psychic stuff in the game, you just go, okay, you die now if I roll a 6. Oh, sweet. Which is kind of convenient.
Yeah, no shit.
Wow, my army just shattered. Great. That was something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's honestly really fucking fun too.
Yeah.
Well,
I've played like rip-offs of it.
okay, so you've actually played some fucking. Thank God. Like,
Well, yeah, I've done a lot of tabletop gaming and shit. I just never got into
Perfect.
Warhammer because it was like fucking too much, and I didn't have anybody to play with. But now, like with Kill Team, it's like whatever.
yeah. Also, if we go to the store, right, there's tons of people to play with. And you
Yeah.
just kind of just walk in. You might find someone.
Yeah.
That actually has their shit there, but every Mondays they do their league shit, so you will find someone on a
Yeah,
Monday.
fucking great. Well, I used to play Magic. Like I used to go to tournaments for Magic and shit. Like this is like way better than Magic.
Yeah, yeah. Magic the Gathering. The best card is your mom's credit card. Best card in the game. But yeah, Warhammer's nice. They have a whole bunch of tables and a whole bunch of terrain, stuff like that.
Yeah.
When you go to the store, the dude will try to sell you everything, but the guy's wife, she's very much one of those, do it as cheap as you possibly can, because it's fun. So if you can do it with her, it's pretty great.
Yeah. I gotta figure out like
Dude.
a 100-point army, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the best way to do it is they effectively, for the campaign stuff, if you want to run a campaign, which I really do, just a like, you know, a little story kind of thing, is you have a roster of guys that are pre-set up and they just pick them for your terrain. Instead of making one list of dudes to take to your thing, you can look at the enemy army or whatever, or the terrain and go, okay, I'm not going to run that because that's going to be garbage here. And you just pick dudes with the points already known
Okay.
and just add them to the, yeah. Which I'm going to start doing even for non-campaign shit, because having a bunch of dudes pre-set up is so much better than just running one list and hoping for the best.
Yeah, no shit.
But yeah, it's honestly fucking really nice.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I've got to fucking make my Space Wolves. They're literally sitting on my fucking dresser. I ordered them with a whole bunch of American dollars that I couldn't use. Well, I mean, what the fuck am I gonna do with US dollars, you know?
Yeah, no
Fuck.
shit.
It's a worthless currency here. It has a lot of worth, but worthless. So I just fucking pissed away fucking $70 US on something that cost not even close to that, just shipping and shit. But hey, it was money that I had versus money I didn't. I have no Canadian dollars, and that's all we need. But yeah, Overwatch and shit like that, you can get a whole bunch of games right now with fucking Humble Bundle as well. Stream, everybody. For 12 bucks, fuck. 12 fucking bucks, you can get Overwatch.
Decent.
And I get 10 bucks of that. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's fuck. Oh man, I fucked this up, and I am reeling from it. Oh god. This is bad. I'm playing as the Ratmen versus, right now, the Elves, and I fucked up on the map. And I'm just getting my ass handed to me on a fucking plate.
Oh shit.
Oh, this is fucking brutal. It's like, you grab the wrong deck for a tournament, kind of. Get fucked. You know what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, I brought something that doesn't have anything. Fuck.
Yeah. That fucking sucks.
More slaves! Good, good!
Okay, let's see. Oh, sweet, I got an ambush off, so I'm just gonna fucking roll these bitches. Artillery against in an ambush, because that's fair. Just open up with explosions. So yeah, you're gonna go Nurgle Deathwatch stuff. They have some Deathwatch boxes. If you want to get the book, it's kind of expensive, or just do what I did and just download the one that I linked you. Because why pay for something when you can get it for free, you know? Rip microphone. Like, fuck, 50 bucks for a fucking rule book? Fuck that. Alive? Jake? Stock up on what? I have no idea what that is, Princess. What are you talking about? Why is Canada so expensive for maple syrup? Because you literally boil it down like 98% of initial volume to get final product. That's why maple syrup's so expensive. You get 2% of what you started off with to make it. Because for some reason, Canadians know the ins and outs of maple syrup making. Like, just instinctually. Jake, do you remember when we were, like, younger going on fucking, like, field trips to, like, the Sugar Bush and shit? That's a big fucking spider. Holy shit. Get out of my bed, you little fuck. Hey! Hey! Fuck you. I don't mind your kind, but not in my bed. There are rules. Spiders don't follow the fucking rules. No, no. The biggest fucking spider I've seen in my room in a long time decided to come down from my curtains onto my bed. It's like, look, buddy. I don't mind your kind. But not where I sleep, you know? Just fucking... I don't gotta say a respect thing, it's just I won't kill you unless you're on my bed. Why is Canada so expensive in general? Well, the whole trade war thing is not helping, but like at all. It kind of sucks to live here. It's nice, but like everything else is kind of just dildos. Quite frankly. Like, Canada could be a lot better when it came to the cost of things, I must say. And the worst part is it's not even exchange from the US. No, it's like, here, let's just add a different entirely amount of fucking markup on things. Markup on markup on markup on markup. I remember when the RX 480 came out. It was an AMD graphics card that was the king of value at the time. This wasn't that long ago. Just the value king. Like, it was $200 American for fucking basically a 1060's performance before the 1060 came out. 200 American, 370 in Canada, which is not the same at all. It's not everyone Montreal. No, it's actually Quebec as a whole. Montreal's the most tame for that. The border cities aren't really all that bad for the French versus English thing. Is Jake still there, or... Jake, you alive? You doing shit. I didn't hear you leave. Still there, but yeah, no, it's mainly because there's a lot of, I'm not gonna say infighting. Like, if basically if the French were weaponized, there would be infighting, and there actually was in the 80s and 90s. There was a lot of bombings, a whole lot of bombings. Like, the French really don't like us. And as such, we treat them like garbage. Because, can you blame us? You know? Don't shit where you eat kind of thing. Hey Victor, what's up? So I have anti-heroes. What's this? Verminous Valor. Ooh, that's my favorite one. I fucking love that ability. That's like my favorite fucking ability in this game. I'm pretty good, man. I must say. I'm doing pretty well. Let's not shoot my own guys. Let's shoot those. There are a lot of French-speaking people, especially at my university, for some fucking reason. It's like disproportionate amounts of French-speaking people. It's weird. Don't do that. Don't retreat and surrender. Bad idea. Please don't surrender. I'm just gonna end this battle. Welcome to the French. Like, that's the only thing I can say to that, is welcome to the French. That's how she go, you know? I'm not even disparaging them. I'm just that's what they do. That's the French do.
Scurry forward. Weakling. Mighty am I. Bad to do is coming.
Just how she be with the French.
Let's take a move. Clan Rictus Supreme.
The Franglophones. No. I don't call them that. Oh fuck, I can keep going past 30. Fuck yeah. Lightning Strike. Such a good ability. It allows me to tell the reinforcements to go fuck a moose, essentially.
Of the deep warrens. All hail horned rat.
Okay, so I've got that line, I've got that line. Let's go with... Let's take that, fuck it. Do I not have gutter runners? What the fuck? Wait, I don't need those. I already have artillery. Let's focus on units.
All hail horned rat.
Well, I fixed my food problem, which was desperate. Yeah, this city is just costing me food at this point. I had downgraded everything because I assumed they were gonna come take it, which may have been stupid in my heart, but whatever. You do what you gotta do. Get alive. Hey, get away from my fucking coffee mug, you little shit. No, fuck you. Out. Fucking spiders just chilling beside me. So I pushed them off the bed. Fuck that guy. Can fuck her right off. Welcome back. No, not the same spider. Sweet. Technology, what can I get? I don't want any of those fucking... Fuck it. Ammunition, 25% for infantry is good. At least to me, I think.
Let the bell scream, scream.
Where the fuck are they?
Feel my
Your blood will drench the earth this night.
Where shadow of horned rat?
I only have 3 armies. Right. That's why I keep going, where the fuck? I don't actually have anything.
I'll get help. What? Horned
I genuinely don't think I can take on Malekith with this army. Fuck are all my dudes. Like, I can't even get a fucking hero. Oh, I can. Warlock Engineers. What the fuck do Warlock Engineers do? Spiders don't really bite. Like, ever. Like, Ding. Oh, they fuck with flying dudes. Okay, fair enough.
Warhammer engineer. Trench is ready.
Who do I want to get rid of? I don't really get rid of any of these. They're all really useful. Yes. Spiders don't really bite. They do bite, but it's like dogs. They don't really bite, but when they do, you know it. Same with spiders. They rarely bite, but when they do, whole fuck do you know. That was my point.
Harness the power. War bridge intact. Warhammer engineer. Rest now. Yes, yes. Power enhancers replaced.
Yeah, I've been to Wonderland a few times. It's pretty nice. They're making another stupidly huge roller coaster. That's what they've been doing for the last, like, decade. It's just, let's make the biggest one we can in North America. Let's make a bigger one. Yeah, sounds kind of dumb to me. I'll admit it.
Trenched Craven Tail.
Fuck are they? Why are you outside my city there, friend? With an army that's all bullshit. Right, the mod that fixes the let's make nothing but armies of bullshit is broken. Because of course it. That's a good warlord. I'm taking him.
Guide us, Haunted One.
I don't really follow roller coasters all that much. They're not really something I know. I forgot to move that dude. Oh my god, I just let them get away with all that shit for free. Fuck. Right now I'm fundamentally using a weak army. Like, this is gonna be the best army I've fielded. It's gonna be expensive as all hell. Raiding. So they're gonna be winded. No, I like roller coasters. I'm saying I don't really, like, follow them. Roller coasters are fucking fun. Go fuck up that city over there with one of these armies.
Chieftain of the Deep Warrens. Scurry, forward! No fares weak. Hatch shall move. What? Lord one command. All tales are mine.
Putting these two armies together so that way I don't get fucked up.
Cunning plan. Cunning ambush.
Well, they kind of do. Let's not call Wonderland fucking perfect.
Doommonger.
Three spears.
All hail Hornet Rat. Doom decay.
Maximum number already.
Allow me.
Most masterful of masters.
They nuked that city. I don't really want this city here as well. I have no need for it. Wouldn't call it a ripoff at all. That's simply not what it is. Not a ripoff of Disney.
Call me Lord Craven Tail. Ready? Yes.
What can I do?
Let the bell scream.
I need to kill him. If I kill him, the rest fall. He's their faction leader.
Horned One's realm weakens. Our plan rules here.
Yeah, let's upgrade that. What do I...
Stay here. I refuse.
Okay, so my plan is going to be take these two armies, sweep up, and come through. I'll take this army around. Well, actually, my primary strategy. These two will follow him. Someone keep me to that. These two armies have to follow this fucker. This army will start taking cities because it can do it. These ones are a much better field army, and by better field army, I mean they're actually fucking terrible. This is my best army, so it can go solo.
Council's voice.
Unfortunately, I have to wait 2 turns. Got shields. Do I need... No, I don't. That's just something that'll break. We'll get more Night Runners instead. A little bit here. Light runners aren't very good. They just aren't. I'm gonna move this clan armory. Maybe here. And then see what I can put in that slot. But I'm starting to run out of money. Because that's a really expensive army right there. This army up here is just... hold down this area. Noise gate. There is no noise gate in Windows, babe. It's a Discord feature. Because Blizzard didn't really think too far when they implemented open mic.
Stretched Craven Tail. Plan Rictus Supreme. Secret scheme. Call me Lord Craven Tail.
Should be good.
Haunted one. Most masterful of masters. Mighty am I. Plan Rictus Supreme.
There we go. I've got a 2-army ambush against Malekith. That is going to be a fucking slaughter.
Good.
I might send Ronan back south if I can slaughter him in one fell swoop.
His master plan all along, as any other course of action would essentially be him admitting that he was not in control of his own fleet. And you don't need me to tell you that doing so would mean kissing farewell to all of the political leverage he had been able to build up over the last few weeks. And so the brave admiral boarded his flagship and left to take command of the counterattack. A counterattack, it is worth noting, that Lansing actually did not have any plans of actually carrying out, until he was forced to do so by his ambitious underlings. Essentially, if he defeated the Orc attackman, he would lose leverage. He was working this Orc threat for everything that it was worth, and Lansing was still not entirely convinced that the Orcs were an actual threat. As far as Lansing, and indeed many of the other High Lords were concerned, the Orcs were still very much so a theoretical threat, something to be taken advantage of, and most certainly not something that were threatening their positions directly. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to leave Terra. because it was lose-lose. If the young admiral was defeated, then Lansing would be sitting there with all of the responsibility, in addition to the apparent fact that he can't control his own fleet. And if by some miracle the young officer was to prove successful, Lansing would be sitting there with none of the glory, but all of the responsibility. The young admiral that bravely led the charge and took the initiative would be garnering all of the glories of the battlefield, and Lansing would be sitting there with the butcher. In addition to the rather uncomfortable question, why did you leave this up to someone else? Didn't you think this was an important enough task for your own esteemed high lordship? Maybe if you had led it, or why
Where are my... There they are.
So claimed to be previously, we wouldn't have so many dead Imperials floating through space. And thusly, the High Admiral Lansing was sent skittering off to Port Sanctus, where he had to defeat an Orc attack moon head-on. Not quite the position he had imagined, but infinitely preferable to the alternative. But now we take a quick break from the intrigues of the High Lord and go over to the intrigues of the Inquisition. The current Inquisitorial High Lord Venus
You charge in.
visit from some old friends who really doesn't like her. And generally speaking, want her fired from her job, and getting fired within the Inquisition.
What's going on in here, boys?
Oh, I'm playing some Warhammer on stream. We were talking about Warhammer earlier. Jake is currently AFK. I think.
Yeah, he wants to get some Warhammer. I want to get Warhammer.
We all like Warhammer. Warhammer's good.
Warhammer.
Huh, my mic was fucked. There we go.
Yeah, I was wondering what the fuck you were talking. I just assumed you fucked off.
Stupid ass mic. Yeah, I'm looking at like a 7-piece fucking Plague Marine kit.
Plague Marine's only 7 piece, really?
Yeah.
If you can find a 10-piece set, you get golden. Also, do they get cultists?
I'm not sure. I'm just looking at unboxing right now.
Yeah, my house is cold. I'm cold.
Fuck, mine was fucking cold too. I was wearing only one blanket because, you know,
It was warm.
what? I didn't need any more than one. Froze my fucking cock off.
Do
Yeah,
so.
Trevor, I've pretty much decided I'm going with Death Guard.
Yeah,
Fucking Plague Marines.
I just crushed Michelle's foot with my fat ass, and now she's angry with me. It's kind of funny.
Good job.
I love her dearly. But you know, she wanted me to get up and go do groceries, so I got up. But
And you went back to bed? Speaking of which, did you go get your orcs yet?
no,
Go get your orcs.
I want to. Yes. Oh, yo, it's I want a shepherd. How much is he though? Like $1,000?
German Shepherd for $1,000? What?
900? Holy fuck that! I don't want to spend fucking $1,500 for.
A dog with the worst hip injuries possible.
Shepherd's not bad hips.
Modern Shepherds are. They
No,
really fuck
only
their
a-
back legs.
Only a German.
Yes.
No, we're not getting a fucking Doberman.
Oh my god. But like, yes, they are docile, but when they get bored, they get destructive. Like, really destructive.
Because they look like a fucking cracked out fucking Rottweiler. It's like, okay, so I'm gonna take this Rottweiler, I'm gonna feed him a whole bunch of speed and meth, and they...
Like, Dobies are fucking great dogs, but, you can't let them get bored. That's the problem. It takes a lot to make them bored, but they really destroy shit when they're bored.
Inu.
Wait, no, not Doberman. I'm thinking of Great Danes. I'm thinking Great Danes.
Oh yeah, it's like related to the Akita.
Hi, Skylar.
Yeah, Michelle says
Hello.
hi. Jake's here too.
Hi, Jake. I don't have to say hi to that motherfucker. I saw him earlier.
We're all getting into heroin. I mean Warhammer.
Yes, slowly but surely.
range of this fucker.
Rockets and big old guns and plunk them in the middle of an asteroid.
Oh, he's cute.
Imperial Admiral would require a couple good solid whacks to the back of the head before falling for that one.
If I had the money, I would totally get him.
Up from the usual tactical
The only thing is Australian Shepherds are like the most fucking aggressive breed out there. No, like, that's like a legit statistic though. Like,
Yeah, they were bred to be aggro.
Yeah.
They had to deal with dingoes and shit. They had to be aggro.
yeah, no, but the thing is like with Australian Shepherds, is like they were bred to fight off dingoes.
And every other wild dog and fucking ruse and oh fuck yeah. Because when people think the cute kangaroo, that's a wallaby.
Yeah.
You're thinking of the fucking 7'2" Mike Tyson looking motherfucker. That's a kangaroo.
Like boss. I want a Sharpei though. Not a Sharpei.
Why?
Fucking Chow Chow. Not Sharpei.
I was about to say it's like what?
No. That's why I said Chow Chows. Like Chow Chow. They have similar issues though, but
So you're going orcs, Jake's going fucking Death Guard. I have various Chaos and Space Marine. Josh has various stuff.
But like a Chow Chow is a real dog. A pug is like
Pug is I hope you like breathing issues and it dying at the age of 8.
yeah, but they die like
They die like rats.
pugs. They die after like 8, 10 years, 9 years. Carrie's an exception.
Yeah, they're really not.
For small dogs, they have a short lifespan.
It's because they have no breathing ability. They overheat in the summers, especially this humidity. Oh yeah, no, pugs in Sudbury don't do well. They really don't do well.
The reason why the High Admiral's presence was so necessary is because he actually had rank over
I'm not on Facebook. Shoot the shit. Yeah, what of it? We're going to get into. Holy shit, John! What the fuck happened to you?
Shit is going to go southways. But then again, this, if anything, is just further evidence that.
Wait, what, John?
My buddy John McCall, he posted a picture and he's like black.
This gargantuan gathering of naval power, or well, not using it.
Once you go black, you never go back, apparently. Especially white guys. Fucking just start fading.
The High Admiral had finally actually arrived at the battlefront and could now take command over the Imperial battle group as one whole entity. Or, well, what remained of said entity anyways, after having ran themselves ragged in front of a massive goddamn battle station for the last couple weeks, while getting pelted with meteors. But hey, no plan is perfect, and when you don't have any plan whatsoever, it's doubly so not perfect.
No plan is perfect, especially when you have no plan.
Yeah, no, I was thinking I want to go, but I was thinking about picking Warhammer stuff up today, but I might not. I don't know.
The Orc attack moon is still a massive, monstrous space station.
Yeah, right now I literally can't fucking.
By no means undefended. However, that did not
I broke.
the slightest now that the Fat Admiral had gotten his overweight ass to the front
Oh,
line.
he just
had
slaughtered
no
both
other
guys.
option but to win, or to fuck off back to Terra in disgrace and probably shoot himself in the head with a lasgun. The plan that was eventually formulated to deal with the attack moon and its escort fleet was
I killed
simple
4 guys. I
and
only had
easy,
2.
because
I know.
complete control over the Imperial and Navy
How much is
battle
it?
group was at this point essentially impossible, as it was scattered across a vast area of space, and controlling all of the elements in any sort of cohesion or coordination was virtually impossible. And the plan was also remarkably brutal. The assumption was that the Orc attack moon would be virtually impervious to a bombardment by the fleet as it was deployed at the moment. The fleet could simply not bring to bear enough heavy firepower in a small enough section of void to overcome the battle station's defenses, not to mention its literal hundreds of meters of rock armor. This meant that the battle station would have to be destroyed from the inside out, which
So,
meant
Trevor,
bombers.
in space combat, how would you deal with Whipple shields?
Whipple shield?
Go look up what a Whipple shield is. And then come back to me. How do you think you would deal with it? I'm thinking ye olde fucking cannons.
It certainly wasn't the most nuanced of plans ever concocted by Imperial strategists, but
shield.
you can't deny that there is a certain charm.
They use it to deal with super high velocity projectiles.
That is definitely not what I wanted. A whole child? What the fuck?
Casualties before the High Admiral had arrived, and the assault upon the Orc attack moon and its escort fleet cost a further great toll in Imperial Navy ships. However, the brave pilots of the Imperial Navy did indeed succeed in destroying the Orc attack moon.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
First actual destruction of an Orc battle station.
Play it with a whole bunch of things.
Was that the vast majority, in fact 99% of the pilots
So, you want to break it?
How would you defeat it, like weaponry-wise?
Like an actual whipple shield?
Yeah, like let's say you're doing ship-to-ship combat. How the fuck would you deal with whipple shields? Because that's how you're gonna use to deal with bullets. Like, yeah.
That powerful goes boom, the resulting boom is rather expensive.
Okay, I see. So it's just like a plate with a plate with a plate with a plate with a plate. Like a waffle.
Yeah, they're super fucking thin too, and they just destroy anything that hits them.
Yeah, well, it's because it allows it to pass through, and it just uses air.
Yeah, it just passes the energy and it just gets bigger and bigger, man.
Yeah. The way to deal with that?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of bullets.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like decisive strike as opposed to fuck it, light them up.
Depending on what they use for the shielding, a decisive strike probably wouldn't actually happen. Because use explosives, the fucking explosive would dissipate throughout the fucking whiffle shield.
That, yeah. I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Ye olde cannonballs.
Well, even with that there, right? Fucking. Because the way that they're designed, it might just puncture. If it's going fast enough to puncture, it'll just fucking puncture and drop. If it's going fast enough to fucking cave in, then it'll fucking just smash in, and then fucking the accordion system will actually stop it before it does any true damage. Now, if you use like a cannonball that has a armor-piercing projectile behind it.
Wait a minute, I just remembered that not that long ago I had designed a plasma weapon.
Oh, a plasma weapon might do something though.
The reason plasma weapons won't work in atmosphere is because it'll cool down too fast and it'll go back to whatever element it is. But in space, where the thermal absorption of a vacuum is effectively fucking nothing.
Yeah, plasma weapons work. But yeah, no, like, fuck it. If you use, like, if we're, like, space battle, fucking, yeah, plasma energy would be able to go through that because it wouldn't dissipate as quickly, and it's high enough heat that would burn through most of the fucking layers.
Because, plasma is actually how we deal with tanks currently.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, it looks like with the depleted uranium rounds, they fucking
turn shape charge penetrators.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the penetrator is actually a jet of plasma, essentially.
Yeah, well, it's basically what the depleted uranium rounds turn into.
DU is just super dense. It just fucks up everything, yeah.
Yeah, then when it explodes, fuck it, it's not good.
Reload time reduction. You know what? I think I'll take that. Or I could go movement speed. Range.
Yeah, fucking. Where is this fucking place anyway that you speak of?
Literally right beside Rhythms and Cues, across from Food Basics.
Okay, so it's like in the same strip mall as fucking Rhythm and Cues. It's just off to the
yeah. It's quite literally next door to Rhythms.
Okay, cool. So it's just on the other side of it instead of being on the Trevi side. It's like down past.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I might go check shit out there today.
They're gonna try and sell you a starter pack. Just pick up a box of fucking like 10 orcs that you know you can use. Oh, I sent Jake the rulebook. I think I sent it to you. Did I?
I think so, maybe.
Or wait, that's a picture of my ass. Let's not send you that. No one wants that.
No, because then you end up getting a picture of my ass back, and I don't think you want that.
This will end badly.
Well, we'll play that game.
I don't want to play gay chicken with Trevor.
you
no one wins when we play gay chicken.
No.
Not even a
Because we both have zero fucking shame.
Yeah, you'd end up getting shit pictures.
Enough, this attack moon does not appear
Okay, so there's your new rulebook, and by new I mean like as of last week they released an expansion. So.
Okay, cool.
It's just hanging there, inert. There's
Holy
no sign
fuck.
of any orc deployments. There's no sign of any orc attack upon Holy Terra. It's just a gargantuan orc attack moon with a face carved into it, because of course there is.
Fuck, I kind of want the Dark Imperium set now, but it's like 190 bucks.
Yeah, but what do you get in the box?
53 miniatures.
Fucking what?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Dude, the max I'll spend is $4 a mini. The average, the price you buy them for used is $250 at the store.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just
You're
build my
getting
own
50.
shit then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The box for 190. What did you say it was?
Yeah, it's
160.
160.
Yeah, but like fuck, what the like 50 guys. Fucking Christ.
53. Yeah, 53 miniatures. It's half something and half Plague Marines.
AdMech?
No, they're blue.
Ultramarines?
Yeah, Ultramarines?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck, dude, that's a fucking sweet loadout. Then you'll have two fucking full, like, you'll have armies that you can play in 40k or kill team.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
Anyways, I'll be right back. I gotta go do groceries, and then,
Go raid a store.
maybe, yeah.
But yeah, just make sure you get orcs that you can use, like, weapon-wise. I mean, you can just say this is a that, but, you know, it's kind of nice to actually have the weapons.
Yeah, I don't know the fucking rules, so I'd probably just go get me, like, the orc starter box, if anything.
Yeah. I mean, you can just get a box of orc boys and fucking do whatever.
Yeah. Anyways, I gotta go. I'll be back.
Yeah.
More of a bodyguard contingent, and at this point in history, have pretty much degraded to a ceremonial honor guard, rather than the truly elite.
Income from post-battle loot 30%, that's not bad, or I could not spend a whole bunch on
Safe
upkeep.
to assume that there must have been a relatively sizable garrison on Terra. One, because motherfucking Terra, and two, the civil disorder never became truly catastrophic. It did eventually threaten to become truly catastrophic, but at the moment it must have been curtailed in some way, and the Adeptus Arbites
Yeah, we'll go with that one.
were not in
That
a
way.
position
I don't have to spend a
so.
fortune on it.
To control the entirety of the civilian population of Terra would almost certainly have required the deployment of garrison elements.
The only reason they really want you to use the kill team starter boxes is just because, hey, it's easy to make the guys with their loadouts, because it gives you the appropriate weapons. Because there's some weapons you just can't use in kill team.
Yeah.
For balance purposes. Like, for example, man-portable las cannons. You know, tank-on-tank weapons.
Yeah.
Man-portable.
I'm
Yeah.
just checking. I'm just trying to find if I'm figuring out all the shit that's in this starter box, and then I'm gonna see if I can just like find that or like build something similar.
You can also buy from GW's website. If it's over 80 bucks, you have free shipping, so it's pretty decent.
Yeah. Well, this the 7-piece one is like 40 bucks.
New York City has about 8.5 million inhabitants. That's quite a lot of people.
And it comes with like a bunch of weapons and shit.
7 dudes. Your kill team is 100 points, so it's between like 7 and 10.
Yeah, this one's at 95.2. It says.
I mean, that's a team. Like, that is a team.
Yeah. Yeah, I might just spend some time and build a team. Figure out the units myself.
Yeah, figure out the units and then fucking build your shit.
Yeah.
Granted, the police, quote-unquote, of the 41st millennium are considerably more violent than those of our current world, and this would certainly help them in gaining control. After all, if a dude is pointing a gun at you and you know that he might shoot you, you maybe still decide to push the limits just a little bit. But if the dude is clad head to toe in riot armor and is pointing a combat shotgun at you in the 41st millennium,
Trevor just like has no idea what he's doing. Basically, just like I want orcs.
Pretty much.
probably gonna get it. But of course,
I mean, that is characteristic of an orc player, to be fair.
Yeah. It's fitting.
What are you doing? I don't know. I must kill.
Man,
Fair enough.
They're gonna work for him
You ever-
because they're gonna work for him because he believes they're gonna work for him.
Oh fuck! You're going to some fucking meta shit on that.
None of it is represented as truly
Is what's his name?
catastrophic, and
Good lad. He has, yeah, exactly. He is a staunch believer in the orc doctrine
Yeah.
of charge.
Yeah.
What do you mean, flank?
What is that?
What is aim? Is he a shooter? It's to make a lot of noise. That's what my chopper's for.
So I'm kind of happy I'm going Death Guard because I'm made to just stand there and fucking hold objectives. So I'm gonna be like, bring it, bitch.
What? Your movement is 4-inch, yeah?
I haven't checked yet. I'm just looking like at my actual shit now. I was just looking at fucking starter kits for like the last hour. I'm going over it. I'm just gonna build it.
However, this of course still leaves the absolutely tiny little problem of a goddamn orc Death Star orbiting Terra. And as usual, the High Lords are not being particularly useful in this regard. The Imperial Navy is scattered everywhere. Most of its forces is currently in Port Sanctus and cannot be pulled back to Terra in time. The
Plague Marines are 5.
if there is regiments on Terra,
5 points?
there has to be some.
5.
Granted, a fair few of them were sent
5
to
inches
the
movement or
Imperial
whatever.
fists in the original
Okay,
incursion.
so base movement is normally 6, so you're gonna be slow as shit
But again, they
Yeah.
were probably
in comparison.
busy
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like made to fucking hold objectives and shit from what I've read so far,
across the planet,
which
so
I'm
they
cool
won't
with.
be of a whole lot of use either. Not to mention, of course, as they can't actually get to the attack.
One more turn and then my army's fucking, or 2 more turns and my army's fucking built. Thank fuck.
Essentiality, Terra is essentially defenseless in front of this orc attack moon. The Imperial fists are gone. The Imperial Guard regiments were in large part sent to assist said fists, and what remains are almost certainly entirely paralyzed by trying to maintain law and order. It's a fairly bad situation. Meanwhile, the High Lords are busy sharing out the blame, placing most of it, of course, on High Admiral Lancer for fucking up so magnificently, killing the one.
Yeah, it should be interesting playing with Trevor.
Then
Also, you can do like 4-man battles and shit and kill teams too, so
only to land to a triumphant
it's not just 1v1.
wonderful,
Yeah.
Which ends up being a clusterfuck because it's a 2-foot by 3-foot board.
Wow. No shit.
Yeah, 'cause it's, so you take you have a dude that's literally using like 20 units, and he just floods the board. It's like, hey, fight me. Like, oh no.
Would you be able to build a 20-unit team under 100?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Heretic Astartes, they can just go all cultists. Cultists cost 4. They're
No shit,
fucking
man.
useless.
Yeah.
Like, they
My
are
stank
truly
ones are
cannon
19.
fodder.
But then, a glimmer of light in the darkness. The High Lord
Yeah, the Space Marines cost, or not the Space Marines, the
steps to the fore and presents
Your dudes cost
the
19.
Plague Marines are,
brilliant
yeah,
plan of
19
action.
points each.
She wishes
Hey, check that faction to see if there's any, like, fodder
vessel,
unit,
seeing as
like,
she is
cultists
essentially in
or
command of every
anything.
single merchant vessel within the Imperium, and she
Because
wishes to roll back any
you can't go to the board with
Terra
5 guys.
particularly quickly and gather them up
Well, I mean, you can, but it's like, fuck. That's not even counting weapons.
Wait, they must
Just
not be
19.
19. Hold on a sec. Wait,
Unless your weapons are free.
Rams them into the orc attack moon. What could possibly go wrong
I'm
with
just going on
this
the fucking
plan?
wiki right now. I'm figuring it out.
It is dubbed the Proletarian Crusade due to the fact that most of the people that are going to be rammed aboard these vessels are going to be civilians. These civilians are then going to be disgorged en masse onto the orc attack moon, where they will do... I'm not entirely sure, actually. I presume they will try to overwhelm the orcs with sheer numbers and kill them off that way. The outcome I consider to be about as likely as there is to be hentai being drawn about an emperor penguin. Oh. Fuck. Alright, bad example. I underestimated the internet again. Anyways, while all of this is going on, Grandmaster Vangrich is once again sitting near the back of the room in one of these small council chambers and thinking to himself, by the Emperor, we're actually going to do it. We are actually going to help the orcs finish ourselves off. There is, however, a small bright spot, namely that the Imperium are not the only ones that are having a bit of trouble with the space mushrooms. The Iron Warriors are also struggling a bit with their own infestations of walkie-talkies. An Iron Warrior Great Company is soundly defeated and sent running back into orbit on one of their fortress worlds. These fortress worlds were created by the Iron Warriors after the failure of the Horus Heresy. They were not anywhere near as fond of chaos as the rest of their friendlies. In fact, they considered anyone that fell to chaos to be themselves weak. They abhor the stigmata of corruption and consider it to be a failure on the part of the warrior that acquires such a corruption. And such, heading into the Eye of Terror was really not an option for them. So they scattered themselves across the galaxy, building fortress worlds, building up stocks of slaves, essentially enslaving the entire population to act both as a means of producing food and resources, and also to be a militia. An Iron Warrior fortress world is unsurprisingly
Why the fuck are they up?
very heavily defended, but not heavily defended enough.
They're down here.
Orcs.
Why the fuck are they way up here?
Managed to escape into orbit, but what at first appeared to be Iron Warriors reinforcements
I need to take that fortress.
turned out to be a second great company that was currently fleeing from a Black Templars crusade straight into the next battle zone. They had been running towards salvation, but that salvation was currently being invaded by greenskins, so not a whole lot of success there. Indeed, most of the planets in the core word sectors had been attacked in one way or another. The Blood Angels had themselves destroyed another attack moon, and there were reinforcements on the way from other chapters. The Iron Hands had sent 3 companies to Terra, but they were months away and they had their own orc problems to deal with. Other reinforcements like the Ultramarines, the White Scars, were even further away, and were unlikely to get to Terra in time, and most definitively, they were not going to be getting to Terra in time to stop any attacks launched by the attack moon currently fucking orbiting the planet. However, the turnout for the Proletarian Crusade was, well, massive. The people on Terra needed something to latch onto, some form of hope to calm themselves down, since, they were pretty much rioting all across the planet at this point. The Proletarian Crusade was delivered with enough gusto, enough power, and enough good old-fashioned oratory to calm the masses and even convince them that they might actually have a chance. Participation in the crusade was, in all due technicality, voluntary. Mostly because there were more than enough people volunteering. The Imperial propaganda machine was in full swing. Justina Tull, the creator of this rather lunatic plan, was everywhere, on posters, on vid screens, on absolutely everything, calling out to the Imperial citizens to take up arms, to become heroes and save the Imperium, all that goody nonsense. And while, of course, there was no time to actually train...
Okay, let's get this army into place and then go fuck up a city or 5.
Most bare-boned basic, e.g., this is a las rifle, it goes pew-pew when you pull the trigger, and if it stops going pew-pew, you should probably switch out the ammunition. But on the bright side, there was more than enough weapons to go around. Terra, of course, had been stockpiled in the occasion of a long siege, and normally there would be
the fuck are these things?
More Imperial Guard, Adeptus Astartes,
Can I make you friends with them?
other administratum forces stationed on the planet.
Let's pay you to be friends.
Las rifles and other weapons to go around, and these were handed out to the new
So I'm looking at the Plague Marine card, but I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Here, I'll whip it out for a second. When I doubt, whip it out, Okay, you are looking at Plague Marines, that's... There we go. So, they have 1 wound, that's the W. Movement 5-inch, weapon skill is 3, so anything higher than a 3 or higher, you hit. Then there's minuses. Wait, no, that's for swinging a sword. Ballistic skill is also 3, so what I said for that applies. 4-up save. Wait, no, 3-up save. Strength 4. Toughness 5. Jesus Christ, toughness 5?
gathered up into
Okay, so yeah, that's why they're so expensive.
and sent to
No shit.
support specialized detachments.
Toughness 5 means the weapon, if it's weaker than that, they have to hit on a 5. They have to roll a 5-up die to hit you, or to wound you. So effectively, on a d6, they have a 2 in 6 chance of actually hurting you,
No shit.
which is pretty decent. Okay, so Plague Champions are gross.
So what the fuck am I looking at right now? It says Plague Marines, it says Power 7.
Where are you looking? I'm looking on the thing I showed you, the core manual.
Oh, it's in there?
Yeah, dude, all this shit's in that book. That's why.
God, look at that.
Yeah, because that's actually what you need to use. So there's Poxwalkers, which are, as far as I know, cheap as shit. Yeah, no. Oh, you're looking at the standard 40k list. Yeah, no. Plague Marines are a lot cheaper than that. A lot cheaper. Plague Champions are 15. The standard Plague Marines are 14. And Poxwalkers are 3. Your weapons are kind of expensive, but you have a base loadout, which is free. So.
They had a few basic turrets, but at least they had some armor, which the merchant haulers most definitively did not. The plan, in all due essentiality,
Thousand Suns are fucking cool.
Gather all of this up into one massive ball, then place the shittier merchant vessels in front of the bulk haulers, and then just simply dash madly towards the Orc attack moon. The theory, of course, being that while the overwhelming majority of civilians would die not screaming because, you know, vacuum, then maybe some of the bulk haulers would get through, and if they were really lucky, maybe some of the civilian meat shields would get through as well. It certainly was not the most promising of plans, but again, you might...
Oh, I tried to be friends with them. They didn't like it.
How the hell was this even considered a plan to begin with? Well, you have to remember that at this point, the people of Terra were grasping at straws. They were looking for anything at all that could possibly save them. Some way to regain their own agency in a situation that seemed hopeless. The Orc attack moon had rendered them helpless. They were in a situation
This should be a nice
where
battle.
they had no way to affect the outcome of any of this. They had been completely
But yeah, the things were adjusted for kill teams from 40k, because in 40k it's squad based for the most part, and this is single unit.
The citizens with 24/7 propaganda everywhere at all times, on every TV channel, on every radio network, on every single broadcast all the time. Well, you know how the saying goes, if you shout something loudly enough for long enough, people are actually going to start believing it. So, with all of these crusaders gathered aboard their little tin cans, was there any Navy presence whatsoever? Not really. The only Imperial Navy vessel in the system that would have any chance
Oh, I have zero cover. Oh.
was the High Admiral's own flagship, which was originally intended to lead...
When I was looking at that battle map, I saw this giant-ass open area. I was like hoping there would be like trees and shit for me to hide my army in while I just bombarded the city, but no, there's nothing. So, it looks like I'm fucking big dicking it.
warship in the solar system for this proletarian
Oh,
crusade.
fuck
And
me.
in all due honesty,
This is gonna suck.
Lansing's flagship would not have done a damn diddly ding-dong shit to change the inevitable outcome. I know I'm kind of spoiling it here, but come on. You know what's going to happen as well as I do. Not to mention the fact that Lansing himself had withdrawn into a state of near-complete apoplexy. He had, essentially, doomed Terra. He had cleaned out the entire solar system.
So, I have to...
Navy vessels. They will simply
My reinforcements are gonna come from there. I could set up over here. But then I'd be attacking uphill against towers. Oh, thank you. I'll attack on the flat ground. I'd rather not have everything take out one line of guys with just have a shot. I'd rather take out 5 guys instead of 25 guys. Urgent kill. I'm there.
Merchants and civilian vessels had gathered above Terra to attack the Orc Moon, and so they did.
Let's put the boat nice and long.
The Orc Moon disgorged all of its ships, which at first seemed to not outright
Start
attack
battle.
the merchant shipping. Instead,
Go up the hill.
they would board the various merchant ships, using various cutting tools to cut open the improvised crew compartments, thereby venting most of the supposed fighting men out into the void. What had essentially happened here is that Justina Tull's Grand Crusade had gathered up pretty much every single ship in the solar system and then handed them to the orcs on a silver fucking platter. What few
Blackheart
elements of
Corsairs
the
can go get
Proletarian
fucked.
Crusade actually reached the orc planet was met by a relatively small force of orcs, which they defeated before being led into a trap. A very silly trap, which I refuse to mention because retarded. Anyways, the small orc force that was sent out onto the orc attack moon surface, which, by the way, the attack moon has a atmosphere. Now, first and foremost, I'd like to ask how the fuck Justina Tull knew about this, and secondly, what? An atmosphere on a body that close to Terra? How the astrophysical fuck, but oh well. Minor.
Okay, there's that. Then there's we'll send the engineer in. It is. Gosh.
Surface were the dregs of the orc invasion force, probably dissatisfied elements, you know, the rowdy little bastards that couldn't be properly controlled. They were just sent up to the surface to fight the humans and hopefully die before then finishing off the rest of the humans in the retard Trapomatic. Everyone dead
Let's
except
put them
for
on
one
unit
single
5.
survivor who stumbled
Charge.
his way
Okay.
into the orc attack mode. A former Adeptus Arbites armed only with a single shotgun and
6.
like 20 rounds of ammunition
Charge.
against an entire attack moon that now proved itself to be filled to the fucking brim with orcs. So, yeah. Yeah, that.
And where are those fucking catapults? Send them up there.
Badly as it could possibly have gone. Not only was the orc attack moon entirely unscathed, its garrison barely touched by the invasion force, but Justina Tull's Great Proletarian Crusade had also saved them the trouble of actually going out into the solar system and hunting down the various merchant shipping. Instead, it had all been delivered directly to the orc like so much fast food. And the crazed woman who started all this, Justina Tull, was of course back on Terra, safe and sound in the High Lord's chamber. Now, there were 2 emotional wrecks on the High Council. Oh, fucking good. The only real upside
Oh, this was a slaughter.
was that at least the High Admiral Lansung's own personal flagship, a powerful Emperor-class cruiser in its own right, had not been thrown away as well. But wait, a spark of hope. The ship, the Militant Fire, one of the merchant vessels sent to attack the attack moon, came back to Terra after the defeat. It was at first considered a sign, a potion of faith and hope, a measure of retribution. At least one ship had escaped, until an orc stepped off the ship.
Why is Stretch not on the fucking battlefield? God damn it.
As an emissary of all goddamn things. I probably don't need to tell you that orcs, generally speaking, don't use emissaries. Generally speaking, they don't use any diplomacy that is on a higher level than bash opponent overhead with stick. As such, the appearance of a supposed diplomat...
I guess it destroyed. You need to get the fuck in there. Come on, Ronan. Charge.
To begin with, the natural reaction was shoot the goddamn thing, but Grandmaster Vangerid stepped in and...
Fuck, did you miss that, Ronan?
...brought before the High 12, figuring that at least they would listen to what the damn thing had to say. By all accounts, the orcs had the entirety...
That just did a quarter of his health. Like, holy shit. Yeah, that's gonna end badly.
You probably shouldn't piss on his wrist. The orc diplomat presented the High 12 with an ultimatum. They were to surrender Terra immediately and throw themselves upon the gentle mercies of the Great Beast, or they would be wiped out. The High Council, to their credit for once, suggested that the orc emissary return back home to his Great Beast, find the biggest piece of blunt metal he could possibly find, and shove it up his ass. probably the first halfway decent thing the council had done to this point, as becoming the orcs' slaves would essentially be just an even more drawn-out, humiliating, and horrible way of death. Better to just get blasted into oblivion by a planetary...
But yeah, I really do recommend running a bunch of poxwalkers as a screening force.
Getting kicked by the goblins, and then finally
Simply because your guys are so slow and kind of expensive, you know?
And that pretty much brings the book to an end, although there is one other little interesting tidbit here. Apparently, the Inquisition has a stronghold under the polar ice caps of Terra, a massive inquisitorial fortress with a full garrison of its own and containing enough quarters and areas for inquisitors all over the planet to visit, live, research, and collect various data. Interesting little tidbit. And, of course, lastly, because I know you love them oh so much, we'll end this one as well on a cliffhanger. After the orc ambassador had been sent back home, Grandmaster Vangerich was brought a report. Eldar, of unknown numbers and origins, had appeared within the Imperial Palace.
This is Trench's victory only! Die, die! Chieftain of the Deep Warrens. There to the door, Jesus is coming. Mighty am I. Strike forth!
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome to an extra lore.
Summon upgrade. Fuck that.
Arises. We have now gotten all the way to book 5. I figured I'd do this as an extra, both because, one, I reached 100,000 subscribers just last weekend, and a double dose seemed fitting. Additionally, I've already got a special lore video for Friday lined up to commemorate the whole 100,000 subs things, and as many of you have already guessed, it will be Imperial Knights, and it is going to be a rather beefy one. But for now, let's get into the Beast Arises Book 5, shall we? As you might remember from last time, Eldar had suddenly appeared on Holy Terra, because why not? I mean, it's only the most heavily fortified and most holy planet in the entire goddamn Imperium. What could possibly go wrong with dumping a random bunch of Eldar on the planet? Not in goddamn deed. You see, the Eldar had themselves a little bit of an idea. They too had noticed the rise of the Beast, and they figured they could maybe use the Imperium against the Beast, and more specifically, the Emperor. So they figured that the best way to get in touch with Big E was to fucking assault the palace. Eldar, not the smartest of aliens. So, they headed straight towards Big E's throne chamber while killing everything in their way, because brutally stabbing people is the best way to say friendship in the Eldar tongue. The Eldar consider humans to be stupid. And now, granted, even if the Eldars had tried to immediately surrender after boom-tubing their goddamn way into the Imperial Palace, they'd still probably get shot, but what I'm saying is you probably shouldn't have just goddamn invaded the Imperial Palace to bloody begin with. Plus, it was apparently a rather costly venture. There appears to be multiple webways located on Terra, inside of the Imperial main city, and indeed the palace itself. We know of one that was opened by Magnus, which, well, led to a bit of problems, and apparently this is another, because this is not the same portal. Quite
mighty
this
Lord,
didn't pop up
the
in
fates have surely selected you for greatness.
Probably there's multiple.
Thanks to my
or the
guidance,
Beast Rises is just
your tremendous power grows, as if driven by some divine
several
power.
Eldar
Your
seers
enemies
had to give up their
tremble before
lives in
you.
order to open this particular portal, through which a small band of harlequins slipped on a... I was about to say diplomatic mission, but if this is how the Eldars conduct diplomacy, I'd hate to see what they do if they try to be as holy about it. So, the Harlequins are now running rampant in the basements and the cellars of the Imperial powers, heading straight for Big E's throne room. As you can probably imagine, this pretty much occupied everyone's attention at the time. Granted, the High Lords were still panicking over the fact that the Orc had just spoken to them and offered them peace terms, which, granted, is a traumatic event in and of itself. Grandmaster Vangarich, however, is a little bit more cool-headed and heads down into the Imperial Palace with Beast Cruel in tow to try and capture one of the
Okay, this should be interesting.
6 Cruel on one of them, but Harlequins are pretty goddamn good fighters, and in fact it was even better than Cruel. And the Grandmaster had to intervene and kill the Eldar rather than capturing it, which, well, at least Cruel didn't get his head chopped off, so I guess it's a win in a way, but still, a live one would have been more preferable for the Officio Assassinarum, since they could then undoubtedly beat all kinds of lovely information out of him. Nevertheless, a lot of the Eldar actually managed to make it all the way to the Emperor's throne room, or to be more precise, the Golden Gates in front of it, which should tell you a fair bit about the palace's security. It's currently being staffed by Lucifer Blacks, and the Lucifer Blacks have been known as a fantastically good elite formation of bodyguards and highly valued for their skills for thousands of years, but, well, it looks like their pedigree has waned somewhat, shall we say. Because they sure as fuck couldn't stop the Eldar, which meant it was up to the Custodes to stop them. This, as far as I'm aware, was the first time since the Heresy that the Custodes had engaged in outright combat with an external enemy since the Horus Heresy. So, yeah. Luckily, the Custodes were not, in fact, overly rusty, and they did manage to defeat the remaining Eldar. But note, the Emperor's throne room is guarded by a pair of Warhound Titans. I know that Big E's safety is kind of paramount, but Warhound Titans sounds almost like a tiny bit of overkill to me, but then again, they might be pretty goddamn awesome stuff besides the massive golden gates leading into the throne itself. Luckily for the Imperial Inquisition and Vangarich, somehow the Custodes managed to refrain themselves from smushing the head of one of the Eldar, even despite the fact that she had killed
Like a stretch.
quite the feat in and of its goddamn self, and one of them and treated to the gentle administration of the Inquisition and the Officio Assassinarum. My dislike for pointy-eared faggots is well known, and this, in my opinion, is a faithful and honestly contagious. So, consider this. They had brought a token of they never actually presented this token to everyone. Not the Custodians, not the Lucifer Blacks, not the Officio, not anyone. They decided they'd just break into Big E's throne room and, I don't know, show it to him maybe? I really don't know what the plan was there. I mean, even if the Emperor could take a break from fighting the forces of chaos and keeping an astronomical bit, or long enough to check Eldar credentials, what do you think his response would be to anything the Eldar could possibly suggest, considering they were part of the cabal that pretty much destroyed the entire goddamn galaxy? In the first place, obviously, first and foremost, they brought Slanesh into existence, which is still enough for a lifetime, but they were also instrumental in turning the Alpha Legion against the Emperor. If anything, if Big E could drag his attention away from, preserving the goddamn galaxy for long enough to actually check the Eldar credentials, I'm pretty damn sure the only words he would be willing to speak to the Eldar with something along the lines of, fuck you. And that's only if he was being excessively gentle. Here's the real thing. Okay, so the Eldar want to get in touch with the Imperium and tell them about the Orc threat. Alright? Was this really the best way to do it? Charging the Emperor's throne room. Couldn't you have, picked up a phone? And anyway, literally just have called someone. Maybe sent a psychic message to one of the High Lords? Sent a carrier pigeon? A letter in a bottle? I don't know. Anything has got
the fuck is that fucking melee guy? There you go. Ah.
No. One he had the bastards decided to charge the big throne room and got them all killed, except for one, which was indeed captured, taken to the royal fortress, where the little Eldar darling was put through various modes of
Oh, wow, that did have a self.
She maintained a constant veneer of absolute ridiculousness, making damn sure that the people that was currently torturing her would hate her as much as humanly goddamn possible. It takes a certain amount of stupid, combined with a certain amount of arrogance and douchebagginess to tell the people that are trying to shove a expanding rod up your asshole to go fuck themselves. Nevertheless, the Inquisition has had plenty of practice, and they've acquired a fair bit of
There we go.
skills
Let's just fucking clean this.
expanding anal probage, and eventually they did get a little bit of information.
It's fun to look at? Yeah, it is.
Mainly is that they were trying to be diplomatic by invading the palace. Oddly enough, none of the people present simply just asked the Eldar, "Wow, you could have just sent a telegram." But hey, I guess the author didn't really think of that. I don't know really. Anyways, what they do know from this is that the Eldar do have a certain amount of intelligence. They also learn that the Mechanicus is apparently holding something from them, which in itself is not exactly news, but it helps.
I'm just.
This is also a rather
I don't
interesting
want.
part because Grand Master Vanquist
Grind down any more troops.
to the Inquisitorial representatives that perhaps their monolithic structure is why they're having so much internal strife and so much constant back and forth power struggles between the various Inquisitors. He suggests that they split into 3 various ordos that focus on their chosen field of study. This will eventually lead to the birth of the Ordo Xenos, Hereticus, and Malus, which is pretty damn cool, honestly. Nice little tidbit of lore there. Something good did come from this whole debacle, however. The Officio and the Inquisition have now bonded over their mutual love of torturing Eldar bitches. A
Good reason to bond.
a fine thing to bond over, absolutely no doubt about that. Then they form essentially a bit of an alliance, trying to create a unified front, both against the Orcs and against the High Lords in all due technicality. They contact Corlund,
Nothing can
that has
stop
organized
me.
the last wall and have arrived in the Terran system. However, the last wall is
Kill,
not
destroy.
quite what it was supposed to be.
Burn
Before we
fire,
get into
it's
that,
all.
the message they sent to Corlund is that he needs to demand the aid of
Chieftain
Mars.
of the Deep
Despite the fact that an Orc Death Star is currently hanging over Terra, Mars has done very little indeed. In fact, they haven't actually intervened in any real way so far. They haven't sent ships nor troops to aid Terra, and they have more or less refused or deflected all forms of communication. The Grand Master assumes that this is simply because Terra can't really enforce his will at the moment, what with the Orcs and everything, but Corlund and his last wall just might, and indeed, he does manage to do so, and the Fabricator General acquiesces to his requests to send forces to aid the destruction of the
Active?
Orc attack moon. As for this last wall, though, originally, it seems that the intent of Rogel Dawn was for this to be a safeguard, presumably against the return of chaos in all due probability, that would reforge the Legion as a whole, essentially recreating the Imperial Fist's Legion. What happened, however, was nowhere close to that.
Agile attacks,
First
poison
and
attacks.
foremost, it was far, far too small. At the time at which the last wall arrived in the Terran system, it numbered no more than 5,000 Astartes. And while in normal times, that would be a pretty goddamn considerable force, especially considering they also brought along their naval contingents, but it's a damn far cry from the original strength of the Imperial Fists, which numbered well over 100,000
Magic
brothers,
resistance might
not
be
to mention
cool.
something along the lines of close to 100 capital ships, and of course the mighty Phalanx.
I really need to get that skull
And
helm.
to complicate matters further, not only had the Legion not reformed in strength or numbers, but they just weren't the Legion of old. Black Templars had developed a very unique doctrine, a very unique culture, one might even say, compared to that of the Imperial Fists. And again, the Fists Exemplar had their own unique doctrine.
I wish I didn't take that one. That was a
understanding
waste.
of what it meant to be an Adeptus Astartes. They could no longer be truly wielded as a single blade, which undoubtedly did weaken their overall efficiency and cohesion. Not to mention,
What
they
perk do
were
I-
placed under the command of Kurland, who had proven himself and would continue to prove himself a very, very good commander, but still, at this point in time, he was, for all intents and purposes, untested. He was in command by simple virtue of being the only Imperial Fist living, which, you can probably imagine did not exactly inspire a whole lot of confidence among his far more senior brothers. Nevertheless, patience was unfortunately not really an option.
I really don't want to fight these guys. That is fucking...
Terra had thrown away most of its defenders, including the vast majority of its Imperial Guard regiments, quite a number of its civilians, and pretty much anything and everything that could be considered a ship. Granted, they were pretty much all unarmed merchant vessels, seeing as High Admiral Lansung's own ship had stayed back from the main assault, a decision that Kurland in particular was very, very interested in hearing the reasoning behind, as it did appear to be a rather cowardly act. Naturally, it had a pretty damn good reason. You know, you probably wouldn't want to throw away the only ship that could actually fight, but still, you know, for the Space Marines, that did seem like a rather...
Oh, I can upgrade that too.
decision.
Sweet.
But still, they had to attack, and they had to attack now. With Mars promising its aid, it was time to move. Through a
Perfect.
daring assault, including the attack of the fleet itself upon the attack moon, and several waves of Astartes invading the moon itself,
My
they
visions
managed
predict
to
fate.
disable the attack moon, and most importantly, the moon's teleportarum. This is quite interesting. You see, one person had survived the Proletarian Crusade. One had survived free until quickly being captured again and thrown in amongst the rest of the Orc slaves. The Orcs had quite a lot of human slaves. They had apparently visited a fair few little worlds. They were abhumans, sanctioned abhumans, but still, in all due reality,
Dagarothi's gonna come kick
citizens,
get it.
but they didn't quite look like humans. They were far taller and scrawnier looking, kinda birdish almost. Anyways, the Orcs have teleportarum. That's pretty unusual. Orcs do have teleportation tech, but usually not this stable, reliable, or plentiful, so that's pretty goddamn unique. I mean, a teleportation device in and of itself, those things are rare, ridiculously rare, and one reliable enough to constantly bring in reinforcements and supplies, which this one is. Essentially, the Orc attack moon is getting all of its supplies, all of its soldiers, ammunition, food, etc., through the teleportarum. That is unheard of. A teleportation device with enough range and stability to be used as a stable route of supplies? That is absolutely insane in the 41st millennium. Not to mention, it doesn't seem to be constantly malfunctioning and opening warp rifts in the middle of the Orc attack moon. Granted, that might very well have happened, and the Orc would probably have seen the random invasions of demons as a bonus, but still, it does seem to be remarkably stable. And as far as we know in 40k fluff up until this point, a teleportation device like this is practically impossible. Even during the dark age of technology, nothing could really compare to this, so wow. Nevertheless, The Astartes managed to invade the attack moon and take over its internal workings, wipe out most of the orcs, and take it under their control. For some mysterious reason, they didn't
I need to replenish my. I think it'd be better just throw on the move quick.
Arm, or put it on the permanent guard, which is rather odd, but I guess their close shave with death might have rattled them a bit, as it was a very, very close-run thing. The massive gravity weapons mounted on the Orc attack moon inflicted considerable casualties upon the Astartes fleet. In fact, it was only via the very, very timely intervention of the Iron Knights, another founding chapter of the Imperial Fists, that blindsided the attack moon and managed to knock out its main weapons, allowing the Astartes to board and purge the thing in the first place.
Alright.
It was
Let's just fucking hit the place. Hit it hard.
And think of that. 5,000 Astartes and their naval contingents were just barely able to knock out this one attack move. That's not very promising.
Well, I was saying I have no chance in hell.
Regardless, with the Orc attack moon disabled at the very least for the time being, Kurland is forced to comply with his deal with Mars. One of the things he had to promise to make sure that they would actually send help, which in and of itself is suspect enough, is that they would be allowed to rummage around inside of the attack moon, which is the reason why they didn't destroy it. I still think they probably should have disabled and smashed pretty much everything they could find, especially the goddamn teleportation device, but oh well. After their glorious victory, the last wall is visited by the so-called Lord Gilliman. Not the Primarch, obviously, just the High Lord that bears that name. He boards the ship of the last wall and tries, incredibly enough, to politics his way into their ranks. The dude even attempts to intimidate half a dozen chapter masters to their face, and even goes so far as to threaten them. The sheer brass balls on this man would keep an entire Forge World operational for a year at least. Although, I have to say, this is one of those really odd things, right? This is one of the places where I feel like the Beast Rises books just kind of don't really get the lore. I mean, so, this dude, a mere human, wanders onto the ship of the last wall, faces down a dozen chapter masters, orders them to fall in line, even commands them to accept the command of himself and the Imperial Navy. He orders them directly to accept the direct authority of the Lord Militant, and him as the Lord Militant's master, which is unheard of. He insults them in the most blatant terms, and yet, not a single one of these chapter masters decides to puppeteer the dude by simply ramming a mailed fist so far up his goddamn asshole that he can make his eyes wink by twitching his fingers. Which, I remind you, would be the Adeptus Astartes chapter-approved standard response to some cuntweasel wandering aboard your ship and ordering that you fall in line. And then, as one final insult, he demands that the chapters send numbers of their own brethren down to the planet with their armor painted in the colors of the Imperial Fists. Alright, where to begin? Well, they are a successor chapter. They have great amount of respect for Dorm and his legion, but
okay, so you are gonna go in.
Great pride in their heraldry, in their colors, in their iconography, and asking them to repaint their armor in the colors of another chapter? I'm struggling for an analogy here, but it would be something along the lines of walking up to a person, just sitting at his breakfast table, just chilling, then pissing in his cornflakes while slapping him across the face, and when you've finished pissing him, turn around ever so daintily, drop your pants, and shit directly in the bowl, only to then turn around with a coquettish little smile and go, "Bon appetit." The simple fact that the Lord Gilliman's head is not currently orbiting Jupiter from the force of the punch that sent it there is downright is because Curlin himself sees the political necessity in this action.
Oh, fucking Christ, I'm getting
The Imperium and Terra specifically learned that the Imperial fists were practically wiped out by the very orcs that just murdered their proletariat crusade. There is a teensy-weensy little chance that some of the civilians might have what is commonly referred to as a fucking freakout, which seems like a pretty goddamn reasonable prediction if you ask me, and so he as well asks that the chapters send a small number of their finest warriors to paint their armor in the cause of Imperial fists, so that Merlin may reform an dead-light wall. The first wall that is usually stood sentry upon the walls of the Imperial Capital itself. Purely ceremonial in all due technicality.
Oh my god, I need to get up on here.
Again, the people need
Taking fucking forever.
fists are pretty much as close to living legends of the Great Crusade that they might ever likely become.
Wow, I'm used to my guys not breaking. This is strange.
Bullshit of it all.
Just goes to show you that the leader is more important than the army.
Seeing the political necessity of keeping Terra from descending into complete and utter anarchy, essentially. And of course, the High Lords, being the indulgent waste-stroke motherfuckers that they are, fat, rich, angry, crazy, etc., they hold a massive victory feast and parade for their conquering heroes, and parade the newly founded First World through the streets of the Imperial City.
I'm taking a lot more loss than I thought I would.
Because it has to be used for something. Corlin runs into a certain Grand Master of the Officioles Signorum. The two have an instant liking for one another. Corlin, recognizing a non-political ally that nevertheless knows how the politics of the Imperial capital works, and Vanquist, well, what he sees is a very, very, very large, very angry Astartes, and he decided that he needs to step into the realms of politics himself. And while Curlin is a mighty battlefield commander, he's rather naive in the ways of politics and might need a kind, gentle, guiding Grandmaster to inform his action. The Grandmaster immediately stabs the High Lord of the Navy in the back and suggests to Curlin that all of the High Lords are corrupt and worthless in need of
Oh god, this army took a shit kicking and it didn't need to.
Son's capital ship hung back while the proletariat of course, very gets to mention that he was the one that called Ransom, not waste the only goddamn
That was
the entire
500 loss that didn't happen.
details, minor, insignificant, and entirely pointless details. The rest of the High Lords treat their conquering heroes with, well, cold disdain almost. Granted, they try to cozy up to them on occasions when it's politically relevant, and they try to present them with a nice face, but you gotta remember, as far as the High Lords are concerned, the Imperial Fists are mere soldiers. In fact, many of them even see them as having almost a ceremonial role. Again, I remind you that the First Wall is supposed to stay on Terra at all times and protect the Imperial palace. For most of the High Lords, the Imperial Fists are simply just really, really big dudes standing in alcoves, you know, being guards. They don't have the respect for the Adeptus Astartes that they probably should have. And mayhaps they will soon learn that the Silent Guardians might just
Everyone knows I'm
thing.
greatest.
Meanwhile, in a completely different place in the Imperium, the Iron Warriors are currently getting butt-fucked by orcs, which would normally be a wonderful thing indeed, if it weren't for the fact that the
Oh, I got 2 levels out of that. Sweet.
that were pursuing said Iron Warriors are also getting butt-fucked in the exact same way, since they were currently busy fighting each other when the Greenskins showed up. This obviously complicates things rather badly. The Iron Warriors have
Commander Sword is good. I like that.
down on the planet. The Black Templars dropped down to assault that fortification when the orcs arrived. The Black Templars find themselves in a rather unenviable position. The orcs on one side, the Iron Warriors on the other. It is at this point that the Iron Warriors suggest a truce, because they know as well that the moment the orcs are done with the Black Templars, they're gonna come for them, and they're gonna got no more chance to stand against them by themselves than the Black Templars do.
Yeah.
To begin with, of course, the Templars disdain the very idea of an alliance with the traitors, but, interestingly enough, they eventually agree, which is odd. I gotta admit, this is, I didn't see this one happening.
I'll take the
I mean, it's a
Pestilent
alliance
Breath.
of necessity, you might say, but the Black Templars in this fight also reveal their newfound faith. They have begun worshipping the Emperor as a god, and yet they throw in their lot with the Iron Warriors.
Most masterful of
I'm
masters.
not sure how to feel about this. At one side, in the books, it is written as very much so a alliance of necessity, a temporary thing that the sides hate. But
like.
even then, I'm just not convinced this would happen, even in the face of a massive orc threat. I'm just not convinced this would be
Right,
the case.
right. They
Nevertheless,
hate me as a
this is
race.
What happens? And let's talk a little bit about the Black Templars' faith before going on, shall we? So, the orcs are obviously throwing themselves at the bastions, which the Black Templars have been allowed inside now, and is currently being manned with Black Templars side by side with Iron Warriors. The Iron Warriors notice the newfound zeal and faith of the Black Templars, which at this point in the Imperial's history is still very, very unusual. Much of the masses have come to worship the Emperor, but the Astartes still see the whole God-Emperor thing as a little bit of a bad habit, a distasteful practice that they simply just find themselves having to tolerate. They do not accept it, they do not encourage it, and they most definitively do not approve. And yet, the Black Templars appear to have been the exception, having shown these faith and zealous attitudes quite early. In fact, it would appear, through various hints, that it might even have been one of the earliest things the Black
How did I know you would do that?
In fact, it's even hinted at that maybe, just maybe, the Black Templars were formed out of a core of the Imperial Fists that had already begun to worship the Emperor. An interesting little idea, that. It'll be interesting to see if the Horus Heresy explores that any further, because I'd like to hear exactly how the tight-arsed Imperial Fists came to take upon themselves the faith and nonsense of the proletariat, so to say. It's going to be quite interesting. The Iron Warriors are very
It's an army of dinosaurs.
newfound faith, unsurprisingly. And indeed, one of them poses a rather interesting little question.
And the yeah, that's what I thought was the actual odds there.
Morgar was but a bit too early in his devotions. If your emperor could see you,
Literally an army of dinosaurs.
would he let you kiss his
Led by
smash your face in with a mailed fist as he did?
not Mazdamundi, but
That is an interesting question.
yeah, I figured it would be the thing that happened.
Worship of the Astartes at this point. Was he ever planning to be worshipped?
Okay, we're gonna hide in the fucking woods.
That is a really interesting one. Assuming that that was part of his plan,
Oh.
I don't think it is. And the reason I don't think that was part of his plan was because he rebuked Lord.
Yeah, this is gonna end quickly.
He censored him in full public, in front of his entire legion, his brothers. He sent the Ultramarines to chastise them. That is a very extreme action. It doesn't strike me as the actions of someone that wants to be worshipped eventually, but just not right now. No? It seems too extreme for it, but nevertheless, it's a very interesting question. Anyways.
Oh shit, right. Yeah, those.
Forces of the Black Templars and the Iron Warriors managed to defeat the ravening orc hordes and escape from the system. At this point, both forces are battered and bruised bloody. Not only have they been fighting each other, but also the orcs. Neither force is in really any state to fight the other. Additionally, before the alliance was entered into, the Iron Warriors asked for several things. One, that the Black Templars help them, and therefore be allowed into their bastions.
Okay, so essentially what I have to do here is
attack the Iron Warriors during the alliance. And three, that the Black Templars would allow the Iron Warriors to leave in peace. The Black Templars agreed to they did, let the Iron Warriors go. But this will not be the last we hear of the Sons of Petarabo in this particular book series. But for now, we are going to end on not a cliffhanger. How nice! What has happened? Well, Tara's been saved, Curlin has returned, the conquering hero, at the head of 5,000 starties. The casualties will undoubtedly have reduced that number. They've probably got at least 4,000 left, and with the reinforcement of the Iron Knights, they might even be back up to the full 5,000, or perhaps stronger. They have now linked up with the Imperial Army elements of Terra, and the little Elvan dick, except for proving to the High Lords that the Elder are bad, and they did the Officio Assassinatum on the position, something to ally with. So, plus, there is that little trinket granted to the Elder, specifically to the Farse Elder. More about the Lord of the South than until then, however, enough is said. We'll see.
My warriors rallying? Fuck yeah, thank God. Oh, this is horrible without having a leader.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome to yet another Lord summary of the Beast Rises. We are now on book 6, which means we are about halfway through. That means we're halfway to the Horus Heresy for those interested. And next week we will be having another special event, so keep an eye out for that. But for now, let's get on with the actual stuff, shall we? This book gives us a bit more just general backstory, moving the plot around a little bit, and giving us some interesting little extra information. For example, the Fist Exemplars are a rather interesting little chapter. They have been specifically designed for void warfare, which is an oddity. Not many chapters specifically focus on that particular aspect of warfare. Some do. Perhaps most famous would be the Space Sharks, the Kakashahan.
I think I can win that actually.
But they are Space Sharks, and that is all you really need to know. But for an Imperial Fist Descendants chapter, that's fairly unusual. The Fists were never...
Yeah, I'm almost certain I can win that.
On Void War. They were decent at it, but they preferred to get their ships to do most of the talking rather than boarding parties. There were no World Eaters or Space Wolves chapter that preferred large-scale boarding actions. They'd do it, and they'd master it to the same level as all other Space Marine chapters, but it wasn't really their focus. So I'm assuming that perhaps the Fist Exemplars were taken from a slightly more aggressive part of the Imperial Fists, and that does indeed seem to be backed up by several other statements. For example, they seem to hold Sigismund in a rather high esteem, and he will certainly...
I think I can win that.
Oh, what should I say?
Provided I get all those reinforcements on the ground early.
Imperial Fist, perhaps? We'll get to Sigismund and the Horus Heresy, but still. It's rather interesting, actually, because they were also clearly designed specifically against all manners of attack by Voidborn forces, both against drop...
Yeah, I can definitely win.
Torpedoes with a large number of defense turrets.
I did not quick save.
Also
Never mind.
Protected by varying layers of psychic and runic warding, which is rather interesting. Even to the point where they had specialized psychers on board in specialized containment chambers that would constantly reapply the psychic wards and create further disturbances to anyone trying to teleport aboard the ship. Quite interesting, that. It's a fascinating take on void warfare. It was clearly, at the very least in part, also designed to counteract demons, which is rather interesting. It makes me wonder if perhaps the Fist Exemplars, being supposedly the purest of the chapters, might have originally been intended as some form of spearhead for a crusade into the Eye of Terra, perhaps? They certainly do seem like they're preparing for it an awful lot. By the way, this was not really the focus on today's episode, but it's a rather nice little note. What was really happening in the book is that they came across an Oberon-class battleship that was currently being captured and disassembled by the Orcs. Now, this is rather rare. Generally speaking, the Orcs will capture a ship and just slap shit on it. Actually disassembling and reassembling various ship components other places. Now, that is a rarity, although it would explain, to at the very least to some degree, where the orcs got all of the big guns for their star fortresses. Granted, it still doesn't explain where they got all of the guns for their original star fortresses, of which there were dozens. I mean, again, how the hell all of this happened without the Imperium noticing is quite the question, but well. Back on Terra, the orc attack moon had been pacified, but, well, it is a new moon in orbit, and while it wasn't quite as, disastrous as I would have imagined, I mean, if you plunk an orbital entity of that size into near orbit with Terra, you'd expect...
There we go. Redoing my army, well, rebuilding it.
Essentially, it would be that bad. So, granted, the simple fact that Terra doesn't have any oceans at this point might actually have saved Terra, because at the very least then they wouldn't have to worry about gargantuan tidal waves and tsunamis just cleaning out kilometers upon kilometers of coastline. Hell, probably even going many, many miles inland easily. To be honest, it might as well just...
Oh shit, this army is almost removed.
Ocean in its entirety, so this was actually a good thing, but nevertheless, that is of course not the only thing that happens when a planetary body simply just kind of pops into orbit like that. Tectonic activity was probably the worst thing for Terra, because Terra at this point is in all due essentiality a hive world, which means that you have millions of miles of giant city built upon city,
Well, since they're fucked,
now built upon ground that is currently
let's
the hive quakes were getting to become rather catastrophic, and God only knows the body.
Let's go fuck these guys up, because they're bastards.
Easily into the millions and probably well into the billions at this point, with entire hive towers collapsing and breaking apart. In other words, the people of Terra had been saved, but they were still dying like goddamn flies. And since there were no realistic expectations of help from outside of the system, the people of Terra were pretty much left to their own devices, and seeing as their allies on Mars had just ever so recently actually bothered lifting even the tiniest finger to help anyone, the people of Terra were unlikely to be receiving anything in the ways of significant aid for rather considerable...
So I have him set up to ambush.
The raging masses were at least
The desert
partially
fucked.
placated by a rather brilliant PR move by Kurland. Kurland reformed the first Shield Corps by taking 50 Astartes from the various descendant chapters' first companies. Essentially, he took the cream of the crop and recreated the Imperial fists around them. Now, again, this was a rather big ask, to put it very bluntly. To ask an Adeptus Astartes to strike his own colors and put that of another chapter in its place is horrible. I mean, how could I describe it? It would be like asking a hardcore, true-believing Christian to become a Muslim, essentially. The two different chapters or religions have many things in common. I mean, it's one god and all of that nonsense. They even got many of the same deities, prophets, shit like that. But nevertheless, it is a rather jarring transition. And when you add in the simple fact that Space Marines tend to have a rather overdeveloped sense
Oh
of
shit, awesome.
belonging, and
Yeah, I just win right there. Watch. He used a fuckload of his forces to recolonize that city, and my ambush failed.
Event for many of them, and many of the successor chapters vehemently objected to this, but nevertheless, they were all talked into it because the
He didn't do it.
was, well, blindingly fucking obvious. The people of Terra were tearing themselves apart, and a show of strength, familiarity, and honor was necessary. The people of Terra needed to see that their wall remained strong, despite every indication.
I think I can win that.
It was, however,
They're
not
tired.
even remotely enough to head off all of the civil unrest.
I got an ambush off.
The
Oh yes.
Crusade, which had been hyped up on every single media, radio, Vox channel, etc., to be
The only issue is that I don't have any fucking leadership in this army.
The great comeback. Well, it had ended in complete and utter butchery, which is a problem. There were large-scale civil uprising all across Terra, but nothing overtly military or directly dangerous towards the establishment itself. It was primarily civilian unrest. No military uprising, no garrisons taking up arms against their overlords, etc. You essentially just had large-scale demonstration, angry mobs, crashing of windows, burning, large-scale calamity. You know, the kind of shit that would absolutely goddamn cripple a city in our timeline, but for Terra would be considered a relatively minor inconvenience. And indeed, it would even be, to some extent, fairly routine. Large-scale civilian uprising on hive worlds is most definitively not a rarity, and normally, the Adeptus Albites would be cracking down upon it with brutality and violence worthy of Judge Dredd's Megacity 1, except without even the pretense of justice. But of course, there was one teensy-weensy problem. The Imperial Fist had essentially been wiped out, so there was not a whole lot of help to be had from them. The Imperial Guard regiments placed on Terra had pretty much all been sent up in the Proletarian Crusade, and considerable numbers of the Adeptus Arbites had also joined in, which means that there simply just wasn't a whole lot of troops on Terra to re-establish order, which means that while the civilian uprisings might be relatively inconsequential at the moment, they would almost certainly grow into something considerably less comfortable.
Okay, let's just push it.
And most of the anger was, of course, directed towards the Higher Lords, though it should probably be mentioned that one particular High Lord, Justina Tull, should probably be just a little bit more worried than everyone else, considering he was the architect of the grand proletarian mass slaughter. To put it simply, Terra has been saved, but it is far from saved, if you get my drift. It's still in a pretty dicey situation. But we've got a couple of other interesting mentions we should also look at. For example, we get word of Valhalla, where the angry little Icemen are kicking some serious orc ass. There are very, very few planets that are able to directly resist the advance of attack moons, but Valhalla is apparently one of them. Now, whether or not this could be the first invasion by the orcs in Valhalla, it's not entirely clear by the timeline. It seems like it might be, considering that the Valhalla...
Let's just buff their ability against the large for these guys since they're fighting dinosaurs, you know.
And also get a mention on the Ultramarines, who are currently, well, kind of stuck, honestly. The Ultramarines and most of their descendant chapters are stuck on the other side of the Imperium, fighting their way through hordes of orc attack moons that are overwhelmed their sectors as well. And they have now destroyed an attack moon, which brings the total up to 3, which isn't great, but it's something. This is one of the points where I kind of dislike the books, because it's like, they say the entire Imperium is under attack by these things, which, considering how powerful they are, would suggest that the entire Imperium has already been goddamn overrun, but considering what happened afterwards, that clearly wasn't the case. So, how many are there? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? It's a bit unclear. It makes it sound like the stakes are really high without actually telling me what the stakes are. But so, over to the Mechanicus. The grand experiment was successful, although not to the scale that they had wanted, and they are now searching secretly for the orcs' home world. If they are successful in this, they might just stumble across the secret of teleportation, far more powerful than anything the Imperium has, and maybe even some artifacts of all ones. Interesting enough. We also get further mentions of the various alliances being made throughout Imperial space, with Space Marines and Chaos Marines fighting side by side. This latest mention is of the Dreadnought Marshal Magnarin. His temporary alliance with the Iron Warriors has been considerably extended due to the appearance of a gargantuan orc ship. The hesitation of the type of ship comes from the fact that it is massive, said to be even bigger than the Imperial Fist's phalanx, with working engines, not just real space, but also warp engines, which is remarkable. Essentially, it's an even bigger attack moon that is fully capable of independent movement, which is rather incredible. And this is where shit gets really interesting. One of the orcs that boarded Magnaric's ships and was slain by the defenders was bigger even than the normally ridiculously large orcs around it. And this is the odd part. The orc's armor was an amalgamation of various pieces of metal and even ceramite stripped from dead Astartes, but one of these pieces was unique in this particular menagerie of butchery. One of the sections of armor carried a set of colors that had not been seen in the Imperium since before the heresy. It carried the colors and the insignia of the Luno Wolves, and the last time that legion was in combat with the orcs was on Ulanor and the Great Triumph. It would appear that all of the orcs on Ulanor weren't quite as dead as previously expected. Oh, and by the way, the orcs can now create black fucking holes as weapons. I mean, the teleportation tech was already pretty goddamn silly, but now they have weaponized black holes. I genuinely don't even know what is next at this point. It feels like the books are constantly trying to one-up themselves and making the orcs more and more goddamn ridiculous. And considering we're only on book 6, I'm slightly scared for the future if that particular trend continues, but hey. Back on Terra, the High Lords were back at their usual games and nonsense. The Lord Macragge had put forth a proposal to remove the Inquisition entirely.
I can make the enemy tired, which is
oddly enough,
gross.
Justina Tull seems to have avoided most of the criticism from the High Lords, probably because she was simply not really a threat to any of them at this point.
Enemies in range are slower.
Absolutely no public support.
Oh fuck! Absolutely, yeah. No, that's fucking holy shit.
Try to hinder their plans. They could simply just throw her to the masses, and that would pretty much be it. Nobody really had anything to lose from getting her off the High 12, but many of them had something to gain by keeping her on the High 12. The Inquisition, on the other hand, had been showing a nasty independent streak. They had, after all, contacted Kurland without the approval of the High 12, and perhaps far more worryingly, they were getting uncomfortably cozy with the Officio. And as you can probably imagine, the Inquisition getting in bed with the Assassins would possibly be a very, very bad thing indeed for the rest of the High Lords. And this was most definitively a bud that was to be nipped nice.
He can cast.
And speaking of buds, the Fist Exemplars and their new Iron Warriors friends came across a rather disturbing discovery. The orcs' massive mobilization required them to create something most definitively un-orky, a logistical network. A network capable of supplying the various orc forces with ammunition and, of course, foodstuffs. And the planet upon which the Fists Exemplar and their
we'll take Lightning.
had landed after freeing
That'll give him that ability.
Space was one of these agri worlds, except instead of having a stock of corn, pigs, cows, and such on things, the main stock of this particular planet was humans. To make things even more uncomfortable, the orcs were mainly using the humans for food and skins, this be true, but they had also somehow managed to create a human auxiliary force. Now, you might be asking, why the fuck would humans fight for the orcs, but, well, think of it like this. If your only two choices are either getting turned into food, or be given a relatively privileged position within human society and be made an auxiliary, I'd probably go with being an auxiliary. Of course, that did turn out to be a rather uncomfortable little decision when the Adeptus Astartes arrived, but oh well. What is kind of confusing, though, is the fact that this agri-world system seems to have been going on for quite a while, but the orc incursion only happened months ago, a year at most, and yet they've established this entire system of feeding the armies, and nobody noticed? I mean, granted, imperial bureaucracy is a slow thing indeed, but come on now, a massive orc invasion on this scale, on this many planets, to give enough food to this entire massive undertaking, and nobody fucking noticed? I mean, again, I get it. There are many systems that were not under direct Imperial supervision, and the Imperium was not as strong as it had been during the Heresy, or even just before, but really? Nobody noticed this? Because again, this attack just happened immediately, and this is one of my biggest problems with this book series. There is no build-up. The Imperium is just suddenly in danger from dozens, if not hundreds of orc attack moons, and nobody has noticed this. Nobody has noticed the orcs.
I can't even fucking recruit those. So let's just go with Skaven slaves.
Nobody has noticed the orcs hoarding equipment. I mean, the sheer amount of resources required to build one attack moon would almost certainly have drawn the Imperium's notice. But to build dozens of them, plus the escorting fleets, plus all of the other equipment they would need.
They have 19 upkeep a turn. So it's an army.
Etc., etc. This must have taken hundreds of years, and
it's an army. It's not a good army, but it's an army.
the Imperium was undoubtedly
That's a good army.
chaos after the heresy, but even so, that's one hell of an undertaking to keep hidden for such a ridiculous amount of time. Anyways, the planet is, however, put out of its misery. The Iron Warriors had been using this planet as a bunker world. They had a hidden storage facility on the planet, but it was a pre-heresy.
High elves versus high elves.
It had not been used during the heresy. This was proven by the simple fact that Curlin was allowed into the facility. Here's basically what happened. The Iron Warriors went away from their Imperial Fist's allies, or well, Fist Exemplar, in all due technicality, that will be an important distinction to make, and entered this bunker complex. The Fist Exemplar followed, but the door was a massive blast door that would take a very, very long time to cut through. However, there was a gene reader next to the door, and when the Fist Exemplar put his hand onto it, the door opened, with a voice sounding gravelly and yet powerful. Probably Petarabo himself said, "Enter, son of my brother." This quite clearly suggests that the vaults had not been upgraded since the heresy, since during the heresy wars, of course, a son of his brother Dawn would probably not have been allowed into an Iron Warrior sanctuary. Hell, the fact that they would allow Imperial Fists in even at the most cordial times of their relationships, honestly, kinda baffles me. The Iron Warriors and the Fists were never exactly particularly friendly towards one another. And considering what the Iron Warriors had hidden away here, I am really surprised that they would have let any Fist see it. It was, in essentiality, a planet kraken, a destruction mechanism. If activated, it would annihilate the entire planet. It would sweep it completely.
I'm gonna ass fuck these guys.
The Iron Warriors were planning on detonating this device, killing all of the orcs and the pitifully humans upon the planet's surface. Some would argue that that would be a mercy at this point. Initially, the Fist Exemplar resisted this plan, but he eventually decided to pull the trigger himself, which, well, I think it is safe to say that at this point, the Fist Exemplar are, for all due intents and purposes, rogue. Destroying an Imperial world without authority, at the advice of an Iron Warrior, and also killing Imperial personnel.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, that's not something that the Imperium as a whole is going to be particularly fond of. To make things even worse, the temporary alliance with the Iron Warriors is further extended. And at this point, no real date for the ending of the alliance has been set. The Fists Exemplar are starting to look mighty dodgy in my eyes. Luckily, the rest of the Imperial Fists are not quite as insane. Back on Terra, once again, Kurland makes his move on the High 12 and, by extension, the Senatorum. The Senatorum had been reinstated as one of the primary governing bodies of the Imperium, mostly so that the High 12 could find someone else to shift the blame on. Because when there's this much blame...
I am not going to just walk into that.
Crusade,
I'm going to abuse my artillery range. They don't have shit. Put the spears in the front. Put the rats behind.
Could share any hint Curlin marched into said Senatorum with the Shield Corps and declared himself as the Lord Commander, displacing Udo, who was not particularly amused by this turn of events, even going so far as ordering the Lucifer Blacks to take Curlin into custody. But, well, Lucifer Blacks are not that stupid. And considering Curlin also had support from the Adeptus Arbites, the Inquisition, the Officio, the remaining Imperial Guard forces on the planet, and of course the Astartes...
Normally, I abuse Tretch's ability to go really close, but...
to threaten Curlin with at this point. And seeing this, the rest of the rats, High Lords, immediately abandoned the sinking HMS Udo in favor of Curlin and rallied behind his cause. This meant that Udo
Actually,
was
that's not bad.
completely and utterly sidelined. He could not oppose the coup militarily because, well, Curlin would put a bolt shell in his fat head, and he could not oppose it politically because he simply did not have any support. Curlin had, in all due essentiality, seized control over the Imperium in one fell blow. It was undoubtedly a coup d'etat, but it was pretty goddamn necessary, wasn't it? Arza's revolt is also revealed to Curlin at this point by agents of the Officio. Curlin immediately gives the order to deal with the Mechanicus higher command, putting into
Really?
action the
Barrels, that's it?
Officio's reserve plan for dealing with just this eventuality. The Officio has also garnered themselves some interesting intelligence, amongst other things, the location of the Orc homeworld. Now, up until this point, it has been referred to directly as the Orcs' homeworld, which originally suggested that it might be the world upon which the Orcs were originally created, presumably by the Old Ones. But it would appear as if the beast has arisen on Ulanor. That was entirely expected, but though I very much so doubt that Ulanor would have been the original homeworld of the Orcs, it was never mentioned to be of particularly large strategic value other than being the center of a Orc crusade by the Emperor. Surely if it was some treasure trove Old One technology, the Emperor wouldn't simply have had half the planet's goddamn asphalt over and turn into a massive parade ground. If anything, he probably would have wanted to keep the rest of the Imperium at arm's length from Ulanor so that he could raid into its technology and any hints that he could possibly gain, and any insight, more precisely, into the workings of Red Wave Corp. Nevertheless,
Okay, you need to go take those out. Those are Temple Guards.
has a target. The beast is on Ulanor, and seeing as his forces are currently attacking pretty much the entire goddamn Imperium at once, a classical decapitation maneuver seems to be called. But that will not end until the next one. Until then, I have been Arch. Thank you very much for listening, and I will see you again soon.
Yo, you're right fucking there. Hello. Come on, Tretch. Let's go kill the enemy.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome to this, the 100,000 special, talking about Imperial Knights. Figured that would be a suitable bombastic topic for this August event. So, what is the Imperial Knight? Well, essentially it is a tiny type, requiring only one crew member, that being of course the pilot, or a small regular type class.
Yo.
Warhammer requires at least 3 to 4 and far more depending on the weapon system and the power plant. This relatively small size, when compared to a regular class of Titan, has many advantages and some disadvantages. A knight obviously can't carry the same overwhelming amount of firepower that a full Titan can, but knights are considerably more maneuverable than most the smell of food to ease the pain inflicted by mere Titan-class weaponry. In addition to these clearly material advantages, knights are piloted by nobles from knightly houses. These nobles have pretty much from birth been taught that they are the natural superiors of everybody else.
Oh fuck, thank god, he turned around. Let's just go kill him.
This gives the knights a certain aggression and elan in combat that normal foot soldiers simply cannot match. And behind that, with tons of Titan-class weaponry, a bunch of armor and ion shield, and why not a massive chainsword, and you do have yourself a very, very versatile and very, very devastating unit. Although it should also be mentioned that said knightly heritage could also be seen as a slight disadvantage, as occasionally knights will decide that they are
wow, Fresh did fucking much damage. Shit.
Soldiers, and then
For
eventually
500.
want to find something more interesting to kill, like for example an Imperator Titan or something like that, and then get their asses blasted into smithereens. But still, while aggression could potentially be a disadvantage,
Boom, he's dead.
it is far more often an advantage. Before we get further into the knights,
That's all I was looking for, was just him dying.
we have a bit of a lore conflict, as is often the case when we delve into the realms of 30k. The main difference is that the more recent source books claim that the knights were distributed to various worlds by the Adeptus Mechanicus directly during the Age of Strife, before the Emperor's reunification of Terra, but after the Great Collapse that brought to an end the Golden Age of Technology, which is now known as the Dark Age of Technology. This would mean that the knightly houses were essentially created by the Mechanicus and supplied by that very same Mechanicus. The other version states that the knights originated from long before Old Knight and were part of the first wave
No,
of
I rolled them
human
nice and easily.
colonization into the galaxy.
Lost a lot of guys, though.
In the early days of what was then presumably the Human Federation of Planets, long
But then again, they are trash
the
troops.
of the Imperium. I will be going with the latter interpretation with a sprinkling of the former, and as usual, let me tell you why. Firstly, the Mechanicus version
Nothing
claims
can
these
stop
knights' houses
me.
were created and supplied by the
fire,
Mechanicus
it's on.
during the Age of Strife. Indeed, there are several references to this in the Horus Heresy books and also in the Big Horus Heresy Sorcerer books.
Kill,
This
destroy.
seems extremely unlikely, as the Warpstorm's
Burn fire,
raging at
it's
the time
on.
would have made such travel virtually impossible. And the idea that the Mechanicum not only successfully navigated the
Mighty
storms,
am I,
but also set up a system of supplying machines and maintenance
Oh, 34,
to
fuck
these
it.
far-flung and oft very, very isolated worlds seems extremely far-fetched. Bear in mind that even just simply finding a place is hard enough in and of itself, but getting back to Mars and then getting
I stole his
to
forbidden
that
rod.
place
Oh my.
is no easier. This isn't like navigating the globe, for example, where you
Call
know
me
that landmass
Lord
A is
President.
there and will always be there, while landmass B is here and will always be there. And if you go by the certain heading, you will always reach them. In the warp, no matter where you're steering, it might not necessarily lead you to your destination. It just probably will. And during warp storms, like the ones that were raging during Old Night, navigating
Okay, well, that's
any
all
with any degree of success
brought together.
was mildly challenging, shall we say. But again, bear in mind that the Mechanicus did launch several so-called Void Runners. These were ships with extremely limited warp capabilities, akin to the ones used by the Tau, except a little bit less mechanically advanced, but a little bit more advanced on the warp side.
Huh.
These were sent out to scout the Void long before the Emperor unified Terra, so they probably did establish contact with some worlds and probably even founded some new houses, as it was said they brought along knights from Mars to protect these colonies. But it would be reliant upon an
Witness might
already
have Clan
existing
Rictus.
human settlement
Are you
capable of
scared?
either
Should be
manufacturing parts
thee.
and supplies, or already has an existing knight.
Why are they
house.
declaring war on me?
Since even though the Mechanicus could kinda travel the stars, it was absurdly dangerous and nowhere near stable enough to establish reliable supply lines. Even if they made it through the warp, as I mentioned, there's absolutely no guarantee that they would actually head to the right planet. Furthermore, the mentions we have of night houses in the Horus Heresy again seems to suggest that the nightly houses have a history stretching back into the Dark Age of technology, with mentions of the knights having been in their families for a very long time indeed. But what really clinches it for me is that the latter explanation simply sounds more plausible. After all, the heavily advanced humans during the golden age of technology would have a far easier time both traveling throughout the void, delivering these things, maintaining these things, etc., than the Mechanicus would during the Old Night. Not to mention, of course, that it would be very, very logical to bring these along. Of course, back during the Golden Age, when humanity first expanded into the stars, there was a pressing need to provide the new colonies with a means to defend themselves and to pacify the local wildlife, which in many cases could be a considerable threat even to technologically advanced settlers. On Warhammer, for example, it is said to have had goddamn dragons on it. As such, it stands to reason that vehicles like knights would be perfect for these planets, being able to carry plenty of ratata and boom along with a good deal of protection while traversing the difficult landscape with its humanoid form. Additionally, it is suggested that these early knights were not a purely military order, but rather they had a dual purpose, where they could both fight off the local predators and also help in constructing and gathering with their aforementioned humanoid shapes. After all, it's a hell of a lot safer to send a massive walking tank out into the forest to carry back some lumber when there are species of local flesh-eating plants and mini dragons running around the grass nom-nom-nomming any fleshy things they find, than just sending out a bunch of half-naked woodcutters with flannel shirts and axes over their shoulders. It also stands to reason that after a few generations, the families in charge of controlling these robots,
Okay, let's gamble that.
Mechanical exoskeletons, technically speaking, would recognize just how important they are to the local community, and therefore begin to expand upon their influence. Probably quietly
Let's put them
at first
here.
by taking on ever more responsibilities, making sure that they are ever more valuable and needed. But generally speaking, if one part of human society is sitting on all of the weapons and all of the armor, and it is all of the weapons and armor that count in this case, and that part also sits on the vast majority of the responsibility, for example, housing and feeding people, that part of society is almost certainly going to start running the place. And after all, who the fuck is going to argue with the massive-ass steel and adamantium behemoth with the Gatling cannons for arms? It also stands to reason that such a society would quickly adopt the idea of a noble class, born to rule, etc. It sure as hell makes more sense than the Adeptus mine Mechanicus simply just giving away their toys to the locals and allowing them to run their own colonies, and then not demanding full control over everything and everyone. After all, the Mechanicus are not exactly known to be the sharing bunch.
Okay, let's...
The reason given for why they would simply just give away such incredibly valuable and revered tanks, Imperial and Knights, and essentially just cede their independence on the hope that once they found them again at the end of Old Night, they would just go like, oh yeah, no, we'll totally just give our independence back to you now, it's fine. It's not the best explanation. And honestly, the Emperor himself fixed a knight's dodgy leg on his first visit to Mars during the early days of the Crusade. This seems to suggest that the Emperor knew what a knight was and how to fix one, which again heavily suggests that the knights were around during the earliest days of human colonization of the stars. And considering that Big E couldn't simply just stroke the webway and the Imperial Palace and make it better again, it seems safe to assume that the Emperor needs at least a vague understanding of the device to actually fix it. And so, with that out of the way, let's get on with it. As we have already talked about, the various knightly houses have virtually without exception risen to dominate their respective planets as a noble class. In many cases, they have assumed outright leadership of their respective planets, and in some cases, even systems. The power wielded
Game, I didn't fucking click that. Fuck off.
mostly dependent on families, and of course, the strength of patient course, these smaller factions have more prestige and fame, and, of course, the smaller factions can band together and create alliances that they can use to bully the single large faction. So, how did this system come to be, you might ask? Well, as mentioned previously, when humanity first went to the stars, it was necessary to bring along this necessitates a few things. First, a closed compartment to protect the pilot from environmental threats and potentially explosives. Next, the machine needs some
Perfect. All the anti-large thing. Stabbing him in the fucking.
Severe restrictions placed upon its mobility until roads can be constructed, and friendliness of flora, fauna, that cannot always be guaranteed. Tracks are a better choice as they negate many of the problems wheels have with rough terrain, but tracks also have problems with steep inclines or rain, especially as the tracks themselves have a nasty habit of breaking. A bipedal method of motion is preferably to both mobility and crossing uneven surfaces and potentially dangerous terrain.
Come on.
Have a dental advantage in durability, but they would be hard more complicated to create and maintain. With the tech available during the golden age of technology, it is likely to have been considered a relatively minor problem, and so bipedal walking machines seems to be the choice. A vaguely humanoid shape also has the advantage of arms. Depending on the equipment, such a machine can be used for gathering materials by using drills or saws, as well as providing at least 2 weapon hardpoints, in addition to any hull-mounted weapons. This versatility was precisely the point of early knights. They were supposed to be multi-purpose machines with the ability to build and supply the colony, as well as educate the local wildlife on the finer points of human explosives and their thoughts on territorial integrity and the violation of their safe spaces. The early knights would essentially become the founding colony's lifeline, as they would provide much of the labor, exploration, and protection of the colonies and its people. And while any of these tasks
I'm really tired of fighting fucking things
onto other machines and people with time, the sheer power of a knight makes it unlikely that they would be surpassed in terms of raw military power. As such, over the course of maybe a dozen or so generations, the owners of knights
lost a lot of guys.
themselves in possession of the premier military force on the planet and a long and proud history as pillars of the community. Piloting a knight would almost certainly come to carry with it considerable prestige, and all due likelihood, a fair bit of perks as well. In such a situation, it is only natural that the pilots of these knights would seek to pass on said status and privilege to their children, and they in turn would pass it on to their children, and so on and so on.
Jesus Christ, the game takes forever to load. From an SSD, I might add.
And their bloodlines. This, in turn, would quite naturally create an upper class in society, a noble class, if you will. Originally, this class would base their privileges and status upon their services they offer to the colony. But over the years, as tradition grow and the colony does as well, thereby meaning the knights are less important and less useful for manual tasks, the knights would start performing less and less of these mundane tasks, like gathering resources or providing direct escort. Rather, the knights would focus more on the noble arts, such as combat, for example, which would probably be one of the most important, as they are, after all, piloting massive walking super tanks. But with the delegation of many of the lesser tasks to the peasantry, the nobles would have more time on their hand for idle pursuits and education, which would further widen the gap between them and the commoners. Since even at this relatively late, or well, medium to late stage in a colony, most of the people in said colony and on the planet would still be busy just making sure that they can provide a living for themselves and their families. As such, higher education, arts, and all that fancy stuff is far less likely to be made a priority. After all, if you're starving to death due to a lack of turnips, you're not really going to give that much of a shit about the pretty painting hanging on the wall. Of course, the knights would still be required to take care of the filthy peasantry, and seeing as a noble lord possibly asked to carry out every little thing or care about every little trifling monster attack, the only solution would be for the nobles to arm some of the peasantry. Naturally, the newly minted men-at-arms would have to be made suitably aware of the honor bestowed upon them, but as the poorer people are fickle and unpatriotic lot, for whom the immeasurable reward of service to a noble house simply isn't enough, fucking peasants, they must be placated by more material means, often in the form of shiny objects,
Death
with a
frenzy.
picture of someone's great-great-grandfather stamped upon it. Distasteful though it may be to arm the wretches, it is nevertheless a necessary step to make sure that the ever-so-burdened upper class have some precious me time.
Death frenzy buffs them
One
like crazy.
slight problem. A noble family's reserve
Haven
of
Scorch.
objects is rarely infinite, and seeing as a substantial
Don't really need
portion
that.
of said shinies
Cannot
must
move would be
be
nice.
reserved in the name of further padding out the noble estates with fancy chairs and BDSM dungeons, new sources of shiny things must therefore be located.
Or a fuckload of armor.
In some lucky instances, the materials to make more shinies can simply be dug up from the ground by the servant class. But, unfortunately, Mother Nature is rarely so forthcoming with her bounty, and in many cases the mischievous old whore has placed much of these shiny deposits uncomfortably close to the
100 meters
base
can't move. Oh, well, in that case, yes. Yes, that's fucking
with
insane.
a penchant for territorial ambition.
100 meters cast, 55 meter effect range. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Sex toys be guarded lest the precious shinies be lost. Now, such means are rarely simple and frequently expensive. A much simpler solution is to simply reclaim the shinies from the peasantry. As luck would have it, there exists a wide variety of things that the lower classes need to survive on a presumably hostile planet. Things like, for example, oxygen or food, for example. And taking these necessities will let the entrepreneurial noble reclaim much of what is rightfully his. The natural conclusion to all this is that after a few thousand years, or in fact probably only a few hundred years, you have a very powerful and very entrenched noble class owning most, if not all, of the land and resources, and maintaining their
Warp lightning
grip on said
capacitors.
resources through a combination of taxation, tradition, and very pointy objects. And unlike our own world, where such overbearing means of
Warp lightning
governance were
capacitor.
overthrown by the peasantry, the imperial nobles in this case have access to many titans. Not to mention,
Our gutter runner.
they also have a considerable amount of soldiers at their disposal. Soldiers who are almost certainly entirely reliant upon the noble houses to maintain their own status and position within society. And speaking of other classes, as in all good feudal societies, we have already covered the peasants, the soldiers, and of course the nobles and the kings. But to make it all good and proper,
Okay.
we also need some priests. In the case of knightly worlds, this is further divided into two types of god-bothering frock
You have
wearers,
squeaked your
the
last
official Mechanicus
escape.
version and the more localized versions. Many worlds developed their own religious systems over the millennia of time they spent isolated
You
from
come
the
to
rest
know
of
us,
humanity.
Scar.
The
Don't
type of religion, of course, and its priests and practices.
Fuck yeah, I just got a whole bunch of money from that.
Planet, but there are very few cases in human history
My
where
first
a religious
ally.
grouping will not eventually seek to garner some modicum of political and or economic power. So it is reasonable to suppose that if a large-scale religion exists on any given planet, they will have some economic and or political influence. The priestly class, or more precisely, pseudo-priestly class in this case, would be tech adepts taking care of the knights, since they
Now to
would
go
be
bitch
both
slap
the
those
most
guys.
important, second to the
powerful
knights. And
enchantress.
as
I
the
could
whole
kill you
taking
with a
care of the
single
mighty
word.
god machines that protect the village, thereby protecting their livelihood, their way of life and everything, seems to be the most likely part to take on a pseudo-religious aspect. They seem to
Those guys are pretty decent with me. They're pretty chill. Never thought I'd see the day where the fucking Force of Chaos were chill.
These men would also start out much like the nobles themselves as simple operators of machinery, or in this case, the technical staff responsible for maintaining and repairing the knights. But this, in return, obviously makes them very, very important and a very vital part of the colonial society. And as the pilots themselves rise in power, so too would their mechanics. It is, after all, unwise to piss in the morning coffee of the man who fixes your war machine, especially as you are frequently expected to fight dragons and drumkins instead war machine. Simultaneously, the noble houses would almost certainly seek to ensure that the knowledge to maintain and potentially build more knights be kept a closely guarded secret amongst only those they can trust. After all, we wouldn't want the peasantry to try and get any bright ideas about knights of their own, would we? And just as with the soldiers, the best way to make sure that someone stays loyal to you is to make sure that they have no incentive to revolt by showering them with shinies and plastic baubles, and plenty to lose should you fall. For example, one could make the profession hereditary, or perhaps spiritual in nature. And considering that any further aid that might be available from advanced Mechanicus Void Runners would most definitively be murmuring something about the divine cogs and the Omnissiah, it is small wonder that much of this maintenance took on a nearly, or in some cases, overtly religious.
I will be fighting a lot of lizards, so yeah, I kind of need those. But I kind of need to upgrade my cities, so we'll hold off.
Of maintaining the knights centralized in this way, it also gave these orders considerable political power, even if they didn't want it, as they could, of course, potentially simply just refuse to carry out their work. If they felt offended, or if they simply just wanted to be given some random thing and wanted the knights to go fetch it for them, or else. Naturally, the knights could simply threaten to step on the innocent of men, but that is not really an ideal solution, since if the priests called their bluff, and it was a bluff, since they couldn't simply just kill all of them because they needed them to maintain the very war machines that gave them their own status in society, so that wasn't really an option either, meaning that this maintenance class would have to be placated quite a lot. But now that we have covered the presumed formation of houses, let's move on to the era of the Great Crusade. After Big E united Terra, he famously set his sights on the proverbial horizon and ventured forth into the stars. And in most cases where they ran into night wolves, the planets in question quite happily aligned themselves with the Imperium, as it is within their most base nature to align themselves with a stronger force, a liege lord. Though, of course, in some cases there were hostilities, but they were relatively quickly quashed. The knightly houses were used to dealing with savage beasts or peasants uprising. An actual military force like the Legiones Astartes was an entirely different matter. Cases of outright war, though, even when there were conflict, were relatively rare. After all, the Imperium had much to offer the knightly houses, and in most cases, very little interest in interfering with how they lived their lives and how they abused their peasantry. With the coming of the Imperium, the knights would have access to the three things they loved the most: plenty of high-quality supplies and reserve parts to keep their mounts in tip-top shape, lots of new peasantry to oppress, and finally, the chance for glory and honor upon an ever-expanding galactic battlefield. The Imperium, on their side, wanted to get the knightly houses on their side.
I hope I can see the guys before.
They have an established warrior tradition. 2, they have knights. 3, they've pretty much already got control over the world they are upon, making them the perfect temporary and intermediary overlords. And lastly, of course, it's kind of a waste using Legiones Astartes against knights that could probably just be bought. It also, of course, for the Knights' sake, it didn't hurt that the Imperial newcomers oft spoke the Knights' own language. A mixture of bribery, oaths of fealty, honor, glory, and a nice, solid mixed dose of "do as I say, or I shall bludgeon thee across the head with a heavy and frequently spiked object." As for the Imperium itself again, there was fierce competition within the Imperium of who would be the
I don't want this expensive-ass army up here this whole time.
as they had been given a special designation in
Like, it is my best army, and I'm gonna need it. Actually, you know what? Since I said it's my best army.
Known as Night Worlds, and would thereafter fall under the general jurisdiction of one or more factions with a few exceptions. Eventually, the Mechanicus won out.
Because this is my best one, I'm just going to do an army swap with,
for their own purposes, with a few being tithed to legions, or even
I could do it with Ronan.
independence within the Imperium.
Doing it with Ronan actually wouldn't be a bad idea.
Offered their allegiances directly to the
Ideally, I'd swap with him and then just crush everything.
on these so-called independent worlds. They were, of course, not entirely outside of the Imperium, and their wider interplanetary political stances would, of course, be dictated by the Imperium, but in return, they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to on their local planet, in return for a few simple tithes. They wouldn't be paying as much in tithes as most worlds, but they would be required on to send their nightly contingents to fight in the Emperor's name. As for the houses that fell under Mechanicus' control, they were still granted a fair bit of freedom, more than most within the Mechanicus, but that was primarily because it is easier to tame a metal monstrosity with carrots rather than the stick. But the Mechanicus moved to get rid of the unofficial cults and orders that had been maintaining the Knights so far, and replacing them with proper tech priests. This was all, of course, out of the goodness of their metallic hearts, and had nothing whatsoever to do with the fact that the Knights were now wholly dependent on the Mechanicus for parts and maintenance. Unfortunately, the Knights weren't complete idiots and wouldn't cede all of this work to the Mechanicus, so they came up with a compromise. The families would send lesser sons to the Mechanicus to be educated in the ways of maintaining Knights. These sacristians, as they were to be known, would be then sent back home. The noble families figured that their noble-born children, no matter how low down the ranks ladder they might be, would never trade their loyalties to their house away for the Mechanicus. Unfortunately, being the third spurned son of a noble house, left them easy targets for the Mechanicus that frequently brainwashed these little boys and inducted them into the cult Mechanicus, thereby taking over said maintenance in all but name. Oh, and by the way, though I just did say little boys, it is quite possible that the noble houses were quite equal when it came to the sexes. There are mentions of female imperial knights as well as male, although there are also mentions of very clearly gender-segregated societies where the males were the primary nobles and the females had very little in the way of rights as far as the knights went.
Hey, yo, you can't just be fucking colonizing land.
On a world-by-world preference. Some worlds would be more equal than others, and so on.
I don't like that.
There's nothing technically stopping you for having, for example, a female Imperial Knight in your army. It would still be perfectly law-friendly, just pointing that out. And now, the Knights' houses were fully integrated into the Imperium.
I could go hunting camp,
into the Imperium as a whole,
or I could go...
They were actually sworn to the Imperium or the Mechanicus, and henceforth they were given the name as Quaestores Familia in High Gothic. And the houses were further divided into two subsets. One under the Mechanicus, who integrated the Cog Mechanicus into their heraldry, and the other being the Imperial houses, who maintained their original heraldry, but often added on the wings to represent the Imperial Aquila. The two types were also organized in a slightly different manner and had different customs. For example, a Mechanicus-aligned house would be ruled by a princess, while an Imperial house might be ruled by a king, or lord, or high king, or other such variations on the title. Obviously, the various houses also had a metric ass
Okay.
ton of different traditions and rituals all of their own, which
That's gonna
were
be a pain in the ass.
influenced, added to, or even in some few cases completely replaced by those of their de facto masters in the Mechanicus or in the Imperium. So, with all of that fluffy fluff out of the way, let's have a look at the knight itself, shall we? Firstly, how is it operated? Is it essentially a Gundam-style thing, where insanely complicated and dexterous maneuvers can be easily recreated by a 12-year-old Japanese boy pulling levers? Well, no. Thank the God Emperor for that. I love Japanese 12-year-olds pulling levers as much as the next... that came out wrong. I love mechs as much as the next man, but that control system is beyond silly. The knights are operated in a manner similar to that of Imperial Titans, in that the pilot is bonded to the knight via a neural link, an excessively intrusive and painful procedure where the fragile fleshy mind of a human is bound to the machine spirit of the knight, an experience somewhat akin to having your soul dragged across acres of rusted metal spikes while having your limbs crushed by massive turning cogs. But on the bright side, once bonded, further connections are merely painful, rather than crippling. Oh, and of course, should the puny human fail to resist the ouchies of the initial contact, said human would be lucky to merely be crippled for life in both mind and body. There's also one tiny little side effect. Just as with Titans, the Knights have their own personalities, created both by its machine spirit and by its previous riders, linking with its own spirit. This means that a noble is immediately infused with the heart of the Knight's soul, which has a profound effect upon its own personality. In the case of a Knight, for example, that over the millennia have been piloted by hundreds, if not thousands, of previous nobles, all the way down to the original settlers, they would all have ingrained in them very much so a sense of responsibility, of fealty to the local colonies, the village, their liege lords, their
Let's
commanders,
just,
etc.
no, climb the wall. Don't fucking back it.
Perseverance, self-sacrifice, and loyalty ingrained
Holy
in
shit, what the fuck?
and this would in turn be imprinted upon pilots. So, let's talk specifics. There are, of course, a fair few varieties of knights, and they can be very significant indeed. So much so that I'll probably cover several of them separately. But for now, let's take a look at the most
sweet.
basic form.
Not even protecting that.
So as to give us a groundwork, the most common form is the so-called paladin. This pattern is usually armed with two main weapons in the form of a rapid-firing battle cannon. This weapon is in fact directly comparable to the main cannon armament of Lehman Russell battle tanks, except far more advanced and capable of twice the rate of fire. This devastating weapon can destroy hordes of infantry with rapid pounding barrage of high explosive
Get up the fucking wall.
or
How hard is that?
through even the toughest armored plating with massive armor-piercing rounds. Pound for pound, these paladins are capable of pumping out more firepower than pretty much anything on the field, and will be able to outrun and outmaneuver anything that could conceivably pump out more damage than they could. And should the enemy be silly enough to come too close to the paladin, it is also equipped with a Reaper chainsaw, which, as the name implies, is simply a massive fuck-off chainsaw. Now, it might seem silly to put a melee weapon on a knight armed with a rapid-fire battle cannon first, but remember that they were originally also intended to help with clearing work. And of course, the simple fact that this is the 41st millennium, and there are plenty of glibbly nonsense out there that are very fond of close stabbing. And unlike a battle cannon, a chainsword doesn't run out of ammo. No matter how many waves of screaming alien hell beasts it has to read. Knights can, of course, also be fitted with a range of other heavy weapons, like the Gatling cannon or massive melters. Knights also mount additional firepower like a Storm Spear rocket pod to their backs, or even anti-aircraft autocannons. They can also switch out the chainsword with a equipping any and all armored vehicles from here to Sunday. And as for how they would fare in combat, well, they are essentially mini titans that work in kind of the same way as Warhammer titans do, with formations of knights being preferred. Occasionally, knights will fight by themselves, and this is often the case in the case of so-called free blade knights. Now, a free blade knight is a knight that has disavowed himself of his original house. All knights have the right to distance themselves from their parent house. They can do this at any time and for any reason, though usually due to their ingrained sense of loyalty, it will require some fairly extreme happenstance for this to be the case. Maybe some extreme stain upon their honor, on some great injustice done.
Hey, Tretch, go kill him.
These free blade knights will then use it to fight for the Imperium, often attaching themselves to crusades or battlefields, most of which will be more than happy to receive an Imperial knight, and will often be more than willing as well to provide said knight with whatever he might need in the way of maintenance, professional crew, spare parts, ammunition, etc. After all, he's the Imperial Knight. That's basically all he asks for his service, is a little bit of cash now and then to go and play along with, and of course the maintenance of his machine. It's a pretty goddamn. But in the case of proper knightly houses, they are usually deployed in formations. These formations are often reminiscent of their noble knightly heritage. For example, one formation is literally called a lance formation. Another formation is known as a where a high-ranking noble, the Baron,
End battle. I'm not taking any more of my own artillery against my guys.
Knights, or at very least, Greenhorn as far as the knights give a shit. A knight can have been bonded with his vehicle for many years indeed, and still be considered a newbie, since he hasn't really won his spurs yet, so to say. And in many cases, the position of the family is also hereditary, which means that the firstborn son of a knightly lord might in some cases have to wait all the way up until his daddy finally keels over dead before he is allowed to claim the title of a full knight or baron, or any other special title that he's...
I love how most of my entries were from...
In the case of this formation, the Baron would be the wise old master
or the
guiding
towers.
Greenhorns and imparting upon them his boundless wisdom. Essentially, his role is to be the unsufferable smart-ass bastard that baps the lesser men above the head and goes, "Pay attention, lad."
Sorry if I'm not entertaining at all, but I kind of play this in silence. That's what I do to play, have fun.
Made up of up to 3 knights, and if equipped properly, with
I'm actually gonna take this because I need to have a place to come back to.
Here and there, Gatling cannons, rapid-firing battle cannons, of course, and potentially
So I can retool my army.
It is an absolutely horrifying formation, more than capable of carving their way through entire armies, and they might even pose a threat to fully fledged battled titans, as those Reaper chainblades are nothing to sniff at, and a concentrated barrage of rapid-fire battle cannon shells can knock out the void shields of even medium-sized titans. Additionally, even a titan might not be able to simply just wipe out the knights, since they rely not only upon their own armor, which is heavy indeed, but also upon their own mini void shields known as ion shields. These are not as powerful, nor layered in as many different protective groupings as proper void
That
shields,
is
but they are still more than capable of absorbing
spooky.
a good solid amount of the firepower directed.
Why are you so spooky? That is a shitload of dragon. Oh my god.
Even save the knight from Titan-class weaponry for a limited amount of time, though a wise knight will not be pushing his luck by eating multiple barrages. And of course, I do say that they are deployed in this formation, but that is not strictly speaking true. For example, let us say that an Imperial commander has a group of knights under his command. Well, much like Astartes' forces, they would not, in all due technicality, be under his command. He may give them suggestions, he may even give them orders, technically, but they might also not actually listen. In many cases, The various knightly houses will be far more loyal to the Imperium, therefore more open to actually taking instructions from Imperial commanders than Adeptus Astartes. Or, well, actually, loyalty is not the correct term here. The Adeptus Astartes are undoubtedly loyal, but they are loyal to the Imperium as an ideal rather than a governmental body. Basically, if an Imperial Lord tells an Adeptus Astartes to jump, he will simply backhand the little bitch across the room with a casual flick of his power-armored gauntlet. Because he doesn't really give a shit about him. To the Adeptus Astartes, that noble is not a reflection of the Imperium, and therefore he owes him no fealty, nor is he honor bound to obey him. He obeys the Imperium as a whole. Whereas the Imperial Knights, via their bonds of loyalty and within their own families, would consider said noble, or indeed Imperial commander, to be far more of a, shall we say, embodiment of authority. Therefore, they are considerably more likely to obey orders, although a wise Imperial commander will couch these orders very carefully and make them sound like requests, or even favors. Mayhaps my good, loyal baronet would take the right flank and smushy the greenskins, if you'd be so kind, etc., etc. But hey, at least they're a hell of a lot easier to control than the Sisters of Battle, that's for damn sure. And with that, once more, I will leave you. That has been my video on the Imperial Knights. I hope you enjoyed it, and finally, thank you everyone ever so much for 100,000 subscribers. It has been quite the ride, and I hope that the ride will continue for quite some time yet. Basically, I've still got a fair few weeks of lore left, shall we say. Just a fair few. Until next time, I've been Arch. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you all again soon. Have a good day. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome to yet another 40k lore video. Now that I've recently reached 20,000 subscribers, I figured I'd start a little bit of a special sub-series of Warhammer 40k lore, namely Titans.
I don't think I can take this out.
The Titans will not be covered in a single lore video because there are far too many variables. Not only are there, of course, Imperial Titans, but various other Titans, although, to be fair, Xeno's Titans have been reclassified during the newer editions of 40k, so they're no longer technically Titans. However, you know, just for generalization, there are of course Eldar Titans and Orc Titans, although we call them Gargants, and the other Titans are usually referred to by their designation, and there are a few other pseudo-Titans, or Titan countering weapons that have been introduced fairly recently, like the larger Tau battlesuits, which I covered in the Tau lore video, for example. Those vehicles, although they are not technically Titans, they belong to the same general classification of super heavy combat walkers. So, as for exactly how many parts this will be divided into, I'm not sure yet. Probably 3 or 4, because I will be doing one, this one here, that are Titans in general. I will be doing one on the Lega Titanica. I will be doing one on Titan battle tactics, how to employ them, and how to kill them, and probably one specifically dedicated to Xeno's Titans themselves, the various types, etc. I'll probably cover the Imperial Titan types in this one, generally speaking, and perhaps going into a little bit more detail in the one dedicated to specific Titan types. So with that out of the way, let's begin with the first part of the Titan series. What is a Titan? Well, I would like to start out with a quote from Grand Master Vulcus of the Ordo Sinister of the Divisio Militaris. Quote, "No weapon in the arsenal of the Imperium or the traitor equals the Titan on the battlefield, and a legion of such a vast war machine can bring any world to its knees. In truth, a Titan has only 3 enemies: folly, hubris, and another of its kind." End quote. Titans are by far the most powerful planet-side weapons in the Imperium's arsenal. They might have access to more devastating void-borne weapons like cyclonic torpedoes or direct land strikes, but as far as land warfare goes, nothing can compare to the might of a Titan. Now, the name Titan refers to one of several classes of massive, crude, robotic, bipedal
Fucking
combat
hell.
walkers fielded by the Titan.
How do they out-ambush me? That's my fucking question.
Collegia Titanica. Now, the organization Collegia Titanica will be getting a video of its own at some point, and it also refers to the forces of the Dark Mechanicum of the Traitor Legions. Originally, and to some extent currently, the term Titan was also used to refer to the many types of combat walkers used by all of the different factions of the 40k universe, like for example the Eldar Titans and the Gargants of the Orcs. However, these days the word Titan is used primarily to refer to either Imperial or Traitor Titans. As with the current definition of land, robotic, bipedal combat walkers, does not necessarily apply neither to Eldar Titans, nor to Gargants, nor to the...
I couldn't use my fucking ability.
So, throughout this video, the definition of the word Titan will be Imperial or Traitor Titans. And before continuing on, let me quickly clarify the term Traitor Titans for those of you who may not be familiar with 40k lore. You see, nowadays, the Empire was a unified faction, ruled by the Emperor of Mankind. This period is known as the Great Crusade, and during this time, the Space Marine chapters were organized into legions of tens of thousands of Adeptus Astartes. At that time, they were known as legionaries, and the term still holds some favor today. But during the Crusade, there was a schism after the Emperor had left the Crusade to continue his experiments on Terra itself. The War Master Horus, named as the Emperor's successor by the Emperor himself, rebelled against the Imperium, splitting it into two factions, the Loyalists and the Traitors. Now, this is quite a long and epic storyline that is currently being told in the Horus Heresy books, and of course I will be touching upon that story at some point, although not in the near future, as the whole Horus Heresy lore part requires a relatively solid grounding in 40k lore to begin with, so I want to be making the basics first, then I'll be moving on to the Horus Heresy and all of that very, very fantastic lore stuff. So, during this rebellion, the forces of Horus were eventually defeated, but during the rebellion, many of the Empire's forces switched sides. This included Mechanicum elements that was later to be known as the Dark Mechanicum, and with them came several traitor legions of Titans. All the proper Titans currently in service to the forces of Chaos hail from the time of the Horus Heresy. Now, Chaos can create some Titans of its own. It is unclear whether they are capable of producing their own Titan patterns. This has not been confirmed. It has been somewhat confirmed that they are capable of producing, how should I say, bastardized pattern of Titans that, while technically Titans, have very little in common with the standard Imperial pattern. Most of the time, these war machines are more demon than they are metallic construct, and in most cases they are inferior to standard Titan constructs. However, this is a very dodgy part of the lore. It is mostly based on very, very old lore, where we had some specialized Titan patterns of Slanesh, if I remember correctly. The Subjugator and Questor Scout Titans. Now, I do believe that this has since been, at the very least, somewhat refuted by the sources themselves, claiming that, at least in modern sources, that all the Titans currently in service of Chaos are the original traitor Titans. However, this is, like I've said, a very dodgy lore subject, because at one point, Games Workshop also said that all Chaos Space Marines that currently exist are from the Horus Heresy conflict. However, this has later been disproven in several works of Warhammer 40k fiction, where we have been shown fairly clear proof that the Forces of Chaos are indeed capable of creating new Space Marines from stolen gene seed. So when it comes to Chaos Titans, the